Start recording. Just give me 1 second.
I thought it was just me. Madison.
It's always cold in here.
Sorry, we're running a little late, needed some extra copies printed up here. Soon. Okay, we're recording. We'll go ahead and open this meeting of the County Council on October 10th. Call it to order and begin with prayer, followed by a pledge of allegiance.
Heavenly Father, we come to you in prayer tonight. God, we just thank you for everything you've done for us, and the praises we give all to you. Lord, we just pray that you be with Israel this hour, God. It's very troubling. This is your country. Ask that you plead the blood on them and protect them, and just be with them and give them strength. Lord, I also pray for this budget tonight, that you would touch our hearts and mind and do the right thing for our employees. And we thank our public safety and all our employees, and be with the public safety officers in our county and our towns. God, I thank you for everything, and Lord, just watch over us and just, again, touch us and do the right thing. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Todd, Mr. Colt, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilman Vaughn.
Present.
Councilman Emery.
Here.
Councilwoman Likens.
Here.
Councilwoman Keller.
Here.
Councilman Gale.
Here.
Councilwoman North.
Present.
President Steele.
Here. Next, we have approval of minutes from our September 12th meeting.
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Vaughn, seconded by Mr. Gale. Any discussion, corrections? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Approval of the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Gale, seconded by Mr. Emery. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Start President comments. I'll have some comments when we get to the budget. Other than that, we're getting towards the end of the year when we find out where our budgeting process went awry last year, or things that have come to bear on our budgets and impact of that. And we'll see that in some of the transfers and new money requests that are coming up. Auditor's report. Mr. Gardner, please.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm going to go over the PowerPoint we had last month with a couple little changes in it. Really don't have anything extra to add that we didn't cover last month, but we'll go through it real quick. Try not to take up but just a minute of your time.
Rick, could you email it to us? I know last meeting you said you were going to, and I'm sure with everything that was going on, we got it lost, but.
I can email that to you,
Please.
yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go through it real quick and then pause on the ones that changed for this month. So there's your total debt over the last since 2017. Debt's been reducing. Keep in mind that for this next budget, really, and going forward, we are building a new jail, which is an extremely expensive project. So that'll be something we'll have to deal with in the coming years. There's your general fund cash balances over the last several years since 2017. At year end, again, $9.5 to $10 million is what we'd like to see at the end of the year in order to cash flow the next 6 months. Rainy day fund over the last, is that since 2016, Todd? So had almost no backup money, and we're sitting at $10,494,000. So that's just a kind of a history of that. General fund interest earned this year was phenomenal, thanks to Treasurer Gert and his efforts. It helps out along the way. Here's one we covered last month, and thankfully the council chose to 100% fund the police pension fund. We put $7.75 million in that fund a couple days after the meeting last month. So according to our actuarial people, that Madison County is the only fully funded police pension fund in county pension fund in the state. So here's what you're looking at on your major fund balances today. The general fund sitting at $4.7 million. Rainy day at $10,494,494. Public safety at $946,000. You'll remember that we took $3 million from the public safety fund and added to that $4 or $5 million for just short of $8 million funding of that police pension fund. So it took $5 million in general fund, $3 million from here. And then the Lick Correctional Fund, which will go to build that new jail. That's what's in that fund as of today. That comes in every month, like every other income tax comes in, public safety, certified lit, and then the correctional lit, which is for the building of the new jail. Again, here is your projected budget. As that your booklet sets right now, it's exactly that number. Which can be funded. And then the next slide we're looking at are the distribution of additional revenues, which means it was about $2.5 million more than last year's budget. And though that is how it is divided, that additional, as your budget sets today in the proposed numbers, that's where the additional monies went by percentage. So that's all I have, unless you have a question for me. Thank you.
If there's no questions, we'll move to transfers, since there's no new or go to the new business. And up first is Sheriff Beeman, the sheriff and jail transfers to pay some invoices, overtime, and rentals.
Right, this is a continuation from last month, or which Kim went in and cleaned up some of those surplus lines on some of the pay lines and things and moved it. So we're moving it back over to cover overtime. Yeah, sheriff overtime, some printing, rentals, housing. Yeah, most of it's going to housing because we got so many of our inmates outside the county right now.
Sheriff, what is the count on that?
Out of the county?
Yeah.
I have a fluctuation on that.
22.
22.
Sheriff, I appreciate you looking in your budget. We always ask the office holders to do that, to try to find it within their budget if they can, to kind of offset some of these costs. I appreciate you diligently working on that to get that accomplished. With that, to make a motion to approve as presented.
Is that a second? Mr. Vaughn? I'm sorry, didn't quite hear you.
Sorry.
Moved by Mr. Emery, seconded by Mr. Vaughn to approve the sheriff and jail transfers as presented. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Up next is
Thank you, counsel.
Prosecutor. They also,
Corner's next.
oh, coroner. Thank you. For some office supply transfers or operating supplies.
Good evening. The remaining salary that I want to transfer over is not being used. It's not going to be used for the rest of the year. I'd like to move that to operation supplies to buy body bags and syringes and the things of those sorts that we need. It's an unused portion of money.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Emery, seconded by Mr. Gale. Any other discussions, questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Up next is the prosecutor this time.
Good evening, Council. Andrew Hanna, Chief Deputy Prosecutor. We have a couple transfers to both our operating supplies, which includes the main issue here is the gasoline and fuel for our various investigator vehicles, and to finish out paying for our rentals for the remainder of the year. The felony trial deputy 3 that's receiving funds, that's not an increase at all to the salary. What happened there was earlier in the year when we transferred 2 employees from non-exempt to exempt employees, we had to pay out their comp time at a rate prescribed by the county. We had that open in that 13502 line item, so we paid it all out of there. But that, at the auditor's advice, that's going to come up short because we hired the prosecutor that's in that position for the remainder of the year. So we needed to move some extra funds there, but that, again, is not an increase. That is the $50,000 salary as prescribed.
Make a motion approved.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Gale, seconded by Mrs. Likens. Any other questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Next is county engineer, or planning, sorry. I'll speak for Mr. Strange. In planning, it's a $400 for supplies, office supplies, $400 from other supplies to office supplies.
Make a motion to approve.
Moved by Mr. Gale, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Any other questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. County engineer.
Yes.
Why, Jessica, you
Jess is out of town.
Yeah, you look a little different, man.
Yeah, this is Tad. The transfer for the highways, probably, it's gonna turn into new money. We turned in another transfer later, because the transfer, we didn't have enough money when we looked in there for the, out of salt and sand. So the 2 we got's actually just gonna be new money out of unappropriated money.
So you're gonna pull this transfer?
Yeah.
You're pulling the transfer?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
So you don't need, okay.
And then we have new money request
Yep.
back later in our
Yep.
agenda.
Okay, so you're not doing it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, the assessor's office. Some office supplies to office and machinery. I believe that was for 2 tablets. If nobody's here to speak on Mr. Davis's behalf,
I'll make a motion
present
to
that.
approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Gale, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next is Mrs. Mellinger for Health Department.
Good evening, Steph Mellinger, Health Department. Transferring from machinery and equipment to our operating supplies. Outreach Division's been busier this year, so we have an increase in expenses for medical supplies and fuel for the mobile unit. And then also transferring for longevity to an employee who came from us from another department. She's been here for quite a while, so 75 into that line. And then also from other services and charges into the vital records clerk line. When that individual got a pay increase, somehow it didn't make it over, so we're a couple thousand short.
Make a motion approved.
Arnold, second.
Moved by Mr. Vaughn, seconded by Mr. Gale. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
On to new money request from miscellaneous funds. First up is the clerk's office. County elected officials training fund for $4,000 for other services.
Hi, Linda Smith, County Clerk, and I am requesting $4,000 to be appropriated from the Elected Officials Training Fund, and it's for our election individuals that need to go to training in December.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Gale, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Mr. Hunter from the courts and court admin. There's 3 separate requests. Okay to handle them all together?
Good evening, Jim Hunter, Court Administrator. Good to see you. I have 2 items here. In the new money, Court Improvement Fund is a grant, which we receive on a yearly basis for CHINS, Children in Need of Services Mediation. This is the most we've received before because we've been doing a lot of it the last couple of years. So we got $15,000 from them. I'm just asking that you appropriate that. Program that started 3 years ago and it's been very successful at speeding up CHINS cases and getting them to resolution. The second item that I have there is the court interpreter grant. That's actually an emergency grant. We got $5,000 at the beginning of the year. We've had an insane amount of interpreting this year. We've spent over $20,000 on interpreters. We have one trial that over $12,000 was spent. It was multiple defendants and witnesses, and we had to have 2 interpreters here, and it lasted over a week. So the state was kind enough to give us $1,500, $1,200 of which is already spent. So those are the 2 grant items that I have. So I'm asking for the approval for those.
Make a motion to approve.
The other item, I can't really speak to it. It's not
Okay.
mine.
We can separate them. These 2 are fine to go together. No objection.
Ben.
Yeah.
Ben first, Cal seconded.
Who did?
First, second.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear the second. I'm sorry. Mr. Gale, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you,
Next
Mr.
is
Hunter.
the Public Defender Rainy
Brian
Day
Williams
Fund.
is here for that other item that they were speaking about, so.
Good evening, Brian Williams, Chief Public Defender. We are asking for an additional $70,000 from the Rainy Day Fund to be allocated toward the account on the capital case, the death penalty case. We have spent approximately $167,000 so far this year, and we anticipate the $70,000 will get us through the end of the year.
What did we have in there beginning?
200, I believe.
Went through that already?
About 167 right now.
Wow.
Make a motion approved.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Emery, seconded by Mr.
Yeah,
Vaughn.
sign that.
Any other discussion, questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you all.
Next up is Prosecutor's Office. Stop Grant Fund request.
Hi,
Hello.
I'm Betsy Baxter, Director of Victim Services in the Prosecutor's Office. These funds were awarded through our STOP grant, which is a portion of our budget for the year. Do you want me to go through line by line?
Nah, unless we have any questions.
No. Make a motion approved.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Vaughn.
That's your magic, Betsy.
Seconded by Mr. Emery. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank
Motion
you.
carries.
Appreciate it.
Now we're back to your local road and streets and highway fund.
I do need these 2 though. So it's gonna come out of the highway fund, unappropriated cash, so it's not coming out of general fund. And the first one for the 70,000, that's for all the trucks to buy parts to replace and gas and just normal upkeep, getting ready for the winter to get the plows ready and all that stuff, make sure we have enough money. And the other one that's going in 1173 is to hopefully pay all the bills we got left from paving. They're still rolling in. We're done now, but hopefully this is the end of it for us. So that's
So
what.
I had a question. So you said earlier when you said you didn't need that, you were talking about salt. So
Yeah.
did you have the money for the salt then?
Well, when I got to looking, we only had, I got plenty of money for salt. It's full up. We were just going to transfer it and use it. But when I got to looking, we only had 21,000 in there out of the 50. So I'm like, we're not going to transfer that. So
Okay.
I just went to unappropriate and make it easier on everybody.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve Fund 1169 and 1173.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Vaughn, seconded by Mr. Emery. For County Engineer, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Harless.
Uh-huh.
Commissioners, I don't know if Tom is presenting, and we have a presentation from the City of Elwood. Mayor Jones?
Good evening, Council. Todd Jones, Mayor of the City of Elwood. What I have in front of you this evening is a presentation for a new sports complex that would be built directly to the east of the City of Elwood. It is a request that we are asking for the Wind Farm Economic Development Fund in the amount of $502,970. In your packet this evening, there is a resolution that was 2016 BCR-14 that was passed in 2011, where the funds were going to be directed to northern Madison County. In addition to that, there is also a handout on Wildcat Wind Farms and the benefits that it has in Madison County, and then our project that we are presenting to the County Council this evening with the sports complex that is estimated to put between $8 and $9 million annually in tourism money for Madison County.
Mayor, where's this going to actually, I just could have just opened it. Where's this actually going to be at your state?
It's going to be directly to the east of the football stadium. And there's a rendering of what the project would look like. Not only is it an indoor sports complex that's 50,000 square feet, there is also going to be 4 dual-purpose baseball and softball diamonds as well.
This is from...
This presentation and the architectural design is from KRM. And then in the back, you will see a feasibility study that was done, that was paid by the City of Elwood, from an independent agency that tells you what the impacts would be from having such a facility in our city.
You guys want to say anything? Mr. Sparks, Mr. Ecker, did you want to say anything? I didn't know if you were...
Just, Rob Sparks of Corporation for Economic Development. If you guys got any questions, we've been working with the mayor over several years trying to bring some projects in, and this one seems to be the one that's going to be able to grab the most. We know that some of the funds have been used, appropriated before. We probably would like to readdress that at another point, but at this point, try to get a transfer of at least $500,000 of the account would be helpful at this point to move the project forward. And I'm not sure if Tom's got something to add from the commissioners.
The only thing I want to add is the commissioners unanimously approved this transfer to the new project a couple months ago. So it was a unanimous vote on the commissioner side to support the mayor and this new sports complex.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Vaughn, seconded by Mrs. Keller. Any other discussions, questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Good luck, Mayor.
Thank you, Council. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Next, we've got budget adoptions for East Central Indiana Solid Waste District, Independence Fire, and Madison County that we'll handle individually.
Are we skipping the other new money requests?
Oh, shoot, public hearing. I'm sorry, I'm going off my notes.
Now and then.
Just so excited. Public hearing items, there are requests from the sheriff and the jail, coroner, court administrator, and Madison County Complex. Are there any public comment that would like to be heard regarding any of these specific items?
Can we ask after they've been presented? Because I can't reach the agenda online right now on my way over. I wasn't able to pull it up, so I don't know what we're looking at.
That's because the agenda was never posted online.
Well, I was just saying someone has copies of it, so I just want to see, can we ask questions after they present? There were copies when you walked in.
Didn't we have them out there?
Yeah, they were out.
Yeah, but this is the issue that I've been talking about for a year, that you ask for public comment before the presentation by the department head, and when it's not online, there's not enough copies here. How is the public supposed to come and ask a question when they have no idea what's going to be presented?
Yeah, I mean, some of us do, we like to talk about, but we want to hear what's being.
What specific,
Well, I mean, like the correction officer pay, MCCC, things like that, we want to hear what.
Well, that's in the that's in the budget.
Talking about budget, or are you talking about?
So, yes, I mean, we don't really know exactly.
Right now, we're not on the budget yet.
Right,
This is
so-
just things that are new money requests to departments for us. Right now, that's what this is.
Why isn't it agenda posted?
I don't know why it wasn't posted.
I don't know, but let's just to keep it, we got a long meeting.
Okay, that's, well, so then would I be able to speak after they speak? Could we ask the
Yeah,
public
can we
hearing?
do that?
Mr. Sheriff, would you like to present?
Thank you.
Nobody.
Council, John Beam, Sheriff's Department. This is new money requested to cover shortages we have in our operating line, and on the sheriff's side and on the jail side will be for the housing. The other 60,000 that we transferred will not be enough to cover, so that's why we had to ask for additional monies, both on the sheriff's side and the jail side.
Hold on, what is it? Sorry.
51,000 in operating supplies and $44,081.28 for other services and charges, and 39,000 for rentals.
The 51,000 is for fuel. And then the other, the $4,481.28 is actually a reimbursement or a flow through for a VOCA grant that they've already, it's a reimbursement back to for our Victims Advocates Conference. It's a reimbursement because the department's already paid for that.
Make a motion to approve.
I second it.
Any other further discussion, questions?
I just want to say that I commend you guys because you've done a really good job this year of, going through that budget and really fine tuning it. And, here we are in October and this is the first time you've asked for new money. So appreciate that.
Also appreciate Kim's work. Kim's worked several budgets. I've talked to her and appreciate what you've done, Kim. I know it's not easy. You've redone things several times, and I appreciate what you've done.
Was it last month?
We were 9,000. Yeah.
Okay, so
There's a motion on the table.
is this where we
Any
can
discussion?
let the public ask
Does anybody
their
have a
questions?
question or comment about this specific comment or request? Okay, we'll go forward with the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion
Thank you.
carries. Thank you. Coroner, $175,000 in new money request for professional services.
Good evening. As you see, $175,000 is what I'm hoping to get me through the end of the year and also cover previous bills that are still occurring in the office. I believe that we'll be able to make it through the end of the year with this money and pay off all outstanding debt.
Do you happen to have a rough estimate of?
$49,900.
Is that from old past due?
Yes.
Bills? Okay.
That's what's remaining. We paid $50,000 at the last meeting.
Adam, I spoke to you. You're also doing some things to get prepared to save money for next year and stocking up, and I think you probably already went through that. There's so much going on that.
Yes, sir.
That we spoke about that. You're pretty confident this amount, I know you got to catch some bills up, this amount is going to get you through the end of the year, and you've done some averages and took some precautions.
The average is around $30,000 a month, 30 to 35, sometimes a little less. Last month was $28,000. So
would you also
it's a prediction, but I believe 175 could get me through the end of the year, and whatever's left over, obviously, you get back.
Would you explain the process you did with the autopsies and kind of the different amounts that you found out
Our previous pathologist raised rates October 1st from $1,550 per autopsy to $2,200. I've since hired a new pathologist firm for $1,750 per autopsy.
Thank you for doing
So
that.
it's still an increase, but not as much of an increase.
Yes, ma'am.
So we will still be paying more per autopsy.
Per autopsy, correct. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
I still have a question. So,
Sure.
right before you were caucused in, we appropriated $160,000. I believe that was also for professional services.
I believe it was 100,000. I don't have it in front of me what it was. I believe it was 100,000
It was 100?
in August.
Okay. Okay. I was wrong on the number. Excuse me. So now in the budget, and I know we're not on the budget, but I think it's relevant. We're looking at around $240,000 for you next year. So 100 plus 175, that's $275,000.
Yes, ma'am.
And so, do you think that the $240,000 is enough for next year?
If we stay on the average of what we've done over the past 5 years, yes.
Okay.
With the new rates, yes. But again, if those numbers go awry due to increased deaths, I don't know.
Okay.
But if we stay on average, the 5-year average is 125.2 autopsies a year. If we stay on average for that, it'll come out about 218, and then we have transportation on top of that. So transportation costs roughly $3,000 a month. It just depends. Last month was a little less, but it's a guess.
Because your transports are less. Thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
transports were down last month, but deaths were down, so.
So it would make sense that they would also be down.
Correct, but
They're
I
gonna
can't,
correlate.
it's a guesstimate every month, and I take the average,
Okay.
so. Is the best that I was able to do thus far is take the average of the past 5 years and come together with what it is, and then factor in the new price for our autopsies, which, I mean, that was an increase that was unexpected in mid-year.
But you are confident that the 175 should get you through the end of the year?
If we stay on pace with current, for this year, yes.
All right.
Any other questions or comments? Any public comment?
Yes, I have a question. So you said there's an average of 28,000 is what you spend a month?
Yeah, you need
to.
Okay, I don't mind.
It's a, did you sign, please sign in, and it's a public comment, not an
I am a
interrogation.
county resident, and
Right.
I've rented a home in LaPel.
If you'd asked me that, I would have told you that. My name is Amy Crosby. I have a question about just doing numbers. He said you mentioned the budget is $240,000 for his proposal next year. I'm not asking about that. I'm asking what he just said. If it is $240,000, if you do $28,000 an average per month, that's $336,000 a year. So I'm wondering how that works when we're looking at the numbers, and that the numbers don't add up. The numbers you can always go to the numbers. So I'm just wondering about that. If you're saying he's going to bid 240 or he needs 175, how does that align? And what is that used for? Those are my
Councilman,
questions.
if you mind, I mean.
It's just public comment.
Oh, that's right, we're not doing it, sorry.
Anyone else?
So everybody kind of knows who I am. I'm the former chief deputy of Madison County Coroner's Office. In the past, we have asked for money over and over. And in the past, we would stand up here for, I don't know, sometimes 30, 40, 50 minutes asking for that money. So here we are again, and the coroner's office is clearly asking for more money. I don't disagree. They're going to need more money. At this point, what Dr. Abbott asked for last year and I asked for was roughly the amount that you are now doing. There is no way, I promise everybody in this room, he will make it on $240,000. It's not even possible, even if he buys extra supplies. So I just want to be very clear that everybody now sees what happened in the coroner's office. The money needed to go where the money needed to go. Nobody asked for more than what was needed. Everything, last year we asked for $30,000 to get to the end of the year, and we were told no and to give an exact number. He is up here saying he cannot give an exact number. It's the same thing I said. Everybody in here tonight has said we've got an increase in volume in the health. We've got an increase in volume in the prosecutors. It happens. But I just want to make it clear. You have now given the money that we asked for in the original budget, and you will do it again next year. He will never make it on 240,000.
Thank you. Go ahead with the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Appreciate it.
Court Administrator, Mr. Hunter again. This communication and transportation for mailings, $8,000.
Communication and transportation account is what we're asking for, $8,000. This is the account that we use for postage. As most of you are aware, you're now paying 63 cents for when you mail with a stamp, and we are now paying 57 cents when we mail for the jury. 2 years ago, we were paying 46 cents per mailing. We send 24,000 jury questionnaires a year. Inside the jury questionnaire, which people fill out, there is also a letter which has to be billed at 63 cents to send back to us now. The rates are 57 for bulk mail, which we can send out, 63 cents for our, when it comes back, the questionnaire filled out. So that is the main driver for this. We probably would have run out of money last year, but we did not have to send out one of our jury pools last year because we didn't start trials back up until March of 2022. Our trials were stopped from December until March of 2022. So what we actually have, we've done pretty well considering the increases. We also have more juries right now, so we're paying the extra postal rate, and we did not get an increase in this account last year. We did ask for one. We got the same amount, and at any rate, we need $8,000 to get through the year. We have a bill currently for one of the things that we have to pay for in this year is the first quarter of next year, because we will have to start using those on January 1st, so we have to mail everything out, get the questionnaires back in. So 2 years ago, we paid $7,800 for the mailing. The cost is now $9,200 for the mailing. So, and we are using bulk mail rates for all of our jury mailings. So I can't give you an exact number of where we're going to be at the end of the year, obviously, because but right now we have 52 trials last year. We're at 43 right now, so we're going to exceed what we did a year ago. So,
Mr. Hunter, and I'm assuming that if you had money to transfer in a different line, you would have done so already.
That is
Thank you.
correct.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Motion to
Any other
approve.
questions? It's been moved by Mr. Gale,
Second.
seconded by Mrs. Nord to approve the request. Any other discussion? Any public input? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
MCCC, new money request.
Good evening, Council. I'm Tia Baker. I'm the Assistant Director with Madison County Community Corrections. And I'm here today for a new money request in a total of $96,332. That total is broken down into 3 different line items. The first line item is operating supplies. We're requesting $72,000 in that line. On average, right now, this year, we've been spending around $24,000 a month. And this purchases food to feed the inmates at the complex. It also covers cleaning supplies, laundry, chemicals, paper products, etc. The next line item that we're requesting funds for is repairs and maintenance. We're requesting $2,000 there. We've expended our budget in that line item as well. We're spending on average $660 per month. That pays for vermin pest control, fire safety checks with Elwood Fire, and our copier maintenance agreement. And lastly, in utility line item, we were requesting $22,332. On average, we're spending around $7,444 a month. So the $96,332 will get us through to the end of the year.
I make a motion to approve 9603, 96, well, I guess I can't do that. I gotta do three separate. No, I don't. Let's make a motion to approve.
I second it.
It's been approved by, moved by Mr. Vaughn, seconded by Mrs. Norick. Any other discussion, public comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. What?
I don't know if this is the time when I speak about raises.
No, this is
No, this is the budget.
budget request.
Yeah.
No other comment. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion
Thank you,
carries.
Mr.
Thank you.
Next, we have budget adoption for three municipal entities. First, the East Central Indiana Solid Waste District.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
That's been moved by Mr. Gale, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Independence Fire.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Independence Fire has been moved by Mr. Gale, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next is the Madison County budget. And the budget that is presented, I'm going to read just some budget notes about that. The original budget submissions from the departments totaled just under $46 million, or 10% above the 23 budgeted amounts. With an overall budget increase from last year, our target was to be at or below the $43.5 million, which would be a $2 million increase, or about 5% over last year. Without a raise for our county employees last year, we targeted 5% raise for employees in 2024. Some departments were able to permanently reduce headcount or allow for additional salary adjustments and expenditures. We attempted to support all departments in their quest to adjust wages to address outside competitive markets and disparities. Overall, 13 departments submitted budgets under the 5% growth quotient, which helped to cover other areas of need throughout our county. We looked at year-over-year operational lines to adjust for trends unless specific needs were pointed out during our budget workshop. Most of the submitted budgets needed little or no adjustments to operational funds to make the budget work. Elected officials and department heads were very helpful in understanding that not every request was able to be made within this budget cycle, and that sometimes it takes years to make necessary adjustments. We met with and consulted some of the larger monetary requested departments to collectively work towards a feasible budget. Public safety by far was the largest benefactor of overall increases in the sheriff, jail, MCCC, and prosecutor's office. There was an accounting change to budget for unfunded appropriations that drove half the increase in the commissioner's budget, but that doesn't have actual cash flow impact. It's an accounting measure only. To make the budget balance and offset the commissioner's accounting, we shifted $350,000 of food from the jail general fund to public safety that was freed up from the retirement debt that was omitted last month. the uncommitted portion of that debt still allows us to rebuild the public safety balance and hold monies for use in unexpected public safety items, direct to the jail project, and/or hold for bond payment calculations that will be upcoming later next year. I believe this is an equitable and reasonable budget that addresses the most pressing needs across our county while also preserving a buffer for near future unknowns and expanded services in coming years should our economy not shrink. The budget we presented was right at $43.5 million. A lot of departments, I mean, every year it's gotten better. I think the courts was one good example where they collectively worked together, presented one solid budget, and we presented that as is. There were other departments, clerks being one, that gave money back to general fund while eliminating positions. That's just a few examples of, I think, good stewardship within our county. Public safety is, and it's not a burden, but it is demanding more of our resources. And as the pie chart, I mean, it's over half is jail, sheriff, correctional facility, public defenders, prosecutors. It's getting close to 60% of our budget, and that's unfortunately where, you know, the majority of our monies are going to be spent.
Mr. President, make a motion to approve.
Second.
There's the motion to approve the budget as presented by Mr. Emery, seconded by Mr. Gale.
So I have
Any
some
other comment or
discussion.
question?
We have lots
There
of discussion.
is-
So I also presented a
there is
budget that,
another, yeah.
yes, I also presented a budget that is, I looked over your budget that you, I'm not sure who all worked on that one. I did not. I did look over that budget, and I'm just going to say a couple things first and foremost. I recently saw a study called Prosperity Indiana, and it talks about the salary that it takes for an every individual in Madison County to be able to afford housing here and not spend more than 30% of their income on housing. Now, we sitting here at this council, we all do not have that issue when it comes to finances, okay? But looking at our budget and looking at some of our really low paid people within our community or in our county, there's a lot of people that are way below that threshold. That threshold is around $34,000, which still is not a lot of money, but that's the threshold at $16.50 an hour. So when I went through the budget that you guys proposed initially, that you're talking about here, I went through that and I tried to get everybody that was below that $34,000 threshold, first of all, up to the $34,000 threshold. There's still a few departments that I have some places that we need to do some work on, but at the end of the day, because I can't get everybody up to where we'd like to have them at, you have to bring that measure down a little bit. So that's something that we still have to work on. But in the budget that I presented, I got the majority of people up to $34,000, and then of course incremented up towards, you know, up from that point for other departments that were already at that point. That was one thing that was very discouraging when I saw the budget that was proposed on Friday. Another thing that I'm confused about, honestly, is I'm looking at the public safety budget, and I guess I'm really confused about the retirement and why we're appropriating $1.4 million. And if Rick could give me some insight on that, because I thought that was going to be lowered when we funded the police or sheriff
I
pension.
did check with Rick on that, and thank you for the question. We left it in there as is. We know we're going to have a payment of 400 and some thousand. We don't know the exact amount. It's okay to leave it in there. We were not going to pay more than the payment that's due. We're not running over the budget. It just did not get adjusted down. That's all. We still have money, and we meet the threshold of income coming in.
Well, I understand that. That's $1 million threshold, which is quite a bit. And it would be nice to be able to utilize something else within the public safety fund instead of the police pension fund, because I thought that was the whole idea of loosening some of that money up.
The idea was but we also have a lot of unknowns next year. With the jail being built, we may have duals, depending on what happens and when we transition to the jail. We're going to have to save money for dual staffs in the jail. We really want to get our public safety built back up, and by not using that, I think it's a prudent way to build that fund. It's still available for public safety. We don't know what's going to happen with the economy next year. It's still available. It can be expanded next year. I think our conversations with Sheriff and others in public safety, we'd like to hold on to it, because if we commit it, it's like a debt. I mean, if we push it all towards salaries and have a little bit of a downturn, we don't have room to move or adjust things for unknowns next year.
We also have unknowns with the dispatch center that could help
Dispatch
cover as
center,
well.
yeah.
So it's money that will likely have to be spent, but at least for now it's reserved until we know what some of those things are.
And it's reserved in public safety. That was the intent. So it's not the general fund specific for general or public safety.
Okay, so a couple other concerns that I had. I am a strong advocate that we need to have our jail and we need to have MCCC on equal playing fields. They need to be, the sheriff had talked about putting them at $22 an hour. I don't think that's an astronomical amount of salary for them. I did put back in the matrix for the jail and MCCC. That puts at least us on an even playing field with Pendleton. $22 an hour. I've toured the jail recently. I've toured MCCC, and I'm telling you right now, guys, I would not want to work there. Okay, and $22 an hour. They need to be paid $22 an hour. We can do it. I did it in the budget. It's in the thing with the matrix. The matrix just allows us to be able to take out the longevity. It's put into the matrix. It pretty much zeroes out that line.
But it doesn't eliminate it. It gets absorbed.
It gets absorbed into the matrix, but I was able to do that, and I think that's very important that we do that. Or I think that we're going to have. I'm concerned about the kind of employees that we're going to retain in that position. And you all got an email just last week of an incident that happened at our jail, and they need to be paid that. That is not. I'm just a strong advocate that this needs to be done. And I don't see how we can reduce that.
Well, it's not a reduction. They actually, the jail got, what, 10%?
They're up to $20 an hour, and in your new budget, you put them at 21.
Yeah.
But you didn't put MCCC at the same amount.
It lags behind, but the sheriff budget was almost $1 million above of the $2 million request.
Well.
And MCCC was another 600 or 700,000.
I actually reduced I believe it's the sheriff's budget somewhat, about a couple, I can't remember how much I reduced it in the new budget that I just proposed on Friday, with putting the jail back into the matrix and putting MCCC on the same salary as what the jail's at. I still am at the same budget line that you guys are at as far as the budget goes. I was able to get people up to $34,000 at least. And like I said, there's many departments that are greater than that. Some of the things that I did differently than what you did. For one, the commissioner's budget. I know that a year ago, before this last year, we had appropriated $4 million into the insurance fund. I am a little frustrated that, this last year we appropriated $5.4 million. And just last month, the commissioner came and transferred money out of that insurance line item to pay for other things. If money's going to be appropriated into the insurance line item, it needs to stay in the insurance. And we need to be building that fund up. Being self-insured, we need to build the insurance fund up. And utilizing that as a slush fund to pay for other things that come up is not the way to do it. I would really like to see a resolution of some sort that whatever money is appropriated into that line item stays within the insurance budget. And at the end of the year, whatever's left in that fund that they transfer that in, I think they transfer $450,000 a month into that insurance fund where they pay claims. At the end of the year, if there's money left over in that fund, then that money should go into the Madison County Reserve Insurance Fund.
Does it not do that? It already does that.
I understand that, Rob, but last month they used some of that money to pay for other things. And it should only be utilized for the insurance. We need to build it up. And my thought process is, I reduced that down to $5 million. I know our claims are a little bit lower this year than the last year, and you never know what's going to happen from year to year. Yeah. But I believe that any money that comes back to the general fund, I know last year we had $2 million that came back to the general fund. And I don't think it's going to be that this year, but I think that we'll definitely have $400,000 that we could put
instead of in the rainy day, let's put it into that insurance fund and start building that up. Likewise, I know the courts, the clerk, gotta think here. I know the auditor did at least one, and I know the juvenile center reduced employees, and that's saving us money on the insurance line end, and that was almost $400,000 just alone, and that's averaging $25,000 for each employee. So I think that's doable. And at the end of the day, if we have a problem, like I said, I think we need to take that reserve and put it in there so that we can pull and draw from that. Another thing I've got an issue with, the call center, the 911 call center. I've talked extensively with Jenny, and I will tell you, I'm a very big advocate of our call center. It is a nucleus of Madison County, and it's what keeps our police and our fire protected every day. It keeps our citizens protected, and it is a crucial part of our public safety. There has been an issue with that call center and the funding in that call center for over 3 years, and it still has not been resolved. And you know, the reality of it is the statute changed, and you can't force the other municipalities to pay. And to say, okay, well, we're going to be short $400,000 next year, so now we have to up that money. Well, what are you going to do when nobody wants to pay? Are we just going to keep funding it? I mean, these are things that should have been addressed 2 years ago, 3 years ago. You know, 2 years ago, you guys all talked about a public safety tax, but there was absolutely no discussion whatsoever on that public safety tax about maybe we need to look at what we're going to do with our call center.
Oh, yes, there was.
Well, you know what? Then
There was, and that's also another branch of government that has been actively working on renewing contracts, sorting through and negotiating all of that. That's not what the county council does. We decide what we can fund. And just to be clear, if everyone else stopped paying, I don't believe we have to continue to offer the service to everyone else. So those municipalities would have to find. No, I did check into that. So it would be much more costly for all of those other townships and cities to create their own dispatch centers. So we, unfortunately, at this point, have to continue to allow the commissioners to work through the process of working with the leaders of those other municipalities.
well, I'm just going to say that it might be in their budget, that line item is, but we're expected to fund it. So it should be also part of our concern is how that's going to be
Well,
funded.
it is, and that's why we're setting aside in public safety for unknown.
I'm past that, Rob, on the public safety. I understand why you're doing that, and I'm okay with that.
And
But
you
I'm
wanted
telling
to-
you.
You wanted to cut it in your budget. You cut it by $200,000.
I cut what by $200,000?
The dispatch.
I did cut it
You
by
also cut
$200,000. And the reason I did that,
healthcare
Rob,
from 5.4 to 5 million.
and I did it again, and I
And
just
if
explained to
and
you
you're
why.
talking about saving that money.
I just explained to you why I cut the health care. I just explained that.
To pay for
No.
sheriff salaries, jail salaries?
No, not just jail salaries and sheriff salaries. I went through the budget and I made sure that everyone, as much as possible, there's very few that are below the $34,000 threshold. And it's important that we get them there. They can't, I mean, you're talking about doing a 5% increase on a $33,000 income, and that's about a $1,200 increase for a year. That is ridiculous. That is insulting. I would be so frustrated if I was an employee making that,
Part of the
that's
health
not
or
important.
the,
And not only that, Rob, looking at your budget, there were several line items of places where they got a 20% increase. One employee here got a 20% increase. This employee here gets another 20%. Why? Why are we doing that?
Well, I think you said on the, I mean, mid-year, those there were some raises that went through mid-year that were upwards of 20% that you
Because they
allowed.
were so low, Rob. That's why they were there. But at the end of the
And
day,
that's
then
why
on
we-
top of that, you went and gave another 5% increase to almost everybody that got a salary increase. And I don't think that that was necessarily a good move. The whole point
Not
of
in
doing
all
the
cases.
salary increases
Yeah.
during the middle of the year was to encourage department heads to get a hard look at their budgets and to start really budgeting what they really need.
But we asked that, we asked through that process, are these raises going to be considered for, and we never got an answer. Nobody from the council ever, I mean, we
You
didn't
asked me
vote.
what I thought about that, and I told you what I thought about that.
You, one person, yes.
Did you
but
ask
we
each
never set a
individual
policy. I never really got much of a response as a collective putting the budget together. We never talked about it during our workshop.
I think we have to also remember two things. One, we can't fix every issue in this one cycle, one budget cycle, because there's just simply not enough money to do that. But two, we're dealing with an employee group that for 10 years or more hardly saw a raise at all. And there are so many positions in county government that are so underfunded, so underpaid. We're lucky people are filling those positions. So some of these larger increases were done to try to fix years worth of underpayment, years worth of lack of raises that should have gotten that person up to a fair and equitable wage for the year 2023. But because the finances wouldn't allow the council to do that, or the councils in the past chose other avenues, we now, over the last few years, have been stuck with trying to figure out ways to remedy, a decade-long problem or more. And so I think in this budget, we've been able to do that in a lot of cases. At the same time, being able to at least do a 5% increase in many positions, even if we couldn't completely correct that issue or that pay this budget cycle, we're getting a whole lot closer. And we're at least able, because of prudent budgeting over the last few years and good decisions that have been made, our county government's in a financial position now to where we can actually start working on fixing the problem. I wish we could fix it all in one budget cycle, but that's just not reality. But we should really be honest and transparent that this is, and for a lot of the county employees that have been around for a while, this is a very significant improvement in compensation for county employees compared to what they've seen over the last decade or so. I mean, I think the largest pay increase was 3% a couple years back. Prior to that, there was a 1% pay increase. And I believe that's it for 10 years. So a 5% may not be quite enough, but it's a whole lot better than nothing, and it's a whole lot better than 1%. And we're at least moving in the right direction.
Well, and I think that's easy to say if you're not making $33,000 a year.
Amen.
Right.
Amen. I'd like to, you guys are going to hate me for this. Point of order. Mr. Kowalski, answer. You guys are violating the open door law, getting ready to. You have to do every budget cut and go over it in public. You have to. And I've been advised by state, Attorney Rokita's office, on down to several county attorneys, and you have to do public cuts. You guys propose a budget at workshops. You advertised it. And you have to do by law, hold on, Councilmember, because this is not just me. This is very professional.
You're asking the wrong question of these folks. Councilman
I'm
Bond.
asking.
You're asking about budget cuts. This is not budget cuts. We're creating a budget. Two totally different things.
No,
And I'm sure our attorney can speak to that.
No, you presented, hold on, I want to finish, please. You presented the budget at workshops. You advertised it.
Budget request.
Budget request, whatever. We had workshops. We heard.
There's a difference.
And we've gone over this before, Councilman Vaughn, and it's been clarified before. And what you're alleging is completely inaccurate. And I think that maybe this would be an appropriate time, if the council president would like, for our attorney to address it.
Yes, I really would. Because my understanding is.
The microphone works. Perfect. I'm not sure if I followed the question fully. I am completely unaware of how the council could violate open door law during an open meeting. So I don't think you're in any violation. You're in an open meeting. You're following the rules right now. The budget last month when we were here was introduced and proposed. So that's the budget that was formulated under 36.246-ish, right around there. The auditor prepared it. It was introduced. There was a public hearing. That was all done according to statute. This is the second reading. According to law, you have to have two readings. This is the second reading of it. There's been no budget cuts made.
Yes, they revised it twice. It has been cut from what was advertised at the last meeting.
That's what I mean. It's coming along. How's there not budget cuts?
Because there wasn't a budget yet. And we've explained this to you. It's not a budget until we pass a budget.
You have to do all the budget cuts, what you advertise in public, what you're cutting down to. I don't understand. I've heard it from several state officials, AIC directors. I don't understand, and I watch it online, what other counties have done. I don't understand why we're so different. If you present a budget, you advertise at the workshop, you present that, they go behind closed doors. Ken reported on that a year ago, our newspaper guy.
Your budget wasn't presented until last month when it was introduced. Budget workshops are not the presentation of the budget. That's the formulation. That's the process you go through to start to formulate it. It was introduced last month. There was a public hearing as required by statute last month. If there have been suggested changes, like Councilor Nordic has suggested changes, those would have to be amended. You have to amend the current budget. There have to be a motion and a vote to amend that budget, and that would amend the budget. But you had an introduction last month. What is currently in front of the council right now is the same budget.
No, it's not. They've changed it twice. It's not the same budget.
It is.
No, it is not. It is different because it's a couple $1 million less than what the original budget was a month ago.
Yeah, I don't have that, and
There have been cuts made. And I'm going to say there were suggestions made. There were suggestions made to lower the amount that was advertised at the last meeting. So that to me is considered a cut. And in order for us to make those changes within that budget that was advertised a month ago, we should have to do that in the public.
And that's what I'm proposing.
Well, I don't think you can do it as a whole lump sum. You need to go through and show where you've made those budget cuts or those changes.
It's as presented. So.
It's not as presented.
Yes, it is.
No, you presented a budget last meeting. Since then, I have received 2 emails changing that with no explanation of what you did. I had to put them up on my screen side by side and go by line item to see what you changed.
What's the difference between what Mrs. Norton presented?
I need to go over that. If we're even looking at it, we need to discuss it. You just presented this new budget that you've changed twice, and you're trying to pass it off as the same budget that you presented last meeting, and that is a violation of open door law.
Who all
worked on this?
I am.
Because it was not me. Who made these changes?
Mr. Gale and I worked with
all got elected the same.
That's exactly
And everybody, the council president did ask everybody to submit their input to the auditor's office. And very few people did that. Any input that was presented was looked into and seen if it would fit.
With all due respect, Councilman Gale, this is the county budget. The auditor's done when he publishes the budget and he sets dates to advertise the budget. This is 7 members of the council. This is the reason why several other counties, I don't understand this. Whether I'm right along on the law, because I'm not a lawyer, why is other counties do it and they stream it online, which thank God they're doing part of the law on 25, you got to stream it. Why is it they do budget cuts in several other counties? Here's Madison County, we do, and we wonder why we don't get ahead of anything. The public should know it's their tax money.
There's absolutely no discussion on this council whatsoever about this budget.
You go to
it was
the
all done
auditor, and
behind
that's not
doors.
the job of the
And you know,
auditor.
I emailed you my suggestions, but I would have loved some feedback from you guys, anybody, as far as, you know, this isn't going to work and here's why, or why did you do this or that. There was absolutely no feedback. Instead, 3 members went and met with the auditor, did your own little budget, and this is what you're presenting tonight.
Yes.
And I'm not in favor of that budget. And I think there needs to be some public comment, and I think the employees deserve a right to know what you're proposing.
Yeah.
And if that takes all night, I'm okay with that.
What's the difference with you working with other council members?
I didn't work with any other council members, Rob.
No, 0.
None. I did it on my own.
You met with Mikkel and other...
After I got done, I emailed it to Mikkel. I emailed it to every one of you guys. Yeah. Mikkel asked me a couple questions about it. Bethany asked me a couple questions about it. You called me today. I talked to you. There was no discussion about it, but I told you exactly in my budget why I changed the things that I did. And I am willing to sit down now and go over every person's budget in here as what I was proposing and why I proposed what I did. Because it needs to be public.
I, for one, didn't go over your budget, I'll be honest, because I got at least 8 phone calls from nearly panicked department heads or elected officials saying that what you did, they had concerns with the way you approached it, and they had serious concerns with whether their departments would even be able to function with some of the cuts that you put into some of theirs. So in my view, it wasn't, there was already so many concerns that I didn't feel that I needed to spend time doing that.
I find that amusing because I did talk to numerous departments, and I was hopeful that they would be very honest with me about their line items and the things that we discussed.
Well,
and there were some departments.
Concerns.
Okay.
Jody, I looked over both of yours line by line, and I did contact the auditor's office because I knew that we couldn't put, in your original, you had moved the 1.2
To the
from the
public safety.
commissioners to public safety.
And I moved it back.
And
I left
knew
it back.
today, yes, today I received, so the last budget I received from you, you had the 1.2 million. And I went in, talked to Rick, talked to Todd. Is this even possible? No, it's not possible with the cash flow, everything, the bond, not gonna work. I didn't receive your other ideas until 11:30 today.
Well, you should have got it last night because I just received the budget that you guys
11:30
did on Friday. So I had to go through everything that you guys proposed, compare it to what I was proposing, go through it and work through it. And I did that until 11 o'clock last night, and I re-emailed it today, or last night at 11 o'clock to all the council members to relook at it. Because I brought back the call center, the 911 call center, back into the general budget. I made several cuts in the sheriff's budget again, talked with them today to see if they could work it. They said we can make that work. And I did that in order to be able to get the jail up to the $22 and MCCC up to $22.
And we do have, I know that you couldn't get everybody to the salary that you wanted.
None of them are to the salary I want.
Well, none exactly. But not everyone is to the salary that you want. Not everyone is to the salary that I want. But there are discrepancies because you did give some raises to people who did receive raises.
I did do that.
During the
I did
year,
do that,
and they
Diana.
would have gotten more. Yes,
I did.
No, please. You were, with all due respect.
It's okay.
Please. With all due respect, you made it sound as if you didn't, and some of us who worked on it did give raises more than the 5%, but you did give an individual a raise, a couple actually, who did get one during the year. And I know that you know that, but for full transparency, I just wanted to mention that.
And that's why I want to go over the budgets now, as well as the reason I did that, Diana, is because after receiving your guys' budget on Friday, I realized that you had given, some people didn't even get a 5% increase. Mr. Kidder got a $300, I think, increase was all he got on his budget.
Actually, Mr. Kidder said that he was wanting his money to go down to his staff, and when we met with him, that's what he told us. So some people we listened to them, gave the raise or the 5% or what they asked for. Some people based it on merit.
And I think that's important too, because we didn't try to micromanage, all the department heads. We really, I spoke with several, I didn't speak with everybody, I spoke with several that I had questions about their budgets, and many of them, hey, what about this? This person didn't know. I'll tell you what I've done is I've taken duties away, or I've done this or this. We've agreed on it, it's fine. So personally, I feel like the department head should be able to manage his or her budget according, and if they didn't request a raise for themselves, didn't want one, then why should we change that for themselves? That was just my opinion.
Well, that might be the case of Mr. Kidder.
On a couple, yes.
Because there was a few other places
talk
that
with
didn't
him
get
a
a
few
5%
times.
increase as well.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Councilman Steele, I'd like to talk whenever
Go
they're
ahead,
done.
please.
I don't want to overrun them. Just give me a chance to speak when they're done.
Go
Are you
ahead.
guys done? I just didn't want to interrupt you. This is the third year I've been on this council. I've said before I even start that, how many people, I get an email from the auditor that it's supposed to be sent. So how many people met with the council members, did this budget? I know Jody worked on it. I asked her a few questions. How many members did this other proposed budget of this one?
It was Mr. Gale.
Councilman
and I,
Gale, Steele,
And
and you met with the auditor.
Mhm.
How many meetings took place?
There were a bunch of meetings that we collectively took some action items, see what you get with this department, you get with that, let's feed it back. What can they live with?
But I didn't get anything. Because I'm
Well,
willing to work with,
I think
if
I sent emails to everybody and said, that constitutes a meeting. Mrs. Norick sending out her proposed budget, I don't know if that falls under open door, asking for comment herself.
I did not ask for comment when I sent it.
You just said you wanted feedback. That's why you didn't get
It
feedback.
would have been nice to get some feedback from the
Yeah.
president of the council
Mhm.
as to what I had presented and why it did or did not work. I'm not talking about feedback from every other councilman.
Okay, well, this the same way it's been done the last 2 years. Now, this is the third year. Public has no idea. Now, I have a lot of due respect for Mr. Kowalski. He's a great attorney. But we're going to disagree.
I haven't answered your question.
Oh, well, anyway, here's the thing. We've been falling back behind on raises. I've got a list last year, I didn't bring it with me, of 1% raises. Councilman Emery, you were on here. 1% raises in this and that, and not very good raises. How can you explain to the employees and the taxpayers of this county, you got $10.5 million in the rainy day fund, $21 million ARPA. I don't want to explain anything. I'm just saying to the people that this perception, where we're giving, we can't, also, Councilman Emery, every 2 years you do the state budget, right? They come up with your formula budget raise, right? Every 2 years. So they just got a healthy raise. Now we're going to fall $1 short in the way you guys want to do it. We have a national trend of people work from home, which they can't do to jail staff. Number two, people want to go to 4 days a work week. So we're competing with a lot of things with the type of work they're doing inside the jail with mental patients. It's just not criminal anymore. We're the worst dangerous job in the county. And you're saying they're not worth the dollar? This young lady, I don't want to call her out, but that lady's got heart. She could have quit. What you guys pay her. What appreciation are we showing them? Then you're going to give some raises in the auditor's office. Some of those people are making more in the assessor's office that's a level 2. And there's no certification needed over there. It's just ain't fair. This ain't right. This is why we need to get to serious meetings. In Carroll County, they met 3 days in a row. That way we each appointed a budget. Hey, maybe we should do this, maybe we should do this. Get third year. You guys met with the auditor. He did his job. He presented the budget. He advertised the meeting. Now, I've been told by several officials, I'm going to say this, shut up. If this passes tonight, I file an injunction with the circuit court and get an injunction on it. And I promise you, I got attorneys waiting, and they're watching. You better know the law, because we do.
Mikhail, did you submit any ideas?
There's no communication. This is the point I'm trying to get across. I don't
I
understand
during
how.
our workshop, I encourage.
Point of order.
I'm saying is, I don't, here's Madison County. We do this stuff same every year. We do the same stuff. You can see it. Some people don't even care. You want to have a workshop meeting. And then you want to go with the auditor work on the budget. You should be working with the council and having it to the public where your taxpayers and employees know what's going on. You made cuts to the budget, and I guess, I don't understand how you're saying you got money up there now. If we never catch up the jail staff and the MCC and put in matrix and honor the people that's been here for a while, we don't have too many employees left that's been there. They all jumped ship. And I'm telling you, you guys pass this tonight, you're going to be answered why people are leaving this county. You got some people, you had raises last year in there. It's not fair. It's not fair. Now, I've been on 2 bargaining committees. So, and I've listened. I've had employees call me. I'm not playing politics with people's money. I want it fair for everyone. I've stated this the last 2 years. It's the same way. And I'm telling you, it's not right. You go work in the jail. Rob, you know you wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I work at a poop plant. I wouldn't make $30 over. I wouldn't go over there. At least get them to competitive wages. We got the state facilities all making 22. You got, now I talked to Sheriff Skinner of Delaware County. He's pushed for 22. Hamilton's 22. Now, if we let this go and you guys pass your budget, 21, and the state is, they do theirs, and here's this bigger gap. And how are we supposed to honor those employees that stay? This lady right here, it's disrespecting her. What she's went through. This ain't right. We had the money. How are we ever going to catch it up? We have a little bit of money now. We need to.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
I would just like to point out, we've heard about rainy day funds from members of this council and the ARPA funds from this council, and we've heard it from office holders and elected officials, that we're sitting on $10 million in a rainy day fund, and they act like it's a crime that we're doing that, that we should be using that for pay raises. I got to tell you, one of the most reckless things this council could ever do is take one-time money and give a pay raise with it. Because guess what?
Right.
Next year, we got to pay for that. The year after, the year after, the year after, we got to pay for that. You cannot use one-time revenues to give pay raises. Not to mention, you saw the graph and chart up here. There was a time where we had, I think, $38,000 or $39,000 in a rainy day fund.
36,000. Yeah.
Even lower.
And 21.
We're supposed to have 20 to 25% of our annual budget in a rainy day fund. I mean, that's the recommendations that we're getting from numerous different organizations and oversight organizations, which is about where we are. We're finally there. It's taken a lot of hard work to get it there. But we cannot look at this money, this one-time revenue money, to give pay raises. It's impossible to do. About nearly 60% of our budget, if you look at the pie up here, in the words of my old friend Fred Reese, the pie don't lie. 60%, 59% of our budget is going towards public safety. That leaves us 40 to 41% for every other agency here. And like then, I got calls. I didn't get it from 8. I probably got it from 5 different departments that were kind of panicked over some of the suggestions that were being made for their budgets, that they would not be able to operate with what was being suggested. There's only $43.5 million, no matter how we dice it up. No matter how we divide that up, you can only do what you can do with the money that you have available. We've taken some pretty big bites at the apple this year with mid-year raises, with some reductions in personnel, and again, the 5% raise coming across the board. I would love to give everybody a 20% raise, but then you have to ask, where does the money come from? This council's not sitting on a big pile of endless money and just being a bunch of mean folks that don't want to give it. I'm as pro-public safety as they get. I've been a policeman now for 31 years. Still a policeman today. And I agree. I've told the jail staff, I've told the folks over at MCCC, I wouldn't want your job. I don't want to go to work over there. And I appreciate that there are people that are stepping up and doing that. We cannot fix this in 1 year. We cannot do it. We were able to give a substantial raise this year to the jail staff. Hopefully next year we can concentrate on MCCC and a few others. But we have to do this in stages. We can't do it all at once. And to get to the point where we're going to take from other departments to where they can't even function, they still have a responsibility to the citizens of this county to provide a service to our taxpayers out here. We have to fund them appropriately so that they can provide those services. Each and every office has a service that they provide. And it would be unfair. It would be immoral for us to cut them to the point where they could not provide those services to the citizens of this county. So again, is this budget perfect? No, it's nowhere near perfect. Is 5% enough for our employees? Absolutely it is not. But we can only do what we can do. There's $43.5 million. We have come up with a fair division of that pot to take care of what we can take care of this year. We prioritized, we looked at it, and again, those folks that got the big piece of the pie this year, then we're going to start looking at the folks that got the smaller pieces next year. But we got to do it year after year and continually be chasing after it. We can't do it all in 1 year. Thank you.
Anthony, I agree with you 100% on a lot of what you said. And I agree that we do need a rainy day fund. It's important. And I'm not looking at saying that we should be utilizing those funds to do salaries, because it is not something that we can sustain. I get that. What I don't understand is when we're doing for people that are making $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year in this community, and I get it, you got degrees and you should get paid more for that. But when you're giving them more than a 5% increase, and then you got somebody down here that's making $32,000 a year and all we're giving them is $5,000, that is not fair. That is not fair to those employees that are making that low of a salary. And that's what your budget did. That is the proposed budget that's before
Well,
you
I mean,
guys. That's what you did.
They were paid that before. We didn't knock them down to that. I mean, that wasn't, really, it was the first I heard that when you proposed that a few weeks ago, that was one of your goals. I mean, we never discussed that as a council through our budget
What are you
hearing.
talking about, Rob?
Getting a minimum salary. That was never a
I know it was
goal.
never a goal necessarily until I started working at it and looking at it and seeing what a 5% increase does for somebody at that
Can we
level.
address that through your personnel committee? I mean, that ought to be something that we formulate through the beginning of the year so that come budget time, that's one of our goals to do. And we build that into the budget up front.
Rob, that is something that I was able to fix.
Jody,
Did you
I
even
take
look at the
exception.
budget I
Yes,
gave
I
you?
did.
Okay.
And I got the calls. I got no fewer than 10 to 12 calls from budget or department heads where you were micromanaging their budget, cutting their budget to pay for others. And that just wasn't going to work.
I don't feel that I was micromanaging, and I was trying to have an educated conversation with department heads about their spending and whether or not they could make it on less than what they're asking for. Because at the end of the day, Rob, if we don't start reallocating some of our funds within the budget, you're never going to make any changes. Your large departments are always going to get the most. Your large paid people are always going to get more than the low paid people. I mean, I'm sorry if I offended department heads. I apologize if I offended them. That was not my goal. My goal was merely to be able to get some of the lower paid people up to where they need to be, to make sure that our public safety was at. But we don't address anything. When are we going to talk about this budget? When were we going to go over this budget that you three proposed?
Yeah.
I mean, tonight all you wanted to really do was say this is what we proposed and let's vote on it. But you're not going to talk about the different departments and what you've done with these departments? Because when I looked at your budget, Rob, it was the average that you did for most of the spending.
For a lot, yes. I mean, yeah, because we've looked at average spending and looking at it for the third year, some of you for 4, 5, 8 years, close to, you do see trends and that you kind of get a feel for what departments, this is your first go through it. I know you spent a lot of time on it, an exceptional amount of time, but I can't say it was perfect. I don't think ours is.
I know it's not perfect.
So let's discuss it and put it together.
I know it's not perfect. I have no idea.
There is no budget that's perfect because the time you pass it, things change.
Well, all I know is that I don't think we took care of the low-paid employees in your budget. I don't think $1,000, $1,200 increase for an employee is, when they're at $30-some thousand, it's just not adequate. And when you got somebody making $70,000, $80,000, and plus they're getting money out of surplus funds, there's a couple departments that have additional funding that they pay some salaries out of.
And I talked to you about raises. And yeah, we talked about that you could take that on as a personnel committee, looking at not department head, but elected officials' pays and the supplemental funds. I know you wanted to address that during the budget cycle, but I think it was a little past due. We talked about that. Go right ahead.
Each year, there's always the question, if we think we're going to have some money to give raises, whether we end up having that or not, the question is still there of, if we're giving raises, is it better to do a percentage across the board, everyone gets the same percentage, or do we look at the jobs and a competitive wage for those different positions? And one thing we've been hearing routinely from a lot of department heads, a lot of our elected officials, is that certain departments are having an extremely difficult time hiring and maintaining employees because they're way, way, way below any kind of competitive market rate. I mean, that's something we've heard from the prosecutor's office. And, if you're paying
IT department,
if you're paying a prosecuting attorney $50,000 a year, that's going to be really hard with a 5% raise to get that to a point where you're going to be able to fill that position or maintain someone in that position. So we have to look at certain positions and focus on getting up to a competitive wage so that they can actually hire people and fill those positions and provide those services. And so that's one thing that in some departments we've been able to do with this proposed budget. But while doing that, also being able to do an across-the-board pay raise for other positions. Again, the vast majority of our employees will make more money in '24 than what they've ever made here, working here with this budget. And yeah, all of them, I believe, unless we had somebody say, no, this position doesn't need a raise, or I don't need a raise, or something like that. Unless we had that, I believe everybody else had some type of a raise factored in. I believe it's very fair, and I believe it's very realistic, and I believe that sometimes it's difficult to be in this position where you do have to say certain positions are going to require a bit more funding for those jobs to be filled and those jobs to be done for the taxpayers. And an across-the-board pay raise doesn't always fix the problems when it's been 10 years or so of wages that have lagged and not been adjusted. So.
You know, I don't know how any of us can sit up here and say, I mean, looking at these hard numbers since Friday and looking at, I have two budgets here proposed. I thought we were going to come here and discuss it today.
We are discussing it right now.
Yeah, but let me tell you, let me tell you, Councilman, let me open up the state of Indiana for you. Carroll County's got a $9.2 million budget. It took them 3 days to hash out their whole budget in the public meetings. You guys want to come in here, do your little meetings back there, and just pass a budget. Now, hold on. I'll give you the. I'm saying is, I see some of these employees got ready. Remember, we cut positions, the auditor's office, some other positions, and then we gave raises, right, in their budget. We all agreed that we did that. But you're saying it's fair, but you're telling these jail people and MCC people that's making $1 under competitive wages around us. You got more people in the auditor's office that don't have no certification. I got more people in the assessor's office has to have certification by state statute. And then I got them jail officers in MCC dealing with mental people, getting crazy. Every day, every time they arrest someone, we don't know what they're arresting. And you're telling me this is fair when there's no dangers in it? Let's go to assessors and any auditors. These people should be front of the line, or we're not going to have them. I mean, these are dangerous every day. So how can you say it's fair? I think you take both taxpayers, you lose.
They have an alternate proposal. That's the problem with the dynamic. All the services that we provide, everybody can make a case for their employees or additional services.
But prioritize public safety.
And
Prioritize the difficulty of the job. What would you rather do, auditor's office or jail?
You know, the auditor's office, I think you need to be careful, Councilman Vaughn, because there are people in the auditor's office doing accounting work, doing things that require a lot of skill, a lot of experience, and they deserve they deserve to be compensated.
Not saying they're not.
Just like any other employee does. And again, we're acting as if people in public safety aren't getting an increase. People in public safety are getting an increase, a more significant increase, especially when you add in some of the mid-year raises that were done as well, than what they've gotten in years. And so, yes, maybe we can't fix it all in 1 year, but we're making headway. And so I think for you to represent it in some other fashion is just inaccurate.
And I think you're putting up smoke screen, Councilman Gale.
No, I don't think so. I think
Councilman Vaughn, I've been sitting and listening to this. What recommendations did you make to find the money to give to them? What cuts did you make from what departments? You want an open meeting? Tell us. What cuts did you make to what departments to come up with money?
Councilwoman Norton.
I'm asking you. You're the one that keeps saying it.
You keep complaining, but you don't offer any solutions.
I'm just saying.
What have you made one recommendation for one cut?
I think I did. No, I didn't this year because Councilwoman Norton. I asked her a few questions. No, I did ask about the. Here's what gets me. Maybe Councilwoman Norton she's a freshman. How much time do you spend on?
I spent a lot, but Mr. Vaughn, I did. Every year I spend a lot. Again, what recommendation have you made?
My recommendation was to keep our employees to put the matrix system in.
Didn't
you agree with that at
Where
first?
does the money, if we could find the money, where's the money come from?
Well, how do you tell, Councilwoman Norrick had it budget right under your budget, guy's budget. Now switch the view, let's communicate, switch the view around. She had it matrix underneath the 43.5.
She did. with other agencies, other departments calling us saying that they couldn't operate on the budget that was presented. So I'm asking you, you keep saying that you want to give the public safety people a raise. Show us where it's at. You come up with it. You're a council member. Come up with it.
But every year it's the same thing. He'll complain and never offers.
Well, give me a little time,
Anthony,
I bet I could.
You've had 2 months. How much more time do you need?
Anthony, the first budget that I sent out,
Emery.
my
Talk
operating expenses
You're
for
right.
the department
Yeah,
was
talk-
greater than anything that you guys pretty much proposed. And when I did do it, the only reason I was able to do that is because I moved the call center into the public safety. I moved it back. And another thing I'm adamantly against is the council does not need a raise, and neither do the commissioners. Our commissioners are part-time employees, and they are making more than most of our full-time employees. And I don't think that's right. We are public servants, and we don't need a raise. And that raise is in your budget for both departments, and I think that is wrong. Matter of fact, I think we probably should take a budget cut on what we make. We probably shouldn't make more than $1,000 a month. Why are we making so much? You know, I'm just saying that we don't need a raise. We don't need an increase from what we're already making. And the original budget that I had proposed, their operating lines were a lot more generous than what they are now in the budget that you've proposed. And so I kept a lot of those operating lines the same from what your budget was. I actually took your budget and put the matrix back in, and the only 2 places that I made severe cuts, and I already told you where those were, was our insurance line item, which I'm not saying we're not going to fund it. We can still fund it with the surplus that we have in this county. And the other place was the $200,000 in the call center, because that contract, that needs to be worked out.
Well, plus you used public safety monies too.
Not anymore, I
Transfer.
didn't.
Did you look
I
at
didn't
the
even
second
touch
one
the
she
public
sent?
safety money.
Yes.
I did
When?
not touch the public safety money. I left
Yes,
your
you
budget
weren't.
the way it was.
She sent it out at 11:30 at night. What do you expect me to do? Wake up?
I'm just saying, how many calls
Come
did you get
on.
today
What time
about
you get
it?
out of
Huh?
bed?
How many
Rob,
calls
you
did
kept
from apartments
saying
today?
that I
Well,
touched the public
she didn't
safety.
send that.
That was the
President
original
Steele.
time. I did not.
Yes.
I took it back out of the public safety. I haven't touched the public safety.
President Steele, I think that obviously there's a lot of opinions and there's going to be varying degrees of thoughts and feelings and about this, but I don't really feel like the conversation right now is going anywhere productive. If people want to make it, there's a motion and a second on the table. If people want to make amendments to that, if we need to discuss with our legal counsel about our process or any of those things, I would encourage us to do that. But I think that we can all have varying degrees of disagreement, but still be productive and respectful in our conversation, and we can still get a budget passed tonight so that we don't revert back to the previous year's budget, because that would be the most devastating thing for our employees possible, and it would create a mess next year for us and for the auditor's office. So, I mean, everyone's had some time to voice their concerns. Can we be productive and either make motions to amend, have some productive questions, and then decide what we're going to do?
Is everybody done making comments? Has everybody got what they say? Because I make a motion to amend that we put the matrix back in MCC in the jail in a roll call vote. If I get a second.
Second.
Roll call vote. I want the matrix back in. I want the matrix back in the jail in MCC to treat them fair.
What are you going to cut out? You got to cut something
Well, that's what I'm
out.
saying. You guys want to do this, and Councilman Gale just made a comment. Let's make a comment. You're going to have another public meeting advertised to fix this thing.
No, you would need to make a motion to amend. If you want to do an increase, you would need to do a decrease to complement that. Otherwise, our budget will be in the red and it won't pass
okay.
through Indianapolis.
Well, I'll withdraw that, and I'll make a motion to pass Councilwoman Norrick's budget because it's under the 4.3.
It is not any longer under.
It's
It is
not?
at 43.5, exactly what the other budget.
The only thing to do is file an injunction. I'll do it myself, and you go back.
Okay.
I'll file. You guys vote, roll call vote, we vote.
Yeah.
It's a joke.
So President Steele, if I could recap where we are legally in the procedure. As I was mentioning before, you had your budget meetings. That budget was introduced. Up until that point, any changes that were made were completely permissible. But last month, we introduced a budget ordinance. And just like any other ordinance, if that ordinance is amended, it has to be done in a public hearing. So to the extent that what I'm hearing is that there have been suggested changes to the ordinance, those are not official. They are not part of the proposed budget right now. The proposed budget, currently as it sits under the law, was what was introduced at the last meeting.
It's not.
It is what's under the law. It's what was introduced at the last meeting. If there are council members that want to make changes to that proposed budget, and it sounds as though at least 2 council members have distributed changes of what they think those budgets should be like, that would have to be done at this public meeting. This is a public meeting. It can be done now. Like any other ordinance, it can be amended on second reading. So that can be amended to either President Steele's budget, proposed budget, or Councilor Norrick's proposed budget, or any other proposed budget. In order to increase any line item, the statute requires that there's a 3/4 majority to increase any line item from the introduced budget. So 3/4 majority doesn't mean 3/4 because you have 7, and by law it actually round up. So you need 5. I'll get a calculator. I'm a lawyer.
Yeah, 5.
5. With the auditor, it's 5. So you need 5 votes in the affirmative to increase any line item. You can decrease line items with just a simple majority. So you have an introduced budget, which was what was introduced last month. There have been other budgets that have been distributed. Those are not official budgets until the introduced budget is proposed to be amended, and that's seconded and it gets a majority. That's where you are under the law right now. So if you were to pass the budget as is right now, it would be what was introduced.
Mr. Kowalski, would you please define me serial meetings, the several minute meeting with the auditor?
Sure.
Did May comment?
Serial meetings is when 3 or more of the council members meet, and then there's a second meeting with another separate person.
And that didn't happen? What you're saying? They said they met several times?
I'm not a part of meetings, and I'm not the public access counselor. I'm just told you what the law is.
Mr. Kowalski, the point of that, if I understand right, correct me if I'm wrong, is since we're a 7-member board, if 3 members of the council would have a meeting and come up with something, and then go another part of that group, not that whole group, but a part of that group would go meet with another member, which then it would be 4 members of the council in that discussion. You would have a majority of the council in that discussion, even though the 2 meetings took place in separate times, separate locations, whatever. So it's to prevent a council having a majority working on something and then coming and showing up and voting on something that they already knew the outcome or already had the plan. That's not what happened here.
That's correct.
So I could make an amendment.
No, I said, then what did?
3 members of the council met. 3 members of the council can meet.
And
that's not a majority of the council.
Who were
The
those
quorum is more than 3 would be, if you met with 4, that's a quorum up there.
Who are the 3 that met?
Right, Councilman Gale, right? I mean, if you met with 4, met with 3, if you met with 4, that's a quorum of the council.
No one
That's how
talked
the
to
law
Councilman
understands.
Emery.
Is that right, Mr. Kowalski?
Because
we never did.
he said he worked on this proposal
I
earlier
called,
this meeting.
I called and gave my suggestions, any suggestions I had with the auditor.
And
Feel like
the
I was
auditor's not a
directed
member
you
of the
an email.
council.
Right.
You have to ask, I think a big portion of this is you would be remiss in your job doing your homework now for, what, two months at your own home, doing homework, coming in, calling multiple times. Has this person expended this from this line? Has this person done that? You know, do they have a bunch in this line? Is this something I need to ask? I mean, it would be reckless to not check in with the auditor, to not call Todd and say, hey, you know, this person, does he or she have this much left, you know, in the line of a budget? That way you can call the department head. I mean, that's just how you.
With all due respect, I didn't get any communication from any council members. Why do I gotta check with the auditor? The council's making the decision of the budget. I didn't get no emails from.
Did you email?
I mean, I didn't receive any emails. I received your budget, what you guys supposedly worked on, noon on Friday, and then hers last night at midnight.
President Steele, this process is very similar to the process that's happened the last few years.
Yeah.
The attorney that was advising us during that time had no issues with it. It's also very similar to what a lot of other municipalities, I'm sure there are examples of people that do it very differently, but there are a lot of other municipalities, counties, cities, what have you, that do it in a very similar fashion. And so again, it's been vetted by our attorney before. Now what we're hearing tonight, and I'm always a fan for going with the advice of our counsel, is that any of those changes that were made, it sounds like we have to amend the budget resolution to include those. So what was presented last month, in my view, doesn't remedy a lot of the pay issues. And there were some other questions that I don't remember everything that had changed.
Oh, it was above the 4.3.
Yeah, it was above the
Or
4.35, so it wouldn't be a balanced budget anyway. We couldn't get that approved by the state. So I guess, again, trying to be productive here, we need to figure out a way, do we have any way, or can our council advise us on how do we efficiently attempt to remedy this so that we are not voting on something that was presented a month ago that is not even a balanced budget.
So you said that everything that was increased in the budget that was originally proposed would have to be discussed, but not if it was decreased?
If you increase any line item, it has to pass by a 3/4 majority.
Each line item.
If
So
you
we would have
increase
to
any,
vote on each line item that we change, or just do like one?
if any individual line item is increased from the the proposed budget, then you'd have to pass it by a 3/4 vote. So if, say, Todd, give me a line item, 631 of the coroners, that's a hot department. So 631 of the coroners made up. If that goes up, then the total budget has to be approved by 3/4 of the council. It can go down, and you can decrease the budget across the board. The budget process is less concerned about spending less money than it is about spending more money. They want to have extra safeguards in place when you're spending taxpayer dollars. So it takes a 3/4 vote to increase any line item from the proposed. So moving forward, I don't know which way the council wants to go, and I won't presume, but it sounds like you've had Councilor Norrick's proposed budget, and you have Councilor Steele's proposed budget. A motion could be made by reference to those emails that you've all received to amend to either one of those, or if there's another tertiary proposed budget, you could go through that. That would be a more onerous process. You'd have to detail out where the line items were increased or decreased.
So then if I were to make a motion, just to get the ball rolling, to amend the budget ordinance to the proposed budget of Councilman Steele that he's presented tonight, and there was a second, then it would just need 5 votes to pass.
It would be just a majority.
To amend that. I'm sorry.
I haven't seen the changes.
There would have been some line items, I'm sure, that have actually increased in his budget from what was previous, so that would take 5 votes. Okay.
Well, I mean, a lot of the salaries increased, so wouldn't that be every salary that went up?
Well, you have a salary ordinance. This is the budget, and of course, the budget is tied to, you have to know salaries to formulate your budget, but you have a salary ordinance that's on the agenda, so setting salaries is actually separate. But of course, you want to know salaries to establish the budget.
And so again, we're in a situation now of, learning a slightly different expectation from our legal counsel that's here tonight. So again, I don't think we're ever going to get to a point where we're all going to agree and be on the complete same page with this. But if we aren't able to pass a budget, it reverts back to the 23 budget, which would be devastating.
We have until November 1st.
Yes, but we also have the time it takes to advertise.
You got enough time to advertise a budget.
Well,
it's tight. but
again,
you
it's
do.
not just the 10 days because I believe the auditor's office typically has to submit to the media and all that. What is it? 12, 15 days. So
10 days. 10 days before the next meeting.
It'll go through Gateway, so we can do it.
Okay.
within a couple minutes.
Mm-hmm. So I mean that's an option too, but then having another meeting doesn't always solve the problem. I mean, if we have another meeting and we're at the same impasse, or what I would assume is going to be an impasse.
But we only need 4 votes then.
If we were to do a public notice for another meeting, would that count as the second reading of Councilman Steele's budget? Or would we still be dealing with the same budget that was proposed last month at this second meeting, or at this additional meeting?
I don't know that you can advertise another budget. I think you would just suspend this meeting and then you'd have another hearing on the same.
So we would have the same complication then that we're having now, I guess.
Correct.
So just having another meeting may not remedy anything. We may have the exact same process that we could go through tonight at the next meeting. Again, I'm trying to figure out a productive way for us to move forward.
Can we not just go through each department, at least have a look at each department and what you guys are proposing and maybe what we think should change? I realize that might take a little bit of time, but if we get moving on it, I don't think I think it needs to be done.
Is that something, Rick or Todd, that could be put up on the screen here? And Councilman Steele, President Steele, just, is that something we could do? Just go through each department, have a look, take input, but then at the same time, let's make sure we're all reasonable people. And after we do that, if everyone doesn't get their way in that and changes aren't made, we still need, we owe it to our employees and we owe it to our county to get a budget passed. That's our primary job as a council is to pass a budget. So, again, I'm with you. I'd rather take the time to go through that if that's what it takes tonight, as opposed to just delaying this and having the same issue 12, 15 days from now.
I agree.
So,
And Councilman Gale, I agree with that. I'm not saying I'll be right. I looked at that budget. Not totally against it, but I just want to prioritize. I don't want to lose no more people. And I'm hearing what the reports are. So I just want to discuss with everybody among us, because we're all elected to this council.
So, Doug,
and that's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not saying you guys did everything wrong.
Again, I just want to be very careful right now to make sure that whatever we do is productive and it complies with what our council's saying. So if we were to, again, using the example, if I were to make a motion to amend the budget proposal to Councilman Steele's budget that he's presented tonight, that would not, and let's say that passed with 5 votes, that would not necessarily approve the budget, that would just amend the ordinance, correct?
Correct.
Okay, then we could go through and look at that, or I guess if we made any changes as we look through it, then we would still have to make another motion. So, trying to figure out best way of getting this done. Do we just put his budget up there, go through it now, and then whatever we come up with at that point, then we can amend the ordinance? Does that seem like the most reasonable approach?
Could I ask something real quick? If you have one single item in this entire budget that is increased, that there is not a 5 vote on, the whole thing fails, right? If you take that, you're 5 1/4. So you round down no matter, you have to go up to 6.
Can you talk to the microphone?
Can
Sure.
I really believe that you guys are in violation of the open door law. Because the simple reason is you presented a budget a month ago.
Absolutely.
Tonight you want to pass another budget. You explain, no questions have you explained where those cuts are and who voted on it. And I think that's a clear violation of the open door law.
We didn't
I've been to
vote.
budget meetings.
We haven't
for
voted on it,
47 years.
by the way.
And I've watched city and county council sit in a room and go line by line with the public there and make adjustments. You're doing tonight, you cut the budget by $2 million. You're not telling us where those cuts were made. You're not telling us where the increases are. So I'm kind of with Mikhail Vaughn. I'm probably going to file a complaint with the Public Access Council.
And I will invert it and revert it back. It will. And I'm trying to work with you. I don't want to do it. But attorneys do get it wrong. And this one opinion came from the State Attorney General's office, Todd Rokita. I spoke to him myself.
We're following what we had for the last 2 years, nothing different.
And you were wrong.
It was wrong then.
Well,
It may be wrong.
It may
I'm not
be
gonna
wrong
take
toward
part
the
in that.
Todd.
We were following the advice of counsel, and now
And they
that
always don't get it
our
right.
counsel is advising us differently, we're saying, okay, let's do this differently. Let's do this the way that our legal counsel is advising. So yeah, if we need to put that up here and go line by line, let's do it.
I asked that, Councilman Gale, but every attorney don't get everything right either. That's why sometimes they win cases and lose cases. I'm just going by majority of people I've called around the state and said, you got to do this. I don't know. I'm not an attorney. I just listen.
So I'm gonna make a motion that we put the budget up there and we work through it tonight.
You're gonna have to publicize, so you're saying, Mr. Kowalski, if we move this to another meeting, the auditor don't have to publicize, we can just move this to another meeting or not, or we have to publicize the next meeting?
You still have to publish.
To everything to be in public?
You've already published the budget and you've gone through the gateway process, you've put that out there. You're in your normal legislative process now. You have an ordinance that was introduced on first reading. To change that ordinance, you have to take official action in a public meeting, so that needs to be amended in a public meeting, which is what you have the opportunity to do here tonight. If you don't take action on it now, you can hold that meeting over and you can revisit that ordinance again at a special meeting before the statutory deadline. You've done what you're supposed to do for DLGF on the initial part. You still have a deadline to make, but you don't have to republish. You don't have to republish notice. You'll publish notice of your regular meeting, you'll hold this over.
So we can just make a motion to move it to another date and get a date and then.
I don't know what moving it to another date is gonna do. I wanna get it done tonight.
Right.
I don't want our budget to revert back to last year's budget. That doesn't benefit our employees at all. But I'm
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
I just think that we need to do it. Let's just bite the bullet. Let's get it up there. Let's hash it out, guys. Let's work through these budgets and see what we can make. I'm not opposed to negotiating on some of these things. There's just some things I feel very strongly about that I think that we need to change.
What are
And because the budget that was proposed and advertised last month was over budget, we would have had to have gone through this process tonight anyway. So again, I'm with Councilwoman Norick. Let's just get it up on the screen and let's go through it, and people can speak to any issues they have.
Can I say something? It has to do with, you guys keep arguing. My name is Kimberly James. I work for MCCC. I'm the kitchen supervisor. I've been there for 16 years. I make $2 more an hour than when I started. So that is less than 1% per year raise. And I went several years without a raise. You say it takes more than a year to fix that. It's been 16. Maybe that will help you decide what you need to do.
So I make a motion that we get the budget up on the screen and we hash it out.
Second.
Roll call vote.
We don't have this. We're gonna take a 5-minute, how much time you need to get that over here?
Did you have a question?
No, I said, can I email it to him? I have my computer here.
We'll get our copy.
Okay, so how much time do you need for 10 minutes?
10-minute recess.
Okay.
We never really finished voting on it.
I don't think we really have to vote to get it up there. I mean, we're.
I can't really talk on behalf of me, professionals. Absolutely, 100%.
Everybody.
I just come across someone that's not. It's going to continue. Yeah, well, for you,
Taking a moment, taking a break.
for you, it's over. Take you long to get you to McDonald's.
McDonald's, all right.
So, everybody's probably gonna cut out.
I don't know what I don't.
Yes, so I'm 27 years old in the energy department of corrections. And I came over here.
How are you?
I'm retired.
555-2857.
Very sad.
Mhm.
But,
Yes, dear. Yep.
my son was they hired me all the time after 25 years. I just went and did it because my son was working. I was over working my son. Gave him a little raise. He's up to $18 an hour.
I understand the problem.
But this dude doesn't understand. I'm saying he needs to understand this. Well, he's on the office. And then that's $88,000 years to state your raise.
I know.
He wants to call out. They'll find money. So I don't know if we need to come back or not. So if you could tell. Thank you for standing up.
Some of them did go, a lot of them are down. The ones that are down.
Hi, I'm Scott. Nice to meet you, Jonah. Yeah, that's good. So it's good to learn about the political system.
They're gonna pull up a proposal that Rob has. We're gonna work through.
Jonah, pleasure to meet you.
Well, I think that
So I
I hope I have enough time to run outside and grab a cigarette.
Well, I think, but it's longer.
I just wish you would. You want to go outside? Can you go outside?
What they're, what's happening is across the board. The county's going to be possible. You don't know what to request in terms of process.
Right.
So I think as long as it's higher, line items across the board.
Yeah, so it's all
In every election. I know. Say good name too. No, I'm here.
You raised.
We can do what I think. I feel like what I think we're pushing for is just 5% across the board, and some of the increases to the deputy positions that we can. But you know, I think where you go. Yeah. I was going. I think it has to go through that. I think you're right. That's why. I agree.
All I can do is show you in 1 second. I took their budget and I went back and I made changes.
Sounds good. Yeah, well, I'll probably.
I think it was, I don't think it was.
Yeah, although we're with the other.
Let's see, selection.
It would have been easier.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's not look at mine, let's look at theirs, because that's what we're gonna be looking at.
Well, I'm sure I'll let them.
No, they're not gonna. I'm serious. Don't get me started. So, I think this is. Yes. They did cut that. Absentee voter board. 25 from 30 to 25. These are my numbers. These are their numbers, okay?
If it's underlined, that's what I had already in the budget for. No, this year, I was keeping it at 45 originally, and they already showed that it was gonna be increased. They increased it. Well, and see, they went and gave a 5% to everybody, except for some people, and then other people, they gave a 20% increase. Just remember that all the blue is white, okay? They gave you a 5% They gave them a 5% increase too, but I'm assuming, oh, the people just 5%. We just saying, I should get free shorter. They gave her 5% too. Yeah, they gave her 5%. It's just a 5%. Yeah. So this is what the number that they proposed based upon what you asked for. I apologize, I misspoke on that. How much new money when did they ask for new money? The sheriff. What month was that? What month was that? New money or transfer?
Get her? Hi, girl. Let's go, man. Yeah, right?
So that's what, well, and you know I didn't ask except for what you asked for. I told you. Yeah, I'm not, oh, you're talking about your salary. I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about your budget. You're talking about what I understand you were budget. And this is what they're proposing. That's the simple. Can you last the blue is mine, or the underline is what I originally proposed. This is theirs, right? This is all theirs. These underlines. And I'd like to know what the departments were saying that I was undercutting their budget that much.
Or we have.
I gave my people 7%.
This is what I was gonna do, this is what I was doing, and this is what I was putting in there.
This will time you work for a little while.
I thought I sent that to you. It was just a little bit under what you had asked for. To get the budget. I still have to put it in the budget though. You know what I'm saying? Okay, is there anything else you want to say?
Prior budget.
What are they?
They go out and shop.
That was mine. This is theirs. 46.
So what you're trying to do the rate is going to be next.
This is what he's thinking now. He wants that. This is what they want to give him. That's what I think he should. It's $20 an hour. I think that's adequate. Oh, those are mine. Yeah, I would have been dying. Those would have been Linda. I need my glasses. All I know is he said that he had pushback on your salary. Well, I don't know who pushed back. I have no idea. Did you see Rick come at me? Did you see Rick come at me? I asked him if he wanted me to pull it up on my computer if I could email it to him. He goes, "What are you saying? What do you want?" I'm like, relax yourself. Don't give me attitude. Hi, how are you?
So where does that position
Well, I have that on my computer because several elected officials, a couple elected officials get supplements. And none of that is taken into consideration, and I think that's wrong. Well, I have more than, yes. And triple C, as well. You got M triple C, you got them even lower than the jail. They were at 18, and you brought them up to 20? Well, I told you where to cut some money from. I told you that the insurance, well, yes, absolutely. We can.
Because I talked with John, and Rick explained insurance, because if we don't have insurance, then that's what they pay, right? That 5.3, because I talked with John and said the lowest we can go is probably 5.3, because it affects what the rate is and what they have to pay. So if we don't have
increase to his employees from 18 to 22. I can show you the
More than
number.
2,000.
No, it isn't.
Let's just go do this.
All right, so just to be clear, the budget that is up here is your proposal.
Yes.
And not what we advertised.
Correct.
And so you're
What-
presenting your proposal now and what you did.
Rick, what was
Right.
advertised? Do we have what was
That's
advertised?
right there is what was advertised.
Yes.
The 45.8. The 43.5 is the numbers that Mr. Steele has proposed.
Okay, so that's not our original council numbers, but what was advertised was the requested budget.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So the fact that it's been allowed does not count?
I don't know.
Right.
It must not.
I don't understand why the requested budget doesn't match what's on this sheet I've got. Are you in the jail or are you on the sheriff?
Jail.
That was the jail.
Well, I printed off what, oh no, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm sorry, hang on a minute.
So Todd, on the jail budget, could you scroll down so we can see the bottom numbers? So in 23, the total budget was 3.79 million. That's what the council passed. The 24 budget request was 4.263. The current council members is 3,592.
It's 350,000 came out of the food that went
Right.
over to public safety.
So that's money still being spent for the jail, just out of a different fund than this.
So it's 3.9.
Yeah, 3.9.
Here's what I was talking about. That's the number that was prior to him coming in, that was spent.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. So do you want me to give you the numbers for the matrix? I'm sorry. So do you want me to give you the numbers for the matrix? Yeah, it's on. I just wasn't talking.
This isn't right. This doesn't match my
That's because,
book.
that's because,
It was a budget
that's
workshop.
before the, that's a budget workshop.
No, but the 3-year average and the 2023 total budget should match. And it doesn't.
It's not all on there. The 23, the rest of it's not on there, Bethany.
Some of those,
It's not all on like your book there.
some got taken. I mean, it was some of the funds that were.
That's just the 23 budget.
Some of it.
Which number specifically are you seeing?
I mean, I'm looking, this is jail?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm looking at Cook 3, 2023 total budget, $33,297.
That doesn't indicate the raises that were given mid-year, probably.
Oh, that could be.
Yeah, so that probably would have the mid-year raises on it. So this would be a more accurate number than.
Than what
than
I was
the-
given in August?
Well,
Yeah,
things
because we
took
didn't
time
pass
to
it
be
till
updated.
it was probably right after that.
budget.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the other departments should match.
Yeah, because in August, many in the jail got those mid-year raises.
Okay.
And so those are not reflected, those weren't reflected in the August because they just passed in August.
Okay.
Because we had 2 pages of raises
Thank
for the
you.
jail that we passed, and they got an additional, in this budget, 5% on top of the mid-year raises that they got. So some people would have received like a 10 to 15% raise from what they had in a 23 budget.
I don't know that it's that much, but.
A few had a 10, yeah.
So one of the things I want to discuss with this council is the jail commander. We had some conversation about putting them on salary so that there's no more overtime. I had talked with the sheriff's department about where her overtime was going to fall this year, and it was actually a little over $100,000 a year with her overtime. If we did that, it would lock that in, and we wouldn't have. Hopefully, should be able to save money on overtime at that point. Does that make sense? And reduce that line item.
So if that were the case, then the 24 requested budget, $285,000 for overtime. The 23 total budget was $270, so there's roughly a $15,000 increase there. So are you suggesting that if we give that raise, then that 285 goes down?
Mr. Gale, I think part of that was because of the elevated salaries
Mhm.
of
Right.
almost 20%.
So there may be fewer overtime
Fewer
hours being
hours.
worked, but on our side, that's still significantly more money that we have to
Yes.
spend. So it's not a cost savings from a budget standpoint, even though it may create some more efficiencies with your staff.
Kim can always.
But I don't, it's up to you guys as a whole, what we want to do with that. If you just want to keep her and I'd have to get the new numbers for her, for the matrix, because I don't know what her longevity is on that one.
I believe with her overtime,
I know
she's
that's,
counted in that, it's close right at that,
yeah.
I believe.
And Kim had said during the budget hearings to leave that at 100,000.
Well,
That
I'm
was
just
our
saying
note.
that's something we can look at if you want to change that, but that's what I have it as, at 100. Up at the top of the jail. So I can give you the numbers that originally the sheriff's department gave me for the matrix, if you want me to do that, if that's where you want to start.
I believe those would be in the 24 requested budget.
Should be, yeah,
The
24
No, that
requested. Is that
wasn't-
right,
Or is that
Kim?
not
That was not.
Is that right? Is that the matrix that that
I've got-
requested
That was
budget
putting them up
amount?
to $22 an hour, right?
I've got a question. Shouldn't, since we're looking at your proposal, shouldn't we talk about what you increased or decreased from the request
Yeah,
before we
well,
start looking at a
Yeah, that-
second budget?
In when meeting with the sheriff and budget office staff, Kim, we, knowing that the raises come in, the matrix, she wanted 10, or they wanted 10%, or proposed 10, we proposed 5. I think the difference would be reflected, I mean, it just, $2,000 to $3,000 roughly per person.
Were you not putting them up to 21?
We just went at 5%. We didn't, just because of the mid-year raises of 10% and then another 5%, a total of 15%.
It doesn't add up that way. It's more than 15. You can't add the percents like that.
I realize that.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
thank
right.
you.
You're welcome.
So again, just trying to be pushing for productivity. We're looking at these jail numbers. Do we want to? Sorry. Do we want to look at what would happen if we did raise the 24 council numbers columns to the requested? Is that the intent then that some people on the council would like to see?
Well,
And see what that does to the overall budget?
I'd like to see them put back into the matrix, which is not the requested numbers because the requested numbers didn't include the longevity. The matrix numbers are going to include the longevity, and these are the numbers that she had originally given me when putting them into the matrix, which was $22 an hour. That was the starting pay. Where's Kim?
She.
Wasn't it the when you do your matrix, don't you put in there what the starting pay was?
So the budget I submitted brought a new person up starting at $22 an hour. That, what I submitted was their longevity included, which is the matrix. So when you say some got a 5 or some got more than a 5, that's because their longevity, years of service, was added into that. So that's why your numbers look different on different lines.
So Todd, if you scroll down to longevity on the jail.
So here's the longevity ones.
Looking at the requested budget then of $2,375 for longevity, which is down significantly because you have that added in,
Yeah.
then wouldn't that mean that the numbers in the 24 requested budget would have been what you requested for the?
Aren't they? That's
for
the
the
matrix, for 10% matrix, right?
Yes, it is.
So that's what, that's.
And
what
the longevity, what it is if it was gonna move the jail commander and the assistant jail commander into salary positions, that's their longevity that would be paid out because that would not be included in their salary.
That's the only two.
Right.
That's the 2375.
So then
in
we're
longevity.
clear that the 24 requested budget on the pay lines for the jail are in fact the matrix numbers.
I
So then
don't
we just need to
see
see what effect that has on the overall budget to see what, if we did that, what we would have to cut in other areas.
Do you have your matrix numbers with you?
You can copy them over.
I don't believe those are right, Rob.
Well, Kim, did you just say they were
Go
right?
back up to the very top, please.
Well, I can't see what that says, but I can,
Well, let's just take the first one. The first officer, it shows 47,544. Oh, that is right.
yes, that is correct.
Never mind, I'm wrong. That is correct.
Yes, so the requested budget would be the matrix.
There is a couple lines that I can reduce in those where we've had staff, they've had 2 or 3 years on. It's not a lot of money, but I can reduce a couple of them down to a 0 year if you're wanting to look at that. It's, I think, $1,125, but I mean, if you're trying to save pennies, then I can give you that information.
So Todd, could you copy the dollar amounts and the council numbers for all of the pay positions for the jail, and then paste those somewhere where we can revert back to them if we need to? Or I guess you could just hit the back arrow if we decide to do that. But yeah, just copy those and paste them into the council numbers.
Over to the right column. Yeah. No, the council numbers.
Well,
No.
I think he's getting to the same thing. It's just,
Where do you want to paste them, Rob?
Well, over to the right if we have to come back to it.
Can you do it in the right where there's not a column
No.
right now?
Not the requested budget, the council numbers. No.
Todd, he's suggesting that to preserve the council numbers in case we want to go back to those, that you copy them and then paste them somewhere.
Just on the right column.
Okay, yeah.
Not,
I have them printed too, so.
I'm talking the council numbers, Todd, not the requested
Copy and paste
budget.
the council numbers and move,
Right.
correct. And then put the council numbers all the way to the right.
And go ahead and go down to overtime, shouldn't we? Because that's part of it.
Overtime and longevity should be
Copied
included in that
over.
as well.
You want to stop there?
Yes.
You got to do a paste value.
Let's go to the other ones. There you go. Then do you want him to move the other ones over?
Yes.
Yeah.
Move the requested budget, those same pay lines over to the council numbers. Can we go ahead and reduce down the lines that she told me earlier today that would be lower?
Yeah, let's do that.
So line 13403, Officer 15, should be 46,180. Officer 35, which is 14,410, should be 46,180. Officer 27 should be 46,180. Did you get it? I'm sorry, I wasn't watching.
Yeah.
And then Cook 3 should be 40,438. And then they've agreed to reduce their overtime to 280. To take off 5,000, sorry. And then the testing and schooling is going to come down to 850. Utility services are going to come down to 280. 280. So what do you have a total on that?
Okay, so then to make that work, we would have to find a place to cut $257,801 to have a balanced budget.
What are you looking?
The summary on the top.
Oh, sorry, okay. Okay. So, what is the most we can cut the insurance?
I talked with, or you talked with John. The insurance is, Rick is not here, but explained that if we take money out of the insurance, then that affects the rate that the employees pay. So we could take money out of there, but then that means they're going to pay more. It's negative.
But is it
And we
taking
want
into
to keep-
consideration that we reduced our workload?
John said pretty much, I mean, it's a bulk, since we're self-insured, that it really doesn't change. I mean, you can figure 750 employees, I don't know how many the take rate, if it's 25,000 per person, but we don't get a one-for-one reduction always because their administration, there's some fixed cost, and then there's the self-insurance portion of it.
But you said we could lower it 200,000.
He said $100,000 to 50. That's what I put in there.
I thought you
5.3.
said 200,000 a little bit ago.
I didn't. If I did, I was misspoke.
So yeah, so this $43,757,801 reflects that there's already been the reduction that the commissioners believe we could make in the health fund. So we would have to find somewhere else to cut $250,000, a little over.
Well, I think we need to take off the raises on, I know it's not $250,000, but the raises on the council and the raises on the commissioners.
That's fine. Go ahead.
What did you say, Jody? I didn't hear you.
No raises for council, no raises for
No, I
commissioners.
agree with that.
Right, yeah.
Hey, Council Still, did we, on that?
Okay, one of the other
Oh, never
places
mind.
that I made some reductions, and I understand that the court would like everything that they asked for, and I do appreciate the fact that they did make a lot of concessions. But they still would have increased our budget because a lot of those concessions were moved over to other departments, like 100,000 was moved over to the public defender, and then they also moved a clerk
Yeah,
over to
that was the combined budget, I think, of Judge Hopper, Chief Judge. If you want to speak to any, I thought you were one of the better prepared departments. It's actually great strides over years past, having each individual and coming together. And I think your total increase, all departments combined, were 6.2%, was it?
5.6%.
5.6, thank you. And, you know, having a budget increase of 5%, I think that's well in line. The courts, is there anything, Judge, that you can think of in that combined $20,000 or $30,000 that you could contribute?
We've made significant cuts to even get there.
I know.
Reduction of workforce in the courts and with public defenders. And the presentation was all put together because of those accounting changes for this year, which is why the courts, and then problem-solving boards with Judge Sims and Chief Public Defender Brian Williams,
Yes,
all presented in one session together.
yeah, and we left all of those departments untouched, unscathed, I think, and intact, mostly because you came within the increase, 5% increase for the year.
Well, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate what they'd like to get up to. I had reduced it a little bit. So instead of making 51,971 for the main court reporter, it was 49. And for the other court reporters, instead of 45,617, it was 44,000, which is still a substantial increase from where they're at.
Those are some of the positions we've been hearing for a couple of years that they're just having a really hard time getting people to fill those positions and stay in those positions. And with the turnover and the proficiency that those individuals need to have, you know, again, now we're at a point, and this is, again, the difficulty of this budget. There are certain large departments, you know, the jail, there's a lot of employees. You give a small raise to a lot of employees in that department, and now we're $250,000 off. So, you know, if we cut a small handful of people, $1,500, $2,000, something like that, we're still so far away from the number. And so I guess, you know, my suggestion would be, is there any ideas from anyone on the council for some bigger items, you know? Is there someone that has an idea of where 50,000 or 100,000 could come from?
Well, I also made some cuts in the sheriff's budget, if we want to look at those.
Okay, I mean, anything helps, and I'm not.
And there were some substantial ones. If you want to go to the sheriff's budget, please.
So we're on the sheriff's budget now, is that where you turn into?
Yeah. So, the 1,500 line, which is the part-time line, I guess we probably should, you probably should copy and paste from there down, Todd, and put it over to the right. Does that make sense, like we did with the salaries? Okay, so the part-time line, why is that so different? Hang on a second.
Remember the 160 is the council numbers, so that may be something that.
Sheriff, do you want any input into it?
So I reduced that to 160, but I show it was a $5,000 decrease, so I'm not sure why that shows that. The next line, the beeper stipend, oh, that's 160 even, Todd?
160.
Yes, please. And then the beeper stipend is down to 1,200. I don't understand why these numbers are.
1,200 or
No,
12,000?
12,000. I don't understand. Where is your budget?
So we're working off Rob's budget.
I know that,
Okay.
I know that. That's why I'm confused. Hang on a second.
I have a question. How much, I don't know if you can do this real quick or share for Kim or somebody, to get them to $22 an hour, is there any positions? Or you're short, how many jail staff right now, Kim?
4 was the last number I had.
How many?
4.
Then 4 part-time.
4, part-time, I believe, is filled up. It's full, but we're down 4 full-time.
4 full-time. So if we took part-time money, was able to get them up to 22 to be competitive around the counties and the state, can you do that? If we got them up to 22 to be competitive around us, and we cut that, and able to
Talking
give
jail
them...
staff?
Huh?
We're talking jail staff?
Well, I'm talking, taking some of their part-time money and building,
Talking sheriff budget, or are you back on the jail?
well, I guess, if they could find anywhere between the jail and the sheriff's department, that's fine.
Jody, I have the numbers.
I think what it was is I was
gonna
looking at what I
reduce.
originally had in your budget when I was originally working on it, and that's where I was getting that number from, so.
Yeah, I have some lines that was reduced down.
Go ahead.
Okay. So 11616.
Todd?
Oh, I thought you.
11616, up.
11616.
Yeah.
So these are more.
53625.
Are we changing these?
Would,
I mean, we
That's
can
the
always
wrong
change it
number.
back.
That's
If we want
not
to just
even the same
experiment with
number.
this, I say let's change
Oh,
it
that's-
and see what it does.
Okay.
That's because those were in the matrix originally, and then they got taken out, I think.
These are in the matrix.
You had them in the
5%.
matrix,
You
and
got
then
her
they got
butt,
taken
which is
out.
in the matrix. The
But
one they
this was
presented is
reducing the
not.
top number in the matrix, but with longevity included.
Yeah, yeah.
The
So
number I
that's what
just
those.
So the net is the same, correct? With or without longevity? I mean, if we
No, that
include it.
53625 would be with longevity included. But it's lowering the top number of the matrix.
So the 3 white
But we're
ones.
gonna have to take longevity out below.
Yes.
If we increase one.
Yes.
I'm talking to the net effect is the same,
Yeah, I
correct?
have
We're
that
not
number
saving
as
a
well.
dollar. I mean, are we?
So I think what he's asking you, Kim, is that if we leave that salary in there, and add your longevity, would it be the same as what we show in our
Right,
matrix?
it wouldn't be 51, it'd be 53, right?
It'd be 53625. No, it's reduced. The matrix was started at, I forget, was it 65? That's reducing it down to 50 and going to the matrix.
Okay. So if you can just copy and paste that to the right, please, Todd, that 51,198. And then change that to 53,625. And then also the chief deputy and the administrative deputy, we changed those to salary, correct?
Yes.
See those amounts on the right?
Please, those two, yes.
These two?
Oh,
Is that what you're
yeah,
looking
did
at?
you copy and paste it to the right, though? That's okay, I'll give you the numbers, I got them. No, that's not right, that's too much, it's 100,000.
Yeah, yeah.
And then the other one is
78,399.
78,399. So what you had in there before to go to the right is, hang on the right is 81,723 and 78,399.
Is that the same number?
Yeah,
Same.
that's what was in Rob's. proposal. Okay. So down on the 1,500 line, what's there? Okay, that's right. And then the next one should be 12,000, that's correct. And then the longevity goes down to $1,875. Okay, and then, can you go down to the investigations? It's, 16,603. Okay, that's right. And then the next one stays at 12. What's the next one? That one's gotta be 8,000, because that's jail training, and it's not for an officer, no, up to the jail, no, where there's nothing, it's supposed to be 8,000. And what, overtime goes down to 215. 215,000. And then what's in the 2,100? That goes down to 10,919.
Well, that's the lowest it's ever been. How's that gonna?
Because she's got another fund, right, for office supplies, you said
Right,
that you
sex
can
offender,
utilize?
the sex offender fund, we can buy paper products out of for printing.
So that just wasn't happening before.
Right.
Right. And then, the 39,071, that has to be 8,663, because you said that's a contract, right?
Yeah, with the Anderson Police, they run the drug task force, and we got a contribution that's going up to 83,
Or 86.
8,600 this,
63.
yeah, 63 this year, or next year.
What
It's
do you have
going up
for
each year.
Because that looks like it's higher. That's not right. Let's see, what are we?
There
what
was
are we
a couple
missing?
other ones that I had reduced down as well.
What else was reduced, Kim? Because I'm
So
missing
if
it.
you go to 14700, that would be 42,225. 42,225.
Todd, are we on live right now?
Yeah.
14702, that would be 44,850.
What number?
14702,
And what was it?
44850.
So that went up?
That one should have went down.
It went up from council members, but not from.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. 14903, down to 46,000. 14904, 13,915. 15000, 160,000.
What?
That was the part-time.
Oh, yeah, we did that one already.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
Okay.
thought you said something.
I know there was, did we get 16400?
I went through the other ones that we talked about. I think I got them all.
Did we reduce the
What do you show the total at the
16400?
bottom, Todd?
It's at the top.
I can't see it.
No, it's
Can't
down.
barely read the numbers.
See, that's $20,000 more than what I have.
Which one?
His bottom line is.
164.
Okay, I see where. Other services and charges, the 3,900 line is 59.
59,000.
Yes, please. Oh, other supplies was 90,000. Operating supplies is 240. Can you scroll up so I can please see that? Can you scroll up top? Keep going. Whoa, whoa. I'm down a little bit. You went too fast. Okay, so I was there. Testing and schooling.
52, 31. Okay, sick pay is 31,520. It's 16,900 up. Just go up a little bit. No, right there. 16,900. 16900. It's 31,520. Okay, can you go up a little bit, please? Okay. I just shut down a little bit. Oh, no, you're good. You're good. Sorry. Okay, I'm into officers, so it shouldn't be changing that. So let me see the bottom line. Okay. That's what I have there.
Okay, so we need $227,413 of savings to be balanced.
So
we've made some progress.
So basically what I did is, on the elected officials, I did a 5% increase only. So some of them I had pushed up higher, I think.
I think we had, across the board, 5% on elected officials.
Some of yours had more than 5. I mean, I think there were a couple that had more than 5.
I think there was just one.
One more
Yeah.
than 5? Which one?
I think it was Linda.
Okay.
Had asked for that because of, she had cut quite a bit out of her budget.
What about the county assessor?
The county assessor, I had made an error on that one initially.
Because I didn't see a raise
No,
reflected.
it somehow got missed because I had just assumed that you
Okay.
guys had done it, and then I didn't know when you guys had done your budget because it seemed like you had done raises 5%, and for some reason that one I must have missed it. So, I think it's supposed to be 65.1. What do you have on here for the assessor?
County assessor.
County assessor. That was brought to my attention after I sent it out. Okay, that's fine. I just know that I made some reductions in the court's requested budget. In some of those, I had come down a little bit on those. Also, the court administrator position, that was a huge jump. And so I think I put that at 70 or 75,000, which was still a huge increase from what it's at right now.
Wait,
You're asking me where else I...
well, you said the county assessor.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine on there.
You added
All
the
right.
raise back in? Okay.
Yeah.
Now you're back to courts again?
That's just where I'd made some of my cuts on some of those positions. It adds up because there's a lot of people there that I had made some concessions on. Also in the prosecutor's office, there were several positions that were attorneys that were getting like $10,000 increases or whatever. I didn't do that. I kept them at 5% because their incomes are large, and I understand that they're, they go to school to be attorneys, but they also have fringe benefits by having insurance and what do you call it? Retirement that you don't get when you're a private sector attorney. So that's why it's not that I wouldn't like to see them get up there, but initially I had lowered that some. So that's some of the areas that are, and then of course I lowered the call center by 200,000.
But I thought that's what we were obligated to pay.
No, no, it's not.
What?
They're going to be $400,000 short.
Mm-hmm.
So we are currently at 1.1 something. I'd have to look at the numbers. He's going to be 400 short, and nobody else is increasing, so he's just having us pay that $400,000.
Well, where would it come from if we know it's going to be an obligation, if it's something we know we're going to have to pay?
On the end of the day, it's like, they need to be responsible to get that contract done.
They need to work through that process. You know, I don't know, you know, either that or we need to lower the public safety and go back to the drawing board and talk to Anderson and either fund the call center off the top of the public safety and it'll be reduced down accordingly. The only people that we have to get approval from is us and Anderson. We have the majority on that without raising taxes.
And what I'm afraid of is this got dropped 400,000 this year. This has been a working process. I mean, Councilman Reese, we're hearing, we don't even deal with it. I mean, it's the commissioners who control that. But what I'm afraid is if they decided to do whatever, the city and town, they don't pay any. And thinking ahead, Councilman Still, to 400,000 got dropped in our lap this year. So I think we had to discuss, and I think Commissioner Richwine was kind of in favor of this. We had a discussion with him about taking off the public safety to be fair to, you know, that way we don't eat it, because this has been going on for a while. And I don't want next year to be 600,000.
I mean, at what point do we say enough's enough? I realize
we've
we have
never
to fund it,
funded
and
this.
I'm in favor of funding it. But we have to work out this agreement between the other municipalities.
Is Jenny here?
She was.
But I thought the county was ultimately, I mean, I agree with you, but I thought the county was obligated.
Because we're
Yeah,
short.
I mean, everybody wants that agreement to get worked out.
Well,
I wish it was. I think the concern is because we know it's not worked out yet. If we underfund that line and then we have to pay that anyway, then we aren't really passing a balanced budget. If we know that there's nothing in place to make that up, you know.
Well, if we, Councilman Gale, what if we just started and made a vote on the, and I don't know, we have to get through taxation unit or?
You have to advertise it, McKenna. You can't just do
Well,
it.
I understand that, but looking forward, we're pretty close. I mean, do we take it on the top of the county tax and fund it that way? I mean, because we did a PSAP tax. It's not gonna, I mean, it's not being funded. So to make it fair, because we can't make the towns and cities pay. It's under statute.
I think the process to do anything like that takes a lot longer than what we have to be able to pass this budget.
Okay.
And so we would be starting
Okay.
2024 with an
Shorthanded.
underfunded line and something that with no guarantee that it would actually come into reality. So
Jenny, do you, to get through 24, do you need a total, are you gonna, so Councilwoman Norick suggested if we gave 200,000, can you get through 24, 200,000, you gotta have the whole 400,000?
400,000 for my appropriations for 2024,
Right. Do we have to
including a 5% increase for the employees. Yes, I need the full amount. We're going through the negotiation regarding our dispatch fees with our towns and cities, with the commissioner's office. There's different proposals that are on the table for the funding of dispatch. I will make it through 2023, and I believe it's September of 2024 with my current budget, but I will fall short. However, that's if going off of our towns and cities and the different entities that currently contribute to our dispatch fees. If they pay those fees for 2024, I will be good. However, we do have some past due arrears that's approximately $500,000 from different towns and throughout Madison County of our different entities. And if those fees are paid for 2023 and 2024, and then if they pay the reoccurring fees for 2024, I will be, I'll make it through the end of the year until something else is figured out.
So if we, as a council, if we appropriate, let's just say half that, 200,000. And Jenny just said they're in negotiations. I don't know if they're getting closer or not. I mean, I don't know. But no matter what, and I know there was a statement earlier from the council, I think Councilman Gale and Councilman Emery, I don't want to put salaries under the rainy day. That is a bad idea. And I've been warned about that many other times. But if we appropriated money to get Jenny through, and no matter what, we're going to have to fund it if we don't. But we have enough money saved back, and then we can plan ahead in an extra 25 and next year, but it looks like they're getting somewhere, right, Jenny? Looks like they're getting somewhere. So if we did at least 200,000, and that would get you through, you're comfortable to say when?
Well, I'd also like to include, Central Dispatch operates on two funds. We have our Central Dispatch Fund and then also our statewide 911 fund. Those are funds that we receive from the state that are restricted. It includes two salaries, some of our utility cost and machinery and equipment, but it's very restricted and monitored by the state. Our Central Dispatch Fund, we do not receive any money out of the general fund, and we operate on the funds or on the fees that are collected from the different entities that we provide services for. So we do not receive any.
This is the first time ever.
Well, and still we don't receive, I didn't budget for, this is just the money that we have currently and cash carried over for 2024. We don't receive any money from general fund.
I guess I should say it's always been 1.1 million from the
So
commission
then
being
if
placed in the
if
budget.
that department doesn't get any money from general fund,
Right.
then that doesn't really help us too
Well, we
much.
appropriate-
Because we need to
Well,
cut.
Well, they do.
We
get money from
appropriated
the
to
general
the
fund.
commissioners to 1.1 every
Yeah.
year, our
Fees,
part,
Right.
no separate.
and now it went up 400,000.
We
So-
receive funding from the city of Anderson and also Madison County, if that's what you're referring to. But other than that, we don't receive any funds out of general fund. It's all, we operate strictly on the funds received from the different towns and cities.
So would you feel comfortable if we appropriated 200,000 instead of 400 to get you through?
To clarify that, Mikhail. she
Yeah,
does
I
not
don't
know
feel-
what you're talking-
Yeah,
No,
I don't know
it's not,
what
it's
the
not
current-
200,000, it's 1 million.
What, 1.3 million,
1.3.
if, instead of 1.5 million, if we appropriate 1.3, that's $200,000 more than what you have now. We give
Less.
you 1.1. For 24, we give you 1.3. Are you comfortable with that?
I would need to look.
It would end up being short, though, if it still remains par for the course that we've had for the last several years. So I think we have to plan on fully funding it. And then if things happen and we don't have to use it, then that's just a bonus. But to have to find that funding later may be really difficult. So I think it's very important that we fully fund it right from the front, expecting just to fund it for the year. And then again, if the other agreements come through and we get some of that money back, then great.
But if we don't fund it up front and we have to come up with $200,000 next September, we have that extra $1 million in the public safety fund
Yeah.
from paying off the sheriff's
Yeah.
retirement.
You're right.
So we could not fund it completely up front, and then next year appropriate an additional 200,000 out of that million that we're going to have from the extra public safety.
As long as nothing else happens.
And then we would have to
need
fix the budget for the following year.
it. Yeah. Again, we just
Don't
have so
take
many
it.
unknowns. I think it's really important that if you know something's going to cost 1.4 million, that you budget 1.4 million.
Right.
But we can use
That-
public
that's what-
safety money for the call center.
I think that's what got the council off track in some previous years where, I remember my first year on the council, it was kind of like, why aren't we funding a contract that we know we're going to have to pay for?
Well, we gotta hit this
we
target
got,
number. Yeah.
and then we got to
We'll
the
fund
end
it
of the
later.
year and people were confused as to why there wasn't enough money
Right.
left, and
Well, people
and
are paying back.
so, I mean, I think that if the council's intent would be to use some of that leftover public safety money to fully fund it, then we ought to go ahead and put that in the public safety budget for this next year, so that we've got it in place. It's held for that purpose. But then we also have to be really careful. I mean, we do have to acknowledge that we've got a very expensive jail project and we've had massive inflation and interest rates have gone through the roof since that was all planned. So we're likely going to need an extra pot of money to draw from to make sure that project's done properly.
So, Councilman Gill, let me ask you a question. If I've had more and more private conversations with a couple mayors. When do we get to the point where we say, as us council, to say, we just need to take it on top as Councilwoman Nork? And I think Commissioner Richwine was kind of in favor of that. Actually, I believe Councilwoman Nork, is that right? And we had a meeting with Commissioner Richwine to make it fair on everyone, and because I don't think by statute we can make them pay. It's in the statute. So, do you think that's? I mean, because we don't know when this is going to stop. It's 400,000. Jenny's done a great job, but again, you were prepared. But I think the fair way is take it off the tax of the county, and it's funded, and we don't have to ever worry about it again. I mean, so I think we
So
need to
you're,
think
you're
about.
suggesting the county council fully fund?
No.
No.
Okay, I'm not
It's
following
ta- Go ahead, Councilman Norton, you know better than I.
The public safety tax, when it was passed, it had to be passed by the taxing board.
Right.
Okay? The two largest members of that taxing board are the city of Anderson and us. So at the end of the day, if we can get the city of Anderson to agree without raising taxes to take the call center costs off the top of the public safety distribution prior to it being distributed to everybody else, including us. You pay the call center off. That's the first thing, and then it gets distributed out equally to the rest of the municipalities. Now, it's my understanding that, Anderson and I and the county, we pay the majority of that call center.
Right.
And
Behind Anderson.
it honestly would not affect our line item that much as far as what we would be reduced, because we already pay such a substantial amount on the call center. I've seen the numbers from our accountants, whatever they ran. This is a conversation that was brought up months ago with the commissioners or with John, and we need to either, as I say, either get off the pot or go.
I had some conversations with the commissioner's office on this as well, and I do believe the commissioners would be in favor of that. The problem they're getting or running into is the mayor of Anderson is not in favor of going that route at this time. So until both parties can agree to move forward, then it's kind of a moot point.
Well, I would be more than happy to talk to the mayor of Anderson and see if I can't get him to change his mind.
And I think
Yeah,
that
but
could be
to
a
the
positive.
council, the city council be vote, not the mayor.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying. But it's an actual, kind of like us, and the city council would vote, then it'd go into effect.
I think where I'm at is that could be a positive step, but it is a process that takes time.
No,
And I don't like to set a budget where we're banking on something like that could very easily not pan out. With those types of processes, there's no guarantee. Even when people say they'll vote for it and they support it,
And you
when
got to
the vote
remember,
comes
there's a
down,
lot
it
of
doesn't always come
communities
down.
that are also going to be putting pressure on
Right.
other units because they're not going to be receiving that money anymore.
Right.
So there's a lot of politics that.
Yeah, I mean, that may force some of the smaller municipalities to have to shrink their public safety,
Right.
Which may mean cutting an officer or supplies or pay. So they'd be fighting to protect what they feel they need too.
Well, and it would be more conducive for them to come to the table and give us a reasonable amount that we'd ask for, and it wasn't what they'd lose in public safety, if that
Right,
makes sense.
Right. And so again, I'm personally not opposed to looking into that. I just don't think it's something that right now we can bank on in setting our budget. I would be concerned that process may not pan out the way we'd want it to, or within a timeline.
you mean
that we
just
needed to.
giving half?
So if we
If she
gave
can
them
get through
half and
half.
we took the other 200,000 and we appropriated it out of the public safety fund for next year, and if it didn't fall through, if it fell through, then we would have to look at pulling it back into the budget the following year.
I think that's fair. Because we got it. And that way we can use some of that 200,000 to maybe get some.
You're talking about moving some of the dispatch fees to public safety,
200.
200,000.
Todd, do you guys have thoughts on that with auditors? Do you have thoughts on that? Moving the 200,000 to public safety from the dispatch?
Are you planning on paying dispatch center costs from the county then? Is that the plan? I heard a lot of talk about we need to go to the table and all that. There's been many.
That's been discussed for almost 2 years,
I know.
the same
I've
concept.
been in probably 4 in the last month that I sat in on this very issue. The small towns are refusing to pay, and us and Anderson are pulling the weight.
Like,
And she's going to be
Yeah.
short.
it sounds like a wonderful idea, but the problem is with the history, with having not paid for, at least a year and a half, some of them.
2022 and
Right,
2023.
so what makes us think, I guess I'm just not willing to gamble on the fact that they're gonna pay. I love the idea.
Oh, I'm not.
No, we're not.
They're
She's
gonna
just
pay.
talking
I don't
about
think
taking
they're gonna pay that
200,000
way.
of public safety money to
No.
pay for it, which
I
is
don't
public
think they
safety
will.
money.
So then the question then, really, it sounds like, for moving forward on the 24 budget and maybe working through that process and seeing what can be done in the future is just the question of, are we willing to spend next year some of that surplus we have in public safety that we were intending to hold back for potentially some, upfront cost of the jail or some other unknowns. I mean, that'd be less money we'd have to finance if we did that.
Permanent costs, not one-time costs.
Yeah, and Councilman Steele, am I correct that in your budget that you've proposed, you were already using a portion of that?
350,000 of
Okay,
the roughly.
So that would get us to 550,000 that we'd be using of the 1.2. Is that too many
Roughly.
numbers in my head right now? So, so again, I mean, maybe it works out. Maybe we're just kicking the can down the road, and
I mean, if we use it on public safety emergencies, that'd be different. As long as we don't go crazy and just start giving it salaries.
Well, but it's a commitment. It's not, for instance, the bulletproof windshields was a one-time project where we don't repeat every year, and that's a little different. You're not committing.
Right.
We're essentially going to commit these funds
Well, that buys us
for
some.
its entirety.
That all buys us some time, as Jenny said, that they're seem like getting closer, and they have been at it a while, and I don't want to doubt that. I know what Jenny's saying, but I also know reality. This has been going on for.
Yeah, let's come back and what are some? Are there some other?
Well,
are
I
you
can just
through
talk,
with-
I can just tell you that I had my budget at the same amount that you did, and I've told you some of the areas where I reduced, where you had given more generously than I did.
And I mean, is there other departments you want to look at? Because
Well,
I'm afraid.
the court was a big one.
I'm really afraid to change anything in the court. I respect their
Well,
the
if you're
budget
not,
they put forth.
and the prosecutor's office was another one that I looked at, 5% increases for the larger salaries. Some of the smaller
Mr.
salaries,
Hanna,
I
if
moved
you
them up a
want
little
to
more.
ask him some questions. Mr. Hanna is here, Chief Deputy. I mean, he's under the same pressures of
I mean, at the
salary
end of the
pressures.
day, we all want, all the departments would like to see generous increases in all their employees. I get that. I just would really like to take care of our lower paid people this year.
When you're talking about the public safety fund,
Mhm.
don't forget that you have to hold back
Mhm.
those bond payments
Yeah.
that are coming,
Mhm.
125% of the bond
Yeah.
payments. You gotta make sure you're not getting into that money.
Yeah.
You have to have it paid.
Is that the 1.5?
I think it is about
1.5, and then there's also the radio bonds you pay out of there, correct?
that comes straight off the top. That's built into the bond structure. When we bought the radios for every city, town, fire department within the entire county, those bond payments were $740-something thousand a year. It's down a little bit now because it's into we're halfway in. That comes right off the tops.
Of what we get, right?
Yes, off the public safety pieces.
Yeah, and I think the public safety was 6 million something, right? Is what the
Next year,
state said?
6.3 next year.
I have it here somewhere.
It's $6,314,033.
Yep, that's what it is. So 1.5 comes off of that, correct? And then the radio bonds come off of that, correct? And that's what's left?
Yes.
And then is the jail lit, is that separate from that a number? So according to the printout from the state, we got 6.282 million coming in for jail lit every year?
Yes, it's up. It was 5.7. I think it's up to over 6 now too.
Okay.
So let me get this correct. The public safety, Mr. Gardner, is that separate from, you got the jail lit all by itself? We raised .02, 1.5 million. 1.5 million is designated to the bond, right? Is that correct?
You have to prove, when you build that jail, you have to prove that you can cover those bond payments by 125%. Let's say the 100% of that bond payment comes from the jail lit, the correctional lit. And then you have to cover that by another 25%, and that would come from you have to guarantee that you can cover it
by 25% in addition
Is that
to
over the
that.
million and a half that we have to go?
So is that what the
The mi-
1.5
That would
is
be the
for?
million and a half, yes.
That's the
That would-
1.5, that's the 25%.
So you've got your public safety lit, and off the top of that, you can't count $1.5 million of that, and you can't count the 700,000 for the bond payments. That's the short answer to it.
Can I just offer, in the, I guess, spirit of compromise, I really don't like the idea of digging deeper into public safety, but I also really don't like the idea of not fixing some of the problems with pay structure in other public safety departments. Our courts, our prosecutor's office, they've had significant issues. I don't think that we're doing the county big picture a favor by cutting some of these proposed funding for different pay lines in their departments. So, I mean, I'd be willing to entertain the idea of, let's use 200,000 of this public safety for now. Let's put it in the budget in that manner. But then let's, as a council, work with the commissioners. Let's work, however we need to try to find a better solution. And hopefully that means in 2024, that public safety money is not actually needed to get us through the whole year, and we can remedy that. That would be the hope. There's no guarantee. That may cause us, to get into a situation where we have to look even harder to cover some unknown expenses in the future.
I
But
agree
it
with
at
that.
least gets us to a point where we're looking for then like $27,000, and we can have a functional budget.
I think Mrs.
I do
York
just have
still,
one question though. We still have not looked at MCCC.
Correct.
So above and beyond the
that's why I wanted to come
227,000.
back.
Okay.
Still got another
Can we come
department to
back to
look
that
at.
once we,
Yeah, so
Balloon
maybe if
the
we have
budget.
all of the proposed increases, we deal with that first, and then we just have a bigger issue we have to solve.
So like I was saying before, and I know that you guys are, disagree with me on this, but I think to go from $37,334 as a court reporter to $44,000 is a substantial increase. And I think that is I think they would be exceptionally happy with that. And I think that we would be able to get qualified people in, but that's my own personal opinion.
What budget are you talking about, Jody?
I'm
Mr.
talking
Hunter
about the
or
courts.
Judge, want to speak to that? Was there anything exceptional to that? Did we move somebody experienced into that position? I don't recall.
We've lost a lot of experienced people because of
We
the.
just lost another court reporter. The turnover is decimating the court's ability to continue to function.
Right.
Every time we lose a new court reporter position, every time one leaves, it's like their library of knowledge catches on fire and burns to the ground every time we lose one. And we continue to lose and lose and lose. And that will continue until we are able to increase the salary line to what is comparable to other similarly situated counties, which is what was presented to the council.
Right.
The budget that we brought had significant concessions, and the overall increase is 5.6%, focusing those resources of where we cut to the areas that we needed them most, the court reporters especially, and court administration.
Right. And I mean, turnover.
You don't think that you can find a court administrator for $75,000?
No, it's better for 10.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, constant turnover just costs more money. I mean, you're constantly training, you're constantly, spending time and energy finding new employees, as opposed to having whoever has to find those employees focusing on doing the work that they're really there to do for the county. And so, when we're talking about the difference in some of these pay lines of a couple $1,000s, I don't know that we gain anything by cutting a couple $1,000s. I mean,
it adds up.
It adds up over time, especially like I say in the larger departments, like we've seen in the jail. And I'd love for everyone in the jail to make that. But cutting court reporters back just a little bit more isn't going to make up for anywhere even close to the difference of what the jail budget is ballooned to. So we have to find some other source of funding, really. And cutting a few $1,000s from a few lines here and there isn't gonna get us.
The only backdoor view I see, I agree with Councilman Gale on that, but the only backdoor I see, the difference is the administrator has someone in there right now. The jail in some of these places are way short-staffed for a long time.
And they're facing the same thing with not being able to get
But
qualified
there's
candidates
some, but
in there.
difference is, we have spots that's been open. Last sheriff fought that, this sheriff's fighting that, which we're dealing with public safety or on the inmates and our official or our COs, but they have someone in there right now. And,
You can say the same thing for the jail commander and assistant commander that you wanted raises, and you're talking
Well,
$180,000.
but I'm really not giving them a raise. I know it looks like I am, Rob, but at the end of
But
the
the
day, this is what
overtime-
they're gonna make with the overtime.
I mean, you can make them exempt and pay them 80, I mean,
if you look.
make them salary. I mean, you can't go after one higher paid person and leave others unscathed.
What is the amount that where's sheriff at?
He's on
With-
Are you gonna let the employee of the jail see you talk to?
So,
Sheriff, with the jail commander's overtime, because I asked you about this line item, we set her at 100,000, at least Councilwoman Hart did. What is her overtime with what she makes now? And you said it's close to 100,000, right?
Right, she was on, we had to extrapolate out based on when we submitted the budget where she'd be at, and she was at over 96,000 at that point in time. But that's in addition to like the incident we had where the officer got punched in the face. She had to come down and, take over the incident was going to work that position back over. So she was going to be close to that 100,000 anyway. And Councilman Gale says, well, the county's paying for it one side or the other. Whether it's you put it at exempt her at one level, or we put her back over there and shows a salary of 73 or 63, you're going to pay for it in the overtime line.
and let's be honest, when we're talking about employee retention, if you're paying someone currently $96,000 a year, whether that's salary and overtime combined or just salary or whatever, if then all of a sudden you say, oh, you're now exempt, you don't get overtime, now you're only going to make $70-some thousand a year, do you think that person's going to stick around very long? Because
right. Well, I wasn't going to exempt her if you don't put her at $100,000.
Yeah, to them, they just got a $20,000 pay cut. And I think that's the difficult position that we're put in.
Well,
It's like we're kind of, we have to pay it one way or another, or we're probably going to lose that employee.
Right. And then the next person's going to do the same amount of hours because the jail is an animal that you got to deal with on a day-to-day, 24-hour-a-day basis.
Our assistant jail commander is
I'm
actually over
sorry.
300 hours in overtime so far this year.
Yeah.
I mean, the jail commander, the assistant jail commander are actually on call all the time. And with the jail being short, our jail commander was supposed to come in for overtime. This officer right here stepped up on overtime, come in and got punched in the face by an inmate.
I'm Cassandra Essel. I've worked at the department for 16 years. It is my career. I love my job. Even with a fractured face, I come to work. Okay, I haven't missed a day since I got punched in the face by a male. And I say male because he's not a man. Man doesn't hit a woman. Okay, period. I came in on my day off on a Saturday to come in because we didn't have a full-time female. No one worked. You can't staff a jail without a female. That's a lawsuit waiting to happen. I'm not going to make my jail commander leave her family again to have to come in. So I came in. Not even an hour into my shift doing my job like I always do. I was not complacent. I was not paying attention. I was dealing with somebody that apparently just didn't like a woman telling him what to do and struck me in the face. I had to go to the emergency room. I have two fractured bones in my face. That happened on a Saturday on the 30th. I came back to work on Monday. Okay, I came back to work on Monday. I left probably 2 or 3 hours early because I have a massive headache staring at my screen. It's an animal, and I don't say this because I think that I'm the greatest and I deserve more money, but I've worked there 16 years, and I think this is the precipice of my breaking point. I shouldn't have to choose whether or not my family eats healthy and then working overtime. That's the only reason I'm able to survive, is because I have to work overtime to be able to pay to feed my family. And I don't go out watching movies. I don't go out to eat. We survive. We have a good time. I take care of my children. I'm married. I have a husband who has a job, and we still can't survive. I'm just going to go read this. It's going to take me like a minute, and then that's all I want to do. So that maybe, because I don't think this is going to get solved tonight. I don't. But maybe you guys can think about this, and some of you that might be on the verge of, 5% is good enough. It's not. It's not. And I understand that you have to find it somewhere, but maybe hearing this will make you think about it better, because after 16 years, I want to be done. And that's sad because I love my job most of the time, not always, most of the time. Okay, so I'm just going to read this and then that's it. That's all I want to be able to do. So maybe you guys can, talk amongst each other and really dig into the budget, because you can't tell me it's not there. It's somewhere. It's somewhere. It's somewhere. I mean, I worked there for 16 years and I'm getting paid $22 an hour. Okay, so I'm just going to read it and then I'm done. Okay, so I apologize. I'm going to try to get through this and just be done with it. So throughout my 16-year career, multiple invitations have been sent out from this administration and the previous administration to come visit the detention center. And I have firsthand glimpse of what we deal with on a daily basis in our facility. Gratitude and thank you goes to those who have actually taken that offer and come and seen what we have to deal with. So I appreciate that. For those of you who have not, here's a little bit of data for you. Since January, there have been 2,000 incidences inside this facility. Over 400 of them, not included in that number, what I'm CCC. 2,000 in the Madison County Jail. These incidences range from use of force, officer assaults, inmate on inmate assaults, medical emergencies, and mental health emergencies. CERT, which is the Corrections Emergency Response Team, which I'm also part of, has been activated for those incidences occurring within this facility 10 times this year. That averages at least once a month. Activation of the CERT is due to a situation that is unable to be resolved by normal operating staff there. So we are trained to be able to handle huger situations that it's not safe for them to deal with. High-risk transports have increased due to the level of charges and inmate behaviors. The average daily intakes of new arrests on an average of 7 days is 15 people. The facility has 207 beds. The daily average population for the month of September alone was 287. Okay, that's 80 more people than we have somewhere to put them. This means we have people housed in day rooms. So we're doing jail check with 2 officers and there's 4 people in the day room. I can take care of myself. I mean, I stood up the whole time this happened. I didn't go out. But if 4 people jump me, I'm going down. There's no way. I'm 5'2". 22 inmates are currently housed at other counties or facilities due to spacing limitations. MCCC maintains consistently full because our detention center population continues to be overpopulated. We have 8 cells that are unable to be utilized, which creates an even larger limitation inside our housing facility. These stem from mechanical issues presented by deteriorating conditions of the facility that are beyond the control of their general preventative maintenance. During exit interviews conducted when officers leave, it shows the top reasons for resignation are salary. Number 1 always. Concern for security due to building conditions, plumbing issues, malfunctioning equipment, short staffing, and continuous overtime. Contraband in the form of fentanyl, heroin, methamphetamines, syringes, weapons, not to mention bodily waste, feces, urine, and blood, spit, are located on the persons that we pat down, the arrestees, and inside the housing units, which places officers in a dangerous situation daily. While you continue to discuss and evaluate a raise presented by the Sheriff Beeman for 2024 budget, I ask that you take into consideration the environment that these staff are working within. Raises for departments to become comparable to surrounding counties is necessary. I would absolutely decide to drive to Hamilton County and get paid more. Goodbye 16 years of experience. But recognition of a type of work being performed must also be evaluated. Day in and day out, the staff that I work with have dedicated themselves to the department to encounter resentment, hostility, drug use, contraband, weapons, and mental health issues. Yet they continue to show up and perform their duties despite all their adversities they have to deal with. These men and women deserve to be recognized and compensated for their job that they do. We shouldn't be discredited for their salaries based on departments requiring one. Evaluate their duties. Ask yourself if you would be willing to perform those duties with this salary you are looking to provide. I guarantee you not a one of you would stand in this place and put this uniform on in the day and age that the inmates that we have to deal with. 75% of our job now is mental health. And it's insane. So, couple pictures. This is my face. This is what it looked like. I'm not gonna show over here because there's a couple of young people. But this is what I look like. This is another officer that had a laceration on his lip. Here's inmates that we've had to deal with. Contraband that we've had to deal with. Things. This is a giant shank of metal that they decided to make. And then plumbing issues. Rope on rope on rope. They like to take things and flush it down the toilet, stick it out the windows, get contraband up into our facility. Who knows what it is? Guns. Unless we find the hole in time, who knows? That's all I say. Thank you.
Thank you.
And at the end of the day, guys, we're looking at putting them at $22 an hour, which is a $45,760 salary. I understand that the prosecutor's office and the courts want greater salaries to be able to compete. But at the end of the day, they're not dealing with what our jail people are dealing with. And I think it needs to be a priority over everybody else. I think it needs to be a priority.
I would just like to add, when this council did the COVID hazard pay, there were tiers and people were paid differently based on how hazardous their job was with COVID, how high a risk were they at when they kept coming to work. And so to me, by that same mentality, it's okay to give the jail staff and MCCC a little bit higher raise than everyone else because of the risk that they take on every day when they come to work.
You know, with our working copy of our budget now, it has those raises in there the sheriff's requested. And so again, trying to continually prod us in a forward direction. Are there other departments we need to look at now?
MCCC.
So is that where we
You're
need to go?
saying they're at 22 starting now?
We're at 20.
10% raise.
Oh, that would be 20.
So then let's look at MCCC and see what headway we make there, and then we'll see what we have to come up with.
I just wanted to say too, the jail is a 24-hour operation, just like patrol. We have to have people in those positions. And dispatch as well. You know, so it's not that, and I'm not discrediting the courts or the men and women in the offices at all. I don't want it construed that way, but that's why she was in on overtime, because there was not a female. It's a 24-hour operation. Snow days, we go to work. We go to work on snow days. We don't get anything extra to go to work on snow days, and the courthouse is closed and gets paid 8 hours for staying home. I mean, there's a difference in public safety and non-public safety positions, and I'd ask that you keep that in mind when you're looking at these. I've cut everywhere. I even reduced my pay to make sure the jail staff could try to get their increases that they deserve. I've been at the department 29 years, and I started in the jail.
So MCCC?
We're going to MCC complex.
Just let it go. So looking at MCCC.
So this is the misdemeanor fund that the request was to bring that salary, that subsidized salary there, along with what was the 23 budget, to take full account of that and move it into the public safety, or move it into the general fund. So the yellow items on the right are the original 23 budget, adding the misdemeanor in there and coming up with the 23 budget. So it was an adjusted budget for the year. And then comparing that to the requested budget.
So what does that put them at?
I worked with David. I don't remember. He didn't give a matrix per se.
Well, he did give me a matrix. I asked him for that specifically.
I thought this got him up. 21 and a half or 22, I don't remember the minimum.
Yeah, I thought that with this one, David
I
was
thought we
involved
got-
and we got him where he wanted to be,
Yeah,
if I
he-
remember correctly, but
Yeah,
I've slept since
by
then.
cutting, well, he asked for 3 positions, additional positions,
Right.
and then cut, or asked for 4 and then cut 3.
But as far as pay increases, did we get where he was wanting?
Yes.
So I would like to add that we would also want that pay parity for the officers that work at that complex, doing like work. I'm not sure off the budget that I'm looking at. It looks like it would take a regular correction officer to 40,000 a year. Unfortunately, I didn't bring that with me.
I think that's when, last time we spoke. I think he had gotten with you and.
Right, and the one.
That's not even 20 an hour.
The one correction officer that you were giving to us new is for work release.
Yeah, I saw that in there.
Which is a whole other beast. Operating on a flat grant of people, again, doing like work, operating on 80% part-time work. You have 5 full-time officers, 24-hour, 7-day week facility. And, you know, you have people coming and going in and out of that facility all day, potentially ingesting any type of substance on the outside coming in. And at the end of the day, all of the 24-hour facilities are working with, like Estelle had said, an individual that you're not working with 20 years ago. I mean, you got the mental health, you got the substance abuse, you have all these substances that, you know, if you touch a particle of it, that can, you can OD. And the officers, again, you know, we've seen a lot of turnover in both of these facilities. And I think that it would be a smack in the face if we didn't look at that across the board for all of the facilities that are doing like work.
The original budget was 1.342 million, and the requested budget was 2,087,000. So it's a 740,000 increase, or roughly a 50% increase. And when we sat down with David, how close were your numbers, Jody, with what David?
When I put in the matrix, but I also took into consideration a few other things. I took into consideration that right now, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, they do not get paid overtime.
No, they get holiday pay.
They get they do get holiday pay.
If they work on a
put that-
holiday,
we
they
put
get,
in-
that's what our overtime budget line, that's what that
You use for
overtime
the-
pays for, is
for
if
the
they work a
holiday?
holiday.
But
Then
do
there
they
was
get,
a shift premium too that we added in.
okay, and do they get that for work release as well? Or was
No.
that was just MCCC?
Right.
Just for clarification,
And-
is it that they're not getting paid overtime because they're part-time employees, so they're not getting to that
No.
40 hours? Or?
No, the complex is the majority of full-time staff.
Okay.
If they work a holiday, our overtime budget for the complex was, if they work a holiday, they get time and a half.
Okay. So
And we
on an-
want to include the work release center as well, because it's only fair, again, operating on 80% part-time for a 24-hour facility. And right now we're down like 6. The complex, I think, is, they've been without one full-time officer for several months. They just got that filled, but they're down on part-time. So you're going to have those full-time people working probably every holiday.
So, but are people being scheduled then outside of holidays overtime, but not getting paid for overtime?
They get comp time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there is a compensation
Yeah.
for that. It's just comp time as opposed
And to your point, we wanted the matrix. We were proposed with 40,000. Like, I'm just talking about a basic correction officer, full-time, not a shift supervisor. It was proposed 40,000, but we would also like to go with that matrix as well, if possible.
And
for
at the end of the
consideration.
day, I've had a lot of conversation with Dave, and our work release facility is not being used the way it was intended to be used. It's work release. which means people have jobs when they go in there for the most part, and they pay to stay there. That was where part of the funding came from for that job, for that position. Or it was like, instead of throwing you in prison, we're going to put you in work release. It's a lesser service, it's a lesser penalty for what you did wrong. Unfortunately, it's not being utilized that way, and they're having a hard time funding it, and it needs to be really severely looked at. And I've encouraged him to sit down with the judges, all of the judges, and to take a hard look at how we're utilizing this facility, because it's not being properly used.
He said he's
And
had a
when
hard time to get the funding and to get those to pay.
They don't
They're
have
in,
jobs.
they're
How are
out,
they going to
and then
pay?
they're not,
They shouldn't even be in there to begin with.
And
I mean,
I
I
believe
think
there is a
Mr.
meeting scheduled, I think, later this month,
Mr.
to discuss some of these issues.
I believe that I discussed with Mr. Kane how much they are back in fees, and you
Mhm.
know that number?
Not off the top
I mean,
of my
quite a
head.
bit of money.
It is.
And,
It's
and,
significant.
and I got two good judges out here. I just want to let you guys get lied to a lot by the defenders. I'm just saying. I've heard that on the ground.
Yeah.
So, and they say they have jobs and they don't. They go back there because.
So
I
then,
think we all need to get together and figure that out because it's not working. State's over here with all this big money, and then Mr. Kane said they still haven't moved on the money they got from the state
Right.
to help fund more of that.
And we've been advised that 2024 budget or grant
not
for
going anywhere.
DOC is not going to be increased either.
yeah. So then what do we need to do? Is there anything we need to do on this department to adjust any of those 2024 council numbers to make members of the council
I
satisfied?
can give you the numbers for the matrix, but like I said, I took into consideration some other things as well for work release. Giving them, I'd have to look at my original budget, what I actually did with that. Give me just a second here. So what I did is, I increased their part-time. I increased the part-time to cover a $20 an hour times 29 hours, which is for your part-time people. What's going on? Oh, sorry. So $20 an hour times 29 hours, that's $580 a week times 52 weeks for your part-time people. That's $30,160 times, I believe you have 7 part-time people, is what David said.
No, we have more than that. Right, because we're 80% part-time, so we have.
This is work release, not work release. This is
the
MCCC.
Yes.
Okay. I was not able to do what I'd like to do with work release. I'll just be honest
Okay.
with you. There's going to have to be some changes at that facility. And that was $211,000. Plus I gave another $120,000 for $4 per hour increased supplement. That is for work release part-time. I did give that. That brought him up a little bit.
Councilwoman Miller.
Yeah.
15,000 line part-time, what's your number for that?
So my part-time was $312,000.
Is that too many?
No, it's fine. I wish I had to land about even forward. Maybe
You hot? You hot?
So then what other numbers?
So then I had put them into the matrix, which takes and puts in their longevity into the matrix again, and it brought them up to $22 an hour, just like the jail. So for instance, at the top of the thing, that person would be making $48,147.
Well, that's actually going to be less than what he earns now.
Right.
That's
2020, that's without the misdemeanor over there, which is 8943.
These are numbers that Dave gave me.
That is the
this-
security supervisor, what's highlighted right there. And then also, just for clarity, is this still with salaries in the misdemeanor fund?
That is there. This is not. That what I
Okay.
was giving was not.
Because we had that, I think we've had a very transparent conversation about the misdemeanor fund with everybody.
Yeah, wanting to get that in the general fund so we
So
don't
these
have.
numbers, if they're not correct, they're numbers that Dave gave.
Those
So then if
numbers
you're
with the
looking at-
yellow are what David wanted for those positions.
So that security supervisor, the 55.5, that would be the 43,919 plus the 8943, is that correct?
Correct, and you get the 52.
And so you can see,
52,
Councilwoman North, we have what they were being paid out of the misdemeanor, over towards the right, and
Yes.
then in the highlighted yellow,
That would put him at 52,862. And I said it was 58,147 because that includes their longevity. Did I add that wrong? I added the 43,919, yes? Plus the 8,943. That gets you to 52,862.
okay. And then did you add longevity to that?
I don't know their longevity.
Okay.
So I'm assuming that when David gave me the number 58,147 would have taken into consideration whatever that person's longevity is.
Would longevity give that big of a bump for someone? I'm not certain.
Well, longevity is paid out $75 per year of service. I'm not sure exactly off the top of my head how long he's been there. I think it's under 5 years. And David just texted me, Nick is not in the matrix. So that would be that security supervisor position.
So Councilman Steele, the council numbers,
I can't say.
am I remembering right? That's all what David told us, and that includes moving
when we
away
sit
from
down
the
with-
misdemeanor.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, if that's getting him happy, I would suggest that's a pretty significant improvement for 1 year as well.
He's advocated strongly for the pay parity, though, and so that may have made him happy with the jail making what you had in your budget. But if we give the increase to the jail at $22 an hour, his staff's not going to be on parity.
Correct.
Those numbers.
Because I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, you had him at 20.
20.
$20 an hour?
I didn't.
I don't think we were looking at
We were
hourly
looking at
wage.
hourly wages.
It was more of a total
hour
compensation.
or a annual spend.
So like correction officer 11619, at 40,000, that was the base pay, correct?
Yes, I believe so. That was
Okay.
the first year.
So at $40,000 a year, that's $19.23. It's not even 20. So that particular one there, what one was I looking at? 619. I have them at 46,555, which would be $20 an hour and their longevity.
But they need to be parity.
That is putting them at 22. That's putting them at that.
Well,
what we don't know is the hours or years of service for each line, or do you have that?
I do not.
Well, I think that's what these numbers are that David gave me, because I told him to give me the numbers with the
Think he did that.
longevity in it. This is what I have here.
That's what he did, I believe.
And I know
Okay,
he's,
good.
I'm 99% sure I sent this over to him to make sure it was correct.
So do we want to just go ahead with those numbers, plug them in, see what that does to the overall budget? Again, we can always revert back or make other adjustments, but I think part of what we're trying to see here is if we make all of these changes, what does that do to the overall budget? And then is that even possible? Can we come up with other revenue sources or other cuts that balance it? So
He texted. But yeah.
Those are it.
Yeah, because some of those numbers are going to be, almost $8,000 more. a
But
year.
remember, it includes longevity, and it puts them at 22, not 19 something.
Todd, do we have, what's our longevity number on this department?
You want to say that?
So we're already, we're
So he
To the
me down to
budget that I have, it was
3,000.
7,800 for longevity. That was, but I'm not sure. I think what I'm looking at is the column on the left, which does not include the matrix. If you could keep that column on the left and then include the or to change those salaries to include the matrix.
So the ones that I showed that aren't in the matrix is the business office manager, assistant manager, excuse me, the field investigators, there's 2 of those, and the training coordinator and the correctional OFC maintenance supervisor. I show are not in the matrix. I do show that the security supervisor was in the matrix.
He said he wasn't. But you're correct. The 2 field officers, the maintenance, and the business assistant was not. I know that those weren't.
And the training coordinator?
And the training coordinator.
I have it highlighted, the security supervisor, so I assume that that's matrix.
So is it different than the 2024 budget that he proposed? I mean,
Yes,
we're not-
because the 2024 budget, when he originally presented it to us, it was not a matrix. It was trying to get his salaries up on some of those. He was hoping to have an additional, I think, employee. What was he wanting to do?
We were asking for, I think our original request was asking for 4 full-time for work release, which I believe he talked and said, we'll settle for 1 if we can get 1 at this time. And he just reiterated that Nick was, or the security supervisor was not in the matrix.
All right, well. That's the only one that I have a discrepancy with. And in my budget, I was not giving us any additional work release people, and he knew that. Of the 4 that he had requested. It also, he wiped out his part-time budget
Down to
altogether.
150.
For the complex?
Yeah, for the 15001, he took out all of the part-time.
They would have to have part-time.
Yeah,
they couldn't operate if they didn't.
He said if we fund the 12110 line, that goes away.
Yeah, that was a part-time administrative assistant, and we funded that line higher up.
Right.
So that one went away, but the 15,000 line, which is part-time for
has
other
to stay.
employees,
Right.
that's still in there.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So we're
I'm sorry, that
tracking
was-
there. So.
yeah, that was- And I had the longevity at 3,000. That was for the 5 employees that are not in the matrix. So that's 1, 2, 3. Yep. That doesn't include the security
So
supervisor.
with some of the correctional officers then, I mean, what are we looking at for a matrix?
Most of those, I mean, they're 1 or 2, 0 or 1 year. I mean, a lot of them.
There's a
and
lot.
that's why they're at the base salary.
There's a handful that's been there for maybe 5 years and on.
Right.
Most of them are
very low-aged
I guess
seniority.
I'm looking for, though, in our council numbers column, we have $40,000. How much of an increase would we
What's
need
the
to
low
do to get to
matrix?
the matrix?
I don't have the matrix with
Well,
me, Jody.
if somebody's coming in at 0,
You need a
the
full
matrix would start
150,000
at
part-time. Do you need a full 150,000?
45,760.
That's for $22 an hour.
That's $22 an hour.
But David seemed to be, or Mr. Kane seemed to be fine with not always, Matt, I mean, when we spoke, he realized it may be tough because they do similar jobs. I don't know what his original budget didn't reflect equality with jail staff.
He sent us
But he wanted-
multiple emails.
Yeah, we're always
advocating
going to
for parity.
advocate for pay parity, and especially like jobs. And again, even with the work release, it's going to be a situation there as well.
Mr. President, I just want to say one thing. This council as a whole, for years, has been in favor of public safety positions. Some of our largest raises have been given out to public safety positions, and I'm talking in it, but it's on. I think, though, I understand the request for pay parity between the jail and MCCC and work release, but I really do, I have to say this, I think we're comparing apples to oranges. And what I mean by that is, at the jail, we have level 1 through level 6 felonies. We have violent offenders, and we have the worst of the worst in the jail. And at MCCC and work release, we don't have those folks. We've got a lot of level 6s and misdemeanors. I mean, am I
It's not
correct in this?
true.
Do you have violent, do you have level 1s, 2s, 3s?
We don't have level 1s. We have had some level 2s. And I mean, every one of them has a potential to be violent. Each one of those facilities have a different level. You know, the jail, when they come in, they're coming in off the street. You don't know what they're on. They're at a heightened state. So that is. But we've also had escape attempt over at the complex. We've also had multiple altercations.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that you don't have those issues.
Yeah.
If you offered me, I'm just going to say, if you offered me $21 an hour to work at MCCC or work release, or offer me 22 at the jail, I'm going to MCCC and the jail. I've been in both those facilities, and all day long. I mean, again, I believe that we do need to do it, but I think our jailers should make, the folks working in the jail should be paid a little higher than the folks at MCCC and work release. That's just my 2 cents on that.
I will add to that, Councilman Emery. I did work for Sheriff Gotti in the overflow jail, and I'll say there's one difference because I experienced it. When they've got dorms and you got a fight in there and you got less staff, I was very lucky, and I prayed, and I'm looking in your eyes, I prayed. At the second week there, I was doing a breakfast count, big fight, and I ordered everybody back to the bunk. If they didn't, I'd have been done. So the difference is they got locked down. They've got contained a little bit in there. They can order them back to the locked. But over there, you got an open dorm. There's nowhere for them guys to go.
Again, that's just one man's
big
opinion.
difference.
That's just one opinion.
That's a lot of people.
So, again, trying to keep us moving in some direction, whether it's the right one or not. Do we want to punch in matrix numbers? Do we have the numbers to punch those in? Or do we want to use the 24 requested or stay with the council numbers? Even with the council numbers right now, that's a $6,500 a year raise on a lot of those correction officers. And we have to decide can we do more than that? I mean, we still have $389,000 we've got to find somewhere without making any further adjustments to MCCC. So do we want to see what that looks like if we put the numbers in there and see how much more that balloons it? I mean, it doesn't hurt. We're looking at it to see what then we have to cut. So Jody, do you have those numbers?
I believe they are correct from what David gave me.
Okay, then do you want to maybe just
I
give
can
those
go
to
to
Todd and we'll see where it takes us?
Those are matrix numbers, though.
Well, Jody's got matrix.
Jody had the matrix in her budget that she sent out. So
That may be. The column to the left there, I don't believe had the matrix in it. The 2024 council, I think it says numbers, right? That column.
Yes.
I don't think that had the matrix in it.
No.
I know that David did get some numbers for matrix, and that must be what you had.
I mean, I can't question whether they're right or not because that's just what he gave me.
Right.
And I know I gave it back to him and said, "Is this correct?" And I know he's seen it, so I would assume if something was not right, he would have told me.
Jody gave.
My matrix page. He's just making them up.
Thank you.
He memorized them.
Yeah. Osmosis. I'm thinking him. He's typing
That's so weird. That'd be scary.
it. He's family.
That's true.
He probably doesn't want to be family.
Okay, so that puts us at $529,000 over a balanced budget. So 517,000.
I think the longevity.
So how much does it put it out, or is he done?
Okay, so longevity goes down to 3,000.
Oh, I thought she was there.
Yeah, I had some increases on some of these, so second shift premium. Let me look at something really quick.
So we're gonna be here for
There's
tomorrow.
probably some negotiation that can be done on the 16.4. That's the second shift premium. That was just for third shift, but
Yeah,
we'll
he
leave
said
that.
that was a big incentive.
Yeah, I had 30,000
Yeah.
there, but I was also,
He said he could, the 32 was for both shifts. He said the 15 would get him the hardest shift to fill.
okay.
Yeah.
And what do we have on overtime? 80,000?
He thought
80,000.
Yeah.
He thought he could do that?
Well, he thought with the raises that we initially gave, and these are going to be more, that wouldn't have to pay as much in overtime. I mean, but you're going to pay at a higher rate too.
Right. Yeah. What's on operating supplies? One down.
You got it. Well, she's 90.
Okay, and then the next one.
Because in prior years, the overtime had not been utilized.
Communication and transportation, utility services. Okay, on the 3,600, I only had $4,000 in there. That's what he originally had asked for, was 4,000.
I think we that may have been oversight, one of us.
Yeah, I
We
think
may
that
have
was
missed
for
it, so,
sure.
yeah, if you want to take it to 4, that's fine. Good suggestion.
So there was a couple that were a little bit higher than that I had. I hadn't gone quite as low as you had on your budget, but I'm willing to compromise with that if David's looked at it and said he could work with it.
So we're just a little over $500,000 over budget. So are there other departments we want to look at? Of anyone feel passionate about increases for other departments? Then we can start seeing what decreases.
We still haven't went through all of Rob's budget and seen what he changed.
Well, we are trying to work it out first to get it to 40.
Probably the what?
5 first, and then we'll look at what the changes are.
Well, we may not agree with some of his increases, and then we could lower it that way.
Right. I guess I'm trying to give everyone who's passionate about a certain department an opportunity. Let's focus on those departments, and if we need to do a brief kind of once over of everything,
Probably
because
the
we're
county.
probably going to have to do that when we go to cutting anyway. Because at this
Right.
point, we're going to have to, you know.
Probably next I'm gonna look at is the county assessor, Larry.
Okay, let's move to the county assessor then.
Larry back here. I know I already the only thing I would say on that I already, here it comes. So I discussed with you, Mr. Davis, that we have 2 separate proposals for your budget, to get you closer to the certification, to be up. You said we can cut maybe something from yours, but I'll let you take it from there, that workable where we can get up to continue education and certification pay and stuff.
President Steele, members of the council, we won't rehash as far as counties. I sent all that to you, but what I did receive was I received 2 budgets. One from Councilwoman Norick, one from President Steele, and there wasn't a whole lot of difference in them. In President Steele's proposal, it was a reduction of about 64,000. But salaries for level 3 were 46,000, and then Councilwoman Norick's, it was 48,000. We requested 49,900. For level 2s, it was 42,000, is what we requested. President Steele was 40,000, Councilwoman Norick was 42,000. So just to make it simple, now for the elected official, I think you mentioned this earlier, I didn't ask for an increase, but there's been mention about a 5%. So I think we did put 3% as far as my salary, which was just cost of living. So if we look at that 5% on the elected official, and then take the level, let's split the difference, is what I'm saying. Let's split the difference between both proposals. Let's take the level 2s to 41,000. Let's take the level 3s to 47,000. Instead of all the line items that you have here, for example, 2,100, it was cut $1,000. 3,700, it was cut 39.31. 3,900, it was cut 31.94. What I'd propose to make it easy on you is that we just reduce professional services down to 625. We requested 700,000, which gives you the 75,000, which brings you down to the 1.312 approximately for the total budget for the assessor out of the general fund. And then I would propose that we leave the reassessment and the sales disclosure as is, as presented. And that gets you exactly, that gets what President Steele asked for on the 1.3, kind of splits the baby, the bathwater in the middle. So you have level 3 and it still has the increase. We talked about how difficult it was for me to find qualified candidates, because when I bring them in, of course, they have to pass 7 tests to become level 3 certified, according to state law that I send all you. But if you have any questions, fire away.
So then, Todd, can we go down to professional services?
How often, Mr. Davis, is your continuing education on your level 3?
We're required by law to have continuing ed. And the
Right,
level
and that's
3 has
20
to have 30 hours per year.
30
Yeah.
hours per year.
Yeah.
Mr. Davis, I'm remembering right, professional services, you said you could cut that to 625?
I said instead of cutting, those thousands, here's what we have. In office supplies, it was cut 1,000. In operating supplies, it was cut 680. In other supplies, it was cut 188. What I propose is leaving those as we requested, and then just take the 75,000, which is the difference in the $1,000 for each employee, from both Councilwoman Norick's and President Steele's proposals. It's just splitting that right in the middle with $1,000 extra. So you add that, 12,000 on top of the 64, you get right around 75,000. So just take the 700,000 we requested in professional services, knock it down to 625. You don't have to mess with every other line item. You leave them the same. And then if we do need more money in professional services, then we have that other that we can transfer from the 3,000s to the 3,900. If that works for you and you can move on, that would be perfect.
Okay, Todd, did you get that, or do we need to?
Can I get a motion?
I wish we were there.
So Councilwoman Norick's proposal was a reduction in those services of 39.5, and we had actually, there was discussion about changing the reassessment. But I think your issue is with the general fund, not with the reassessment fund.
Right.
So this kind of knocks it out. It's going to cut us a little short. We did request an increase on the reassessment fund for professional services. We did hire some appraisers. We had to go to the Indiana Board of Tax Review on Lowe's, and we had to go on Kohl's. We have Nestle right now that we just hired an appraiser, which is pretty expensive. So the nice thing is we only had like 600 appeals this year, which is down. Of course, property values are up. So, yeah, pretty much. And even though the interest rate has went to 20-year high, we're still not seeing values decrease very much. So what you were saying about a downturn, we're not seeing it for 24.
I don't see it in the South.
Well, it looks like Todd has made those changes, including the pay lines, and hey, that helped us out by a little over $7,000 in the whole thing, so
Hey,
at least we moved in the right direction on that one.
that's pretty.
Thank you.
He's the only one that's done that.
Can I get a motion?
Second.
Is that it? Any other questions?
Thank you.
So I do have a quick question. So your longevity, we talked about this, and maybe I'm wrong, but I thought we were at 6,500. I know it's only $500, but I know you had several employees leave, so
I did have longevity. There's, let me pull it up.
do you know what your longevity is for next year?
We do have an individual that's getting ready to pass his last. You have to pass 5 tests to become a level 3 assessor appraiser for the state. That was short 1,000 longevity. Yes, we lost about 100 years worth of experience over the last 2 months. So I have a lot of vacancies, and that's what we talked about the salary, but it's a little high. But I was cutting everything that President Steele, his proposal asked.
Okay.
So we might need to transfer some of those, and I'm saying let's not go into every item. I'm giving you what you asked for and kind of doing the employees and helping them out as well.
And also, Mr. Davis, I'd like to take with you being the shorter you have, you're not able to do your full-scale job that what you should do.
We are short. Well, I mean, and
there's some issues that getting stuff done. Let's leave it at that.
I said I really wouldn't get into this because we made the argument several times to the council, and I sent you like Hendricks County, which is very comparable to us, and they have like 35 employees. We have 12. So if we was at full capacity, we're at 15. So we're a big county. We have a lot of properties, south. And yeah, south. I think we've done $400,000 homes down south in the southern part of the county. So that'll be new. So there was a lot of build.
And they ain't small homes. Well, no.
So, all right. So we're 493 or 494,000 basically that we're over now. So are there any other departments we need to really focus on?
Can I say something? I did not get Councilman President, whatever, Councilman Steele's.
I can't hear you, Linda.
I didn't get his budget, so I don't really know what.
You didn't get the budget?
Those that requested, I think.
I did.
Some of the people that Jody worked with asked me what I was proposing or were confused. So I sent them what we had put together. I think we left yours pretty much intact.
So maybe we look at
let's look at the county clerk, please.
The department heads haven't seen the budget you're proposing.
I asked for a copy.
I thought it got put in Gateway Friday, but
So I didn't know if there was any change. I just heard that there was a couple proposals, and I just kind of wanted to get a feel where we were at. And is that all for me? Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
And so the elected official salary you gave 5%, is that right?
yes, the 5%.
One conversation that President Steele and I had was that with the elected official salaries, there's a lot of different, things that have happened over the years where one person got something one year, then maybe someone else got something in another year. And it almost seems like there needs to be maybe part of the personnel committee in the future, this maybe in 24, could visit this idea a little more thoroughly to say, as an elected official, which elected official should be at, say this tier, which one should be at this tier, and try to get some parity within the elected officials as well.
because that's one thing that we looked at, and it was challenging because elected official pay was kind of just all over the place. And then we're looking at, well, what are the responsibilities of, say, the sheriff or a judge versus a recorder or auditor or something like that, you know? Yes, you would know that. Yeah. And so that's something where I don't remember exactly what the recorder is in this budget, but it's just to let you know there is some like recognition that while this budget may not fix that problem, there's recognition that there is an issue and that we need to spend some time figuring that one out. Right. Yeah. So.
Okay, so we can move down a little bit. You think that this is the same as what I asked for? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, we also took into, I mean,
it's very
what we
close.
did was, there were some mid-year raises.
For once.
You're right.
And
remember, that was to get them to where they should have been
Right.
for 2023. It wasn't really a raise.
Well, that's right. I know there were some compensation issues addressed. And so then we applied a 5%. And some of them got really close to what you had requested.
Did you change any of my operating expenses?
The support trust bank looks like it went down.
To what they were before.
Yeah, we kept, what we kept was what was originally proposed, I mean, on the first reading. I don't think we changed anything in the clerk.
Well, I think she requested 14 and you guys put
Well,
it
I
at
think
10,524.
those were in there originally,
That's a 3-year average.
the 3-year average.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
some
so
of
that's
those.
where it's default, and then it just
Yeah.
hasn't been
So the
changed.
2024 requested budget was 14,000 on the support trust bank fees. It was set at 10,524.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what was presented last month at our meeting is the 10,524 because the default was the 3-year average for non-pay lines.
So I didn't see that when you proposed. I mean, I'm just now seeing what you put together for me and I proposed. Okay, so if this doesn't work, then what do we do?
What? Yeah.
If your proposal doesn't work,
I
then
mean,
what do you do? I come back every time that I'm short somewhere and ask for more money? Is that what you want?
No, I mean, I think it's important to keep in mind that at least as long as I've been on the council, and Councilman Emery can go back further than I can, it's very rare, if not, I don't know if it's ever really happened that anyone gets everything they ask for in a budget cycle. And so if in fact, where we started with all of the requests, what was that number? It was like 46.5 or something. Yeah. So, I mean, this is traditionally what happens is we get the requests and we have to whittle them down some and so nobody gets what they ask for. Yeah.
I reduced mine this year
Mhm.
and from this year's for next year.
Mhm.
So I've reduced twice now.
Mhm.
I've only been here 9 months.
Right.
I don't really know my budget, and so for other people to make cuts on something that I tried to keep the same as what the previous clerk had put on the operating expenses, that scares me a little bit. So I'm just trying to understand, if I can't make this work, then what I'm supposed to do is come back and ask for new money, correct?
Well, it's very close to the 23 budget on your operational budgets, not non-salaries, aren't that far off, a few thousand, but is there something you want changed?
Support trust bank fees.
So does it make you feel a lot more comfortable if we would just take that one specifically and put it to 14,000?
Well,
Yeah.
Linda, you and
Yeah.
I had I had originally had proposed 11,000 on that. I had sent that to you, and you said you could make that work at 11. Yes, you did.
10,524.
Okay, so then the final for my clerk's budget is this, 763,512. Right.
That's what's currently being proposed, yeah.
Okay, and then the 4D budget, you know that we get reimbursement for that. Did you leave that alone then?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it looks like the only thing there was we didn't quite get we did the 5% pay increases on those. And then we did on some of the non-pay lines go back to that 3-year average too, because that was the default that we started with.
Actually, it's
And then the election budget, I would hope that you did not have any of that.
And I know that we can't do that. We can start. I think it takes that commissioners, not us.
Okay, so the director's position, you increase it from what I asked, is that correct? Is that 5%?
It looks like that would have been the 5%.
Okay, so 47,250. This person all gets a lot of overtime, so I'm not sure if that is the line is smooth on that.
Okay, bring it down.
Yeah, we could gladly bring that down if you'd like us to. Yeah. So we can bring that to 45.
Tell me after that.
I think the only place that changed, Linda, that was from what you requested was the absent voters board.
Those people got increases on their pay.
It has to be the 30,000.
It needs to be the 30,000.
Okay. Yeah, let's throw it in.
I think everything, well,
We've not had a general, we haven't had an election, presidential election with our votes. We don't really know what to expect. We're hoping we'll use the same vote centers that we did before, no more than what we originally proposed in the plan. We may have to increase how many machines we have there, and maybe increase the clerks and the judges there, which is going to cost us more money. So probably next year we're going to know a little bit better how to move the election budget.
you probably need to check some of those lines there. I'm looking to see originally what you and I had talked about. What is it under? No, election board, sorry.
Well, it's going to be a presidential year.
So the assistant clerk, is that a zero line? Assistant clerk is up a little bit less. Yeah, okay, it's zero. 26,762 262,435. Absentee voter, oh, clerk, sorry, I'm on the wrong line. 35. 30, 16, longevity, office supplies, operating supplies. I had you at 17 on that. I don't know what you need out of the operating supplies. That was reduced.
They did the 3-year average on that one.
The 2,200. And then the repairs and maintenance, they took the average there instead of the 1,000. And that's the same, communications and transportation. What's in the communication and transportation there? What if we increased it to 70?
I think this is part of the difficulty of us trying to address so many of the compensation lines. Usually we have a little bit of a surplus. So when department heads, elected officials come and ask for more money mid-year, there's money to give. What we're working on now, we're tapping out our budget. I mean, so somehow we have to get to numbers that work for everybody. And if we get down to our 43.5 total budget, that means every penny of revenue in the general fund is spent, you know. So we're going to need office holders and department heads to live within those numbers too. Right. Yeah. And I'm not suggesting that you're incorrect on that. I'm just saying the reality is, whatever we end up with, if we stay at this 43.5 as our target number, that's, you know, there's not a lot of room for new money later in the year.
It will be a presidential year, so
Yeah, so maybe we move that one back to 80.
Yeah, let's do that.
With it being a presidential year.
Some safe.
I get that. But also we've got expired. Hey, you should see enough of that.
Okay. So then are we good on those budgets? Thank you.
So where are we at total on, are we done with all?
I think so.
So where we,
We're at 516,000.
Yeah. So unless there's anyone else that has any departments they're really
so
passionate
did we
about.
we didn't take a raise in the council, right?
Nope.
Right.
And that's put in the matrix of the sheriffs, or the
Yes.
CO, the jail, and that.
So did you want to move $516 or $520,000 from the dispatch
That's
from commissioners
but
over
does
to?
elected officials really need that compared to employees only?
I'd be okay with that.
I'm open to that, but I still want to hear what you did for the other departments we haven't talked
I
about.
can't hear you, Beth.
I said I still want to hear what Rob's proposal did for the other departments we haven't talked about.
Well, there's a lot of departments I didn't, we left on
President Steele, would it be okay to just go up to the very top department and just quickly kind of scroll through so that everyone can see the council numbers column, and that should show everybody what's different from at least the original request and from the 23 budget, and that should show people changes.
So I have a question on the auditor and the chief deputy. So I know the miscellaneous funds had an increase of $2,000 on each of those line items for salaries in the miscellaneous funds. And it's my understanding it hasn't changed since the last time we got those in our budget books.
Auditor and miscellaneous funds? What are you asking, please?
In the, I don't know if it's the 1881 or the 1216. I can't remember which one.
Put your mic down too, please.
I believe. I'm sorry. There was an increase for both the elected official from 12,000 to 14,500, and then the chief deputy from 952 to 11,552. And I'm fine with that increase there, but then I don't think we should have such a large increase on the general fund side. That's a $2,500 increase on the elected official, and then that's an additional $2,500 increase on the chief deputy as well. So the way that Rob's proposal is they're getting the 5% raise, and then they're also getting the raises from the supplemental fund. So they're getting a greater than 5% raise.
Well, it's already in the.
Yeah, maybe our auditor could clarify this.
before you make a spectacle out of the whole thing, I already told you at the last meeting, those could be reduced to last year. So before there's a big production, those will go back to that number. They're advertised at that amount because we didn't know what you were going to do on an increase. So we put those in there with an increase in there. That salary ordinance will read whatever percentage you give whoever those people are, whether it's me or somebody else. So if there's an increase on, you're not in the supplemental fund, are you? You're in general fund. So in that supplemental fund, if there's an increase, part of my pay comes from that supplemental fund. So if there's an increase of 1%, it would be 1% over there. If it's 5%, it'd be 5% over there. But it would not be that full amount. I told you that at the last meeting when you questioned that. If you remember, I came up here to present my budget, and we spent 30 minutes on my pay, and I really didn't ever got to present my budget because I have 3 of them, but they're on paper, and I'll stand by what's on the paper. But I've already said that those 2 items in that 1216 fund can be reduced to last year minus whatever increase you intend to do in the other funds, if that's okay. Yeah.
So you're doing a 5%.
If it's 5%, it's,
So you're doing a 5% in the general budget and a 5% increase in the other budget?
my total pay comes from 2 places.
I understand.
So it would
Okay,
just be
so it's 5%.
a net 5%.
5% of the number is 5%, no matter where it comes from. So, but it's the amount we advertise. I think we advertised actually all the cash we have in that auditors and eligible fund, which is not on the screen, but that's a fund that we go out and look for ineligible homesteads, people that aren't supposed to have homesteads, and they're back billed for that. And that's where that money comes from. That money, according to state statute, cannot be used to set your tax rate. And it's for the auditor to use as he sees fit in his office, but it is not to be included in setting your tax rate for the year.
So, Mr. Gardner, what all fees that come in to the plat book part of your?
Plat book fees is transfers of properties.
Is that it, just transfers?
Every time there's a transfer of a property within the county, then there's a fee for that transfer. I think it's $15 now.
And then, so what you're saying is, whether we gave you 5% out of that?
I don't get paid out of that. I can't get paid out of that.
Out of the plat book?
No.
No, it's the homestead ineligibility.
Yes.
So it's another fund you get. So
I
whatever
have-
we
I
set
have
that at
3
5%
funds.
or whatever, you can.
Yeah, plat book maintenance fund is only used for the keeping of the plat book. Parcels of land and transfers of land, things like that within the county can only be used for that. And I have to prove that at audit time, that it's only used for those activities. The auditors and eligible fund, that is strictly from going out and searching and finding ineligible homesteads and then back billing those that are ineligible.
So then actually though, as a council, we set that you get 5% of whatever fund, whether we do it general fund or whether we do it out of that one fund.
It's whatever you guys choose. I mean,
So,
And then
his increase would be this then, instead of going from 12,000 to 14,500, it would go from 12,000
$600
to $600. And the other one would be an increase of 463. I'll just round it up.
And again, this is consistent with what we're doing with other elected officials, so I don't think this is where we really need to spend a whole lot of time. I mean,
Well, I just wanted to
Yeah.
clarify that. I know that Rick had said that, but then I asked about getting those updated funds, and you said nothing had
and
changed.
nothing in those funds have been dealt with. No entries were made in any of the miscellaneous funds that I know of.
and then it looks like, if I'm remembering right, the rest of your employees are just getting 5%.
Yes. Are you in the general? I'm sorry, I can't hardly see from over here. Can you scroll back down, Todd? There's one, let's see, there's one, no, I'm sorry, the other way, up, I guess. Let me find it. Maybe it's 13.
The third deputy was getting a 19.5% increase on top of.
That's
their
right.
salary.
That was a correction.
That is one that's coming from another fund, was getting paid partially. When we moved those a few months ago and we We eliminated a position, which is the second position I've eliminated, which is one of the numbers that Jody mentioned earlier, that goes back, stays in the general fund, which is the benefits. So,
Right.
I
So
done that
this
to
is
save the
just
county.
reflecting that change that we already made.
Yes, it's taking that piece, that $50,000 position, it's taking that piece that was in another fund that can't continue to do it forever, and putting it back in the general fund. They were, that third deputy and the 12th deputy are equal positions. One's bookkeeping and distribution of funds to cities and towns, among a variety of other things. And I think the third deputy is the payroll deputy, which does that, and among other fund balancing work. So those are the two highest paid positions in our office, far below what an accountant would make.
You have to have an accounting degree in those positions, Rick?
No, you don't, no. No, but you're comparing them to people who are doing that same work in an accounting field. And that's what I'm sorry, but I'm speaking right now. Could I please speak? I'll get that number for you. Hang on just a second.
That's fine. And I just got one more other question, Rick. And I'd like to be fair to everybody. You cut position last year and gave snippet raises a few others. Why is the 33,000 on some low and other employees? Is it the work they do? I mean, because you got what?
Totally the work they do. You're talking about the people at that 31 and change?
Because, you can see the difference. Like you got one employee that's only 33, the 6th deputy.
Right, you'll have to look at that 3-year average. If you go over the 22 budget, that's what they were making in 22. Okay, so the 3-year average, we carry those numbers over to in that column, and my request was 34.5. The 5% gives them 33,340, I believe.
Okay, 33,340, which yeah.
So if you some people in there do accounting work and some people do not. Let's see. I'm sorry, what's your question?
No, yeah, I'm just trying to be, I just look at the low, I know Councilwoman Norrick got a thing today, and I don't know where she got it from. She told me.
Well, it was from Prosperity, Indiana.
You what?
From Prosperity, Indiana report.
Yeah, the lower than Madison County average, just to rent a place, is like, well, the 33,000 you said the average salary, just to get
36,000 is the average salary it
36,000.
takes
So,
to
and
rent a
that's what I got
two-bedroom
what I'm
with
going
taking
through,
30%
and I
of
see
rent.
that in this county that places are. So, I'm trying to want to keep employees, but I just didn't understand the raises. Last year, you cut the position, you gave certain, and then we've got employees at 33,000. I'm thinking, could we lose those? I'm trying to look at the future. Could we lose those because they're paid less just for that? Can they make it on that? They go somewhere else and.
I don't know what their home finance situation is, so I can't answer that. So what you're asking me is, should the 34,000 person be making the same as the 50,000 person? And I'm saying that's no.
Yeah, a report's one thing, but we also have to look at comparable wages if they were doing something else in another department or in another organization. They're still private sector people making salaries of, low 30s depending on what they're doing. So,
Yeah, you're not going to get me to argue to reduce one of my employees' salary. I'm always going to be an advocate for them I'm sorry?
I think everybody's going to do that, every department.
So, but what I will say is, I don't want you on your own moving, the changes I made to do away with an employee and piled workloads on people calls for that $50,000 salary. And what I don't want you is shrinking that gap again. So if you move one up, I want to see them go up equally, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Well,
is there any more time we need to spend on the auditor's budget?
And nothing on CASA. CASA was fine.
Central records, probably.
I had increased the camera operators a little more than that, but I'm willing to have concession
You
on
gotta
that.
speak in your mic. I can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm also mumbling. I said I had taken the camera operators up to 3328, but I understand that we're already needing to cut some numbers, so I'm willing to have a concession on that right now.
What
department are you looking at?
Camera operator,
Central Records.
Oh, sorry, Central Records.
Okay, well, that's not the camera operators, that's under security.
Well, that's,
No, it's under Central Records.
Why is it under Central Records? Okay, yeah, the camera operators, like I discussed with a few of you, we did raises where we needed to by their job they do. They sit in a room and watch screens. What you had proposed at $17 an hour was as much, if not more, than the person that is fixing the plumbing and scrubbing the floors in here. So that's where I don't agree with on that.
I didn't have them at 17, but that's okay.
Do what?
They weren't at 17, they were at 16, but that's
Okay, 16. That is, it's not a high skill set job.
okay.
That
That's
is an
why I said
entry level
I'm ready
position.
to concede on that.
And I think that one, we just lumped in the 5% that we were giving to other
Okay.
employees. I think that's where
Well,
that came from.
since I'm here, can we go ahead and pull mine up?
Did you want to
So-
do security first?
Sure, we'll do security, because there shouldn't have been much change on security from last year.
Now we're jumping to security.
It looks like,
About $200.
yeah, not very
Yeah, I
much.
didn't think there was much there.
it stayed, what the original numbers.
You're not gonna get more blood out of that time.
And then what's the other one under?
Courthouse.
And I'm sorry that you didn't want to raise. I just assumed that you would want a 5% like everybody
No,
else.
there's too big of a jump. Past property managers before me put themselves up here, which, yeah, should I be raised to be comparable with other department heads? Yeah, I'm one of the lowest paid department heads. I am 24 hours a day. I am out here in the snow. I am out here in nasty weather. But there's too big of a gap. So
So if you're okay with that, I'm okay with that.
I'm good with that. That's why I just want to see the difference, because I didn't see yours, Rob. I know we talked on the phone, but I didn't actually see the numbers from what I had sent in.
Yeah, I mean, your budget request was less than what your 23
That's why we
budget
left
was,
it.
and so we didn't do much cutting on that one.
Yeah,
you know.
because I'd done the raise as it was made prominent in the personnel committee meetings. I found the raise for the people that needed one
Right.
within my budget. And then when we had the hearing, right off the top there, I give back $40,000. So I was just seeing if anything else had been trimmed out of it. I know one of them projected taking my overtime. Taking a cut out of my overtime.
I think that was that North?
Yes,
Well, I have it at 6,500.
6,500.
Yeah.
The reason why is so I have to juggle with it.
Well, wait a second. I should have
The, the overtime, I played with the numbers. In the summertime, they get pay. I can't judge in the wintertime. Past 3 winters, we haven't had any snow. Whole lot. I get a bad winter, I'll burn through that in 2 good snowstorms. So we work with the comp time. We can, that is an unforeseen, I don't know. Most of that other stuff, like I explained, our 390 account, there was one to project a cut on it.
Todd, can you go down just a little?
I think the only other one I talked to you about was machinery and equipment. You thought you'd need 120 in that for the 2 things you were looking at purchasing.
Yeah, the machinery equipment, 135. Well,
this is where we're gonna get into this. Machinery and equipment. If you look on the news within the past week, vehicles are skyrocketing because UAW is gonna take them up.
Yes, sir.
I can't help that.
That's fine.
Nope, so
So
that's where we left
that
you.
one needs to
One-
stay
we
because
left
our
you there.
vehicles are
Okay.
extremely
Red come
outdated.
back from war, so I'm on their ass.
So, yeah, if that's where we're at, I can live with that one. That was what I requested, and I found my raises where I needed to in there.
Okay.
Okay,
So, let me ask the council just to clarify, since I think Councilman Gill, you comment on this, with the 1.5 million that we paid the sheriff's fund off. And we budgeted 1.5, and my understanding from the sheriff, because he was in that meeting with Rick, our cost is gonna be 400,000 a year to keep that up. So why are we keeping money in there to earn interest?
No, so first, I think it was it 1.2 or?
There's 1.2 last year, we were
1.2 that we were-
293 that we were, and we
And it-
appropriated almost 1.6 this year.
Right, so the idea is, one, not to spend every penny that we have.
Agreed.
But also specifically with the public safety, knowing that we have this ongoing issue with the dispatch center, with funding for that. We have a jail project that we're, at the beginning stages of. There's a lot of unknowns there. And, if you just look at the interest rate increase that's going to affect our
Right.
bonding, being able to utilize some of that, if it's possible, to cover some upfront costs and not have to finance those, might save the taxpayers a lot of money. And so if we burn every penny of that, we're doing a jail project without any extra there in our recurring budget. So, in President Steele's budget, he was considering using some of that to help us, but not the whole chunk. Reserving some of the chunk.
We got told we're gonna have basically 1 more million. We pay that off, we all voted for it. We're gonna have
Roughly about 800,000. We use 350,000.
for the food. So you already got from the
Yeah.
food. You
So
pay for the
we
food
only
out
have
of
about
that extra million.
$850,000, and then we're back up. We've essentially spent another $1 million,
and
on top of the 3.5 or 43.5 million, because we're just shifting rather than putting in a general fund a $2 million increase in general. You're doing a $2 million increase in general and 950,000 in or 850,000 in public safety. So you're
But we reduced public safety by 1.1 million when we
Yeah.
paid off the sheriff's retirement. So it's really not an increase, it's actually a decrease over this year's budget.
Yep, that's.
no.
Well, they
The
appropriated
other,
1.4.
we freed up that money.
I mean, the appropriation for the public safety is more than last year's appropriation. It's $4,448,022. I didn't say that right. $4,448,022 is what the appropriation is now. Last year it was $3,660,606.
Is that including the
The
payment,
sheriff?
retirement? That's a full amount, the 1.4 or 1.5.
Yeah, it's actually. I mean, last year we appropriated 1.2, a little over.
The
and now
difference
we're-
was, I think Rick's not here, but we elected to also accelerate that, knowing we were having extra money, and so that's why it increased year over year, and then we decided just to pay it off, so it'd be back to about 400,000 as opposed to whatever it's in there. It's 1.4 or 1.5.
So to be concrete, it costs how much for the sheriff's retirement a year, Councilman Steele?
It's around 400.
Around 400, give or take.
15, 20, 25,000.
Okay.
We're not going to know the full.
Right, I understand, it's
If
around.
that fluctuates, I'm
Okay,
sure,
I just
every
want
year.
Well, it depends on staff and who retires, who's paying in, positions.
Okay, so we did central records, yes, yes. And now we're on the courts. So, I left the master commissioners at that salary, but I reduced the main court reporter to 49,000, and I reduced the other court reporters to 44.
Across the board?
Yes.
I mean, knowing the struggles that the courts have, that's a hard decision to make, only for a few $1,000s
Well,
per
I think
employee.
I mean, unless
I
you
mean,
want to,
the 45,000 is just about at the $22 level that you want to get people up to.
Again, I'm going back to that. If we're going from 45 to 44, we're cutting $1,000 or saving $1,000 per employee on that. That's not going to add up to a whole lot when we're looking at being in the red by over $500,000 right now. I mean, we can get to a point where we, if we get to a point where we just need to cut $20,000, I might be more willing to consider some of those things. But at a certain point, we have to figure out how are we going to get, $400,000+ cut, and we're not going to do it by cutting $1,000 on these employees that have been known to be very difficult to retain.
I'm just saying it adds up.
I mean, I had a thought. Let me just, a broad thought. If they're nutrition, if we put a hiring freeze on, let's just say, the nutrition, and we cross-train our employees, because we don't know what the future holds. There could be several things in the pie that, and I like Councilwoman Keller's idea of tiers. What's important to the taxpayers of this county? What to fund? I mean, we got to look to the future, not just year to year anymore. And we're seeing some things. Some businesses are doing just that. So I'm just offering something to look at. That's all I mean, some businesses are doing that. Big businesses are doing that.
Well, I mean, considering I can't reduce the insurance, even though we saved almost $400,000 basically on the employees that we.
But that goes into the, I mean, we've had some pretty big hits, and I wish John was here to explain it, but that needs rebuilt back up.
I understand that, and I'm just saying
a few
if we can't do
100,000.
that.
What?
If we can't do that, what you're saying, we can't do that, I'm saying that, the courts still got a substantial increase from where they were at.
I mean, they just took 120,000 out of there last month. I mean, if we're so far, right? They transferred 120,000 out of there for different, and the insurance.
You're talking about the insurance, yeah.
Yeah.
If you force more employees to use your county, you guys will save significantly.
We need to stay talking among ourselves here. Thank you.
Yeah.
It will help significantly.
Rick, so.
No, I'm not going back to that. I'm just
Okay.
saying, I'm not really going back to that. I'm just saying if we can't do that, that was part of the savings that, the court was recognizing the fact that they had eliminated positions and it had saved insurance, okay? But you're saying we can't do that.
I didn't say we couldn't. It was estimated that
Yeah.
we were going to need that for some safety. Also to build back that, not the retirement.
The reserve.
Healthcare reserve fund.
And I'm all for that.
That's our employees.
No, I agree. I think we need to build it up. I think we need to take any extra money we have and put it in there.
But deducting is just, you're just taking right from that fund, and I don't see how you're.
Well, I would really like this council to make, I don't know if it's a resolution or whatever we have to pass. To make sure that
you're talking about taking from it in the future. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think we all support that, because that's protection of our employees, what they paid in, what we're paying in for them, yes.
Judge Hopper.
I thought you were talking about a budget, my apologies.
The court's request of 5.6% does not include any calculation for insurance savings.
So there should be some overall insurance savings if we're cutting some employees, but that doesn't change.
We're also not going to have an insurance increase this year, which what we have last year, 1.6 million.
Yeah.
Was it 1.6 we increased, or healthcare? Yeah. We had to deal with last year, and it's kind of leveled off. We're going to take advantage of that and build that back.
there will be additional savings, but in the effort to present an accurate and transparent budget, those numbers that we did not have available as hard numbers, we did not include.
You don't save anything on the insurance because we're self-insured. You could add 10 employees and the dollar amount wouldn't change. You could do away with 10 employees, dollar amount doesn't change. Now, there's a breaking point there somewhere, but you're talking about 1 or 2 or 4 or 5 people. It makes no difference on the insurance, and you shouldn't cut it. So, because it's not going to go down. In fact, they're all going up. So, we're self-insured. It's different than what you're thinking about.
No, I understand that you're
yeah,
self-insured. I understand that.
City self-insured. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. I got that You point. can't count employees one by one and think the dollar amount's going to change up or down on the premium.
I just know originally when the proposal was set forth, you know, they felt like the fact, at least maybe it was misconstrued to me that, you know, we saved money in that as well, you know, that would help with the increases. And I'm talking of course, you know, their increases on some of these. I understand what they're wanting to do. I do. And I'm not opposed if it's not that I don't think the court reporters are worth that. I do. I just think that I think 49 and 44 is still a good salary. That's just my own.
I was only here to talk about the insurance, so
Yeah.
I'll leave it to the judge for that part of it.
And then the other thing was, that was a huge increase was, where am I at? The court administrator. That was over a 50% increase, almost a 50% increase, not over, but almost a 50% increase on that line item alone.
Judge, can you relate to that? What's such a big, I mean, that's a huge.
Absolutely it is. Our longtime court administrator is retiring. And he is.
Well, this person, oh, I got it.
He'll be retiring next year, and in order to recruit a high-quality candidate, the salary has to be competitive, and it takes getting into that much, into 6 figures, to recruit a high-quality court administrator.
Are you wanting any special qualifications with the new person coming in? Or?
Potentially a legal degree.
Oh. Is that, may I ask why? We never had one for a long time. Why are we doing a legal degree now? Has things changed? I mean, I don't.
Why a legal degree?
Yeah, I mean, it's never been like that. Now, why do we have a legal degree now? You want a legal degree in there now? Because it's never been like that.
Correct. The ability of the court administrator to perform a multitude of duties, that will be enhanced by potentially having a legal degree.
So out of curiosity, I know attorneys rely heavily on their paralegals who have a lot of knowledge of law, but they're not attorneys. Would somebody not like that be very qualified for that kind of position?
Potentially.
I'm guessing, Judge, that this number probably also came from researching surrounding counties and what they're paying their court administrators. Whether they have a certain degree or not, that's going to be a going salary for that type of position. Is that correct?
To recruit a high-quality candidate, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, at the end of the day, it'd be great if we could give everybody exactly what they want, but we can't. And that's just where I'm coming from.
The courts have reduced 7 positions, and a 5.6% increase is a reasonable request.
Right.
It's not a 30%, it's not a 50%, it's not 17%. But across these 3 budgets, working with the departments together, public defender, the courts, and problem-solving courts, we've put together a reasonable number by, again, reducing positions. These are consolidations and reductions that will have an impact on operations, but we've done that in order to target the areas where we need the most help and the most immediately. Court reporters, we have to have that. Things will only get worse. In recruiting a new court administrator, we have to have that kind of salary to be able to recruit the candidate that we need going forward. This budget wasn't put together willy-nilly. It wasn't designed on a napkin.
I understand that.
It's been put together with months of preparation, hard choices being made with employees, cuts, reductions. This wasn't something that was haphazard. We're looking at strategic increases for the most important employees in our operations at this time.
So when you say 7 cuts, are you talking about the 3 in the public defenders as well?
Yes.
Okay, well, those didn't decrease a whole lot, I mean, because they just increased their salary almost by twice as much.
That's not correct. It wasn't twice as much.
It's almost, I said almost, not all, totally.
That's Mr. Williams' budget, and he's not here to speak to that.
Well, I went from 40-something to 79 or 78, something like that. So it wasn't really, I mean, I get that we don't have the employees, so we don't have the insurance issue there.
Which is why the court presented all of those numbers together. That 5.6% included the reductions.
In my time on the council, the courts have historically always made hard decisions, made cuts, made sacrifices in some areas to try to do what they could to become more efficient in what they do. And so I think this just reflects that as well, that they've broadened it to public defenders and some other departments as well. So I agree with the judge, considering the revenue increase and considering the significantly higher percentages of increases that we're giving to some other departments. This isn't, in my view, a department we need to look for reductions in. I mean, we need, the sheriff's department, the jail, the prosecutors, the courts. We need everybody that's involved in providing safety for our community to have the tools they need to do that. And if we leave one of those departments out, we've seen conflicts that creates, where then you have employees jumping from one department to another, and that one department loses a lot of their history and their knowledge base. And so again, with what we're considering for other departments, I just really don't think this is unreasonable.
Right, so looking at the request and the council numbers, it looks to me like you left the courts alone. Everything they requested, they got, and the only difference would be longevity. Is that an accurate statement?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't change anything.
How many positions did you dissolve?
7.
Thank you.
So you cut 7 positions out.
Consolidated 3 public defenders, a floating court reporter, and then bailiff positions.
See, if all departments do that, we'd be in good shape. We wouldn't be.
And I really liked your presentation during the budget workshops too. I thought it was very well thought out and put together.
Thank you.
And I get some of them.
Where else do we need to look?
I think there's other work to be done.
I think we're just going through them to see what other
So we've done
changes.
for county agents next.
I don't think anything.
That's a lot of it contractual,
Yes.
and we left alone, I think, because the dollar amount was less than the prior year.
What are we on?
I don't remember.
County agent.
I can't hear.
County agent.
Where is it?
It's before the assessor. Page 8. Oh, you're on something.
Before the assessor?
Yes.
Oh, I missed it. Sorry.
Oh, that's right, because they had PCs.
Yeah, so the rentals, they'd requested the 5173 and they needed it to be that for the computers, I think.
Yes.
And you'd cut that. You cut several things here, but I think maybe you did the 3-year average on some of these numbers.
Other services and charges in the county agent contractual, that was an adjustment basically to take that 209.30 and put it into the proper lines.
Right, I remember that. And the 167,000 for the county agent, it says it right there, but it's contractual with Purdue.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the rentals, they were requesting that for laptops, and they don't have the option to buy the laptops. They have to rent them.
You're talking about the 3,700 line?
Yes. So I don't know if taking the 3-year average on that is going to be sufficient.
Last year's budget was 4,000. You take it to that. See, because they historically only spent 2,400. We can, you know,
Is that what you want to do? Just put that at 4,000?
I'm okay with that. I'm not comfortable with cutting it all the way down to the 2,400, but I'm okay with 4,000. Okay.
county assessor we took care of, now commissioners.
What's this one?
Commissioners, yeah. Well, we haven't, and some of that's fixed, their formulas for FICA and
Let's see. I can't find it now. I had a question about the cemetery commission. That one, they requested 6,000 and you had it at 2,000. And I believe you did the 3-year average on that because there wasn't any expenditures for 2021 or 2022.
correct.
And so I wasn't sure on that if 2,000 was appropriate.
I think we also looked at spent year-to-date on that account, and they
Okay.
hadn't done anything with it, or not very much, so.
And then the other one, the drainage assessment was cut 15,000 on the commissioner's budget. What was the purpose of that? I only ask because when I talk to voters, one of the biggest issues they tell me is about flooding and drainage issues in the county. So I feel like that may be something that people would see a difference.
The drainage assessments that the county pays on their property.
Oh, okay.
So we looked at what was paid in May. Those assessments are paid in the spring.
Can you look
It's
at
an
the
expense, not an income.
37007
Okay.
one real quick that you have on there?
You threw me off.
37007,
Sorry.
it's just up a little bit.
I was thinking like we weren't using any drainage assessments for people. So.
It's getting too late for me to think.
Okay, so on the loan repayment, he had asked for 410 and you put 415. Is there a reason you raised that?
Yes,
Which one is that, Todd?
Loan
The
repayment?
remediation, I think it's, I was thinking it was 200, or, 207 and a half, so
I think you looked it up, or it's a number you don't get till, you don't know what it is till.
it's in amortization schedule, but that's the remediation of the county courthouse. I want to say it's 207,000 and a half. I'm not sure what, let's see, what did we expend 3 years ago?
Yeah,
I think we put it to
So-
415 to make sure we could cover it.
Yeah, I think it's
We thought it was-
207 twice a year, so it's at least 414.
Okay.
So those first 2 years is in the beginning, so maybe it was prorated. I don't really know the answer.
Okay, that makes sense.
Mr. Gardner, how much did commissioners get back? How much did they get back or any out of last year's that we burned back to the general fund for 22?
I don't know. I'd look.
They
for
did
you,
some
but
though, didn't they?
I
believe
let
they
it roll back to the general fund.
Yeah.
I'm sure nobody spends every penny of their budget because something's going to roll back. But I couldn't answer that question right now.
Do you have that or? how
I can find out what each and every department.
That'd be I mean, to me, we're sitting here saying that, but then We need to look at last year.
I know it varies year to year too.
You've got in the past too, where, there's been additional appropriations through the year. Well, I'll just give it for example, it was $300-something thousand worth of additional appropriations. They only spent like 30 of it. So, that kind of stuff you need to keep an eye on probably.
Right, but it'd be nice to know that, how much came back. I mean, if you can do anything with it.
Yeah, I can get that for you.
So are you looking at, taking 200,000 from the, 911 call center and putting it in public safety? Are you thinking about doing
Central
that?
dispatch.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only thing we have to move. I mean, that's a single line item that we can move partially and just do it with one line item cover if we're gonna choose to decide.
Okay.
So we do,
Not for sure. It's just something we're thinking about.
Are you done with the commissioners?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
All right, what next?
Coroner.
I know Adam came in and redid, worked with the auditor. And all the deputies were
I'm gonna move
moved
closer.
to
I'll-
part-time.
I can't see it.
You moved everybody into part-time, which gives you a little more flexibility, I'd assume.
Correct. So, two things, or about the 3, 4 things that we talked about, and it's very brief. So, as you know, whenever I was caucused in, this is already done.
Mm-hmm.
I did meet with Mr. Garner and make a few suggestions, Ms. North, and we had a discussion. Professional services obviously was an increase, and moving salaries, because everybody's part-time, so moving it all into one lump and all from the part-time, $94.05. And my current, I have 6 deputies, that would take them to about $15 an hour. If I go to 8, which is what I need, it takes to $11.35. Those are better than what we're making now. It's an increase and moving in the right direction, but that's the options that I'm looking at, depending on if this is passed. Can we go? It's gonna put me here around 422, 423. Roughly. Professional services is gonna go to 241.5. If I stay on the average, 125.2 autopsies, 1750 fees, $219,000. My transportation costs are down a little bit. That fluctuates just like everything else, but looking 20 to 25,000 hopefully. We're also renegotiating the price of what our transport's going to cost. That's under discussion at the moment on what that number is going to be. It is going to be reduced. I just can't give you a number yet.
Now, you didn't give him any longevity? Is that because?
I don't have anybody that gets them.
Okay.
So, maybe to accomplish, look at for the numbers, and I think that we can live within it for the most part, but again, I can't say how many people are gonna pass. If the numbers are more than 125, I'm gonna be above that.
I mean, he already told us also he cut the cost for us at the beginning. He negotiated that, doing autopsy down to what, 15 something? Or
No, 1,750 moving from October 1st of this year, because I changed pathologists. Our old pathologist raised rates from 1,550 to 2,200.
So you already saved us money in there.
We're saving money there, but it's still going to be an increase.
I mean, yeah.
But if we take the average of the 125.2 at 1,750, it's $219,000 and change. Plus then my transportation comes on top of that, which I have that built into professional services, but I also have another little bit of money in some other line items that we can move for transportation if we have to, if we go over.
Also, when you negotiate that price, can they come in anytime? Is that on paper price for a certain amount of time, or can they just come in and say, hey, we're raising it again?
For the autopsies?
Yeah.
That's completely set by the pathologist.
So they can come in anytime?
Yes. The increase in October, I was advised in September.
Okay.
So I went and did some homework and found another group, just as qualified. Everybody's all within the rights for adults and pediatrics and everything that we need for a forensic pathology group. And it's the price of doing business. But again, I can't say.
You can't control that.
No. And I can't control how many deaths happen, and I can't guess, but I can stay on an average. And if it goes up or down, I'll let you know.
Well, your 3-year average for professional services is 246,000.
Correct.
So that's roughly $5,000 more than what you're requesting, but yet the autopsies have increased $200 per autopsy.
Correct. I've moved some other money in other line items to help with transportation if we have to.
Okay. I'm just worried
I'm
it's
just going
not
off
enough.
I'm just going off the average. The average of 125.2 autopsies, and that's strictly from the health department, from the state, on what we submit documentation for. That's the number. I can't say we'll have more or less. I mean, it's probably more, but I don't know. That's a 5-year average.
125 autopsies times an additional $200 per
That's with the new number. $1,750 times 125.2 is $219,000 and change. I think I've got it.
Okay.
So on this one, my thought is it's actually a reduction in budget, which helps us, and it's what the office holder believes that they need. We're not making cuts to the request.
I think it's great.
And so I think we move on.
I just
so.
hope it works and hope we have
I hope
some
it doesn't.
to give
Well,
him.
I'm just, please don't cut it.
Yeah.
So that's what we need. And then some, but we'll start with that.
Well, I didn't get, we're gonna be doing more if you didn't renegotiate anyway.
I'm sorry?
I mean, we'd have been at more if you didn't renegotiate.
You've been over 300,000.
Right,
Yes.
that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
So thank you for doing that.
On the drainage board.
Thank you.
Where did the
Drainage board,
courthouse-
I think, is what Ruffy said.
I had a quick question on council. Can you answer a couple questions for me?
I thought we had
We hadn't done that yet, but our sick pay increased to 150,000 from 120.
Somebody, a couple people with high seniority have said they're going to retire, so we wanted to bump that up to 150.
Okay. Oh, because the retirement comes out of there, or the
That's
payout?
the sick pay payout.
Sick
The
pay
payout.
when they retire.
We used to try to take care of it in individual budgets, and it's unpredictable. Some
Gotcha.
people did or didn't retire.
How much did we use last year paying out? I don't think we.
224, but I know that
There was
with several people that had a lot of bank time in
Right.
a couple different positions, so. And then we didn't put anything in operating supplies. I know in the past we've always spent money there.
Is that coming out of some of the auditors?
Are you in your budget? In the
I'm in the
council's budget?
council's budget.
Council's budget. So the state law changed this year, that operating supplies, was it supplies or?
Operating
other
supplies, it was
oh.
500 or 5,500 and it's zero now.
Those were coroner expenses.
Yes. Those were coroner expenses where the coroner did not pay their
All the
bills
way-
and then the
All the way
council.
along there, that was that? Okay.
So you guys appropriated the money in your budget and paid their bills because we were getting done notices.
And then, we also took off the communication and transportation and other services, is that?
Yeah, that's what I started to speak to. I was on the wrong line. That is, that's your travel and things for council, training and things. But now the state statutes
budget,
changed
yeah.
where you could use the elected officials training, fund.
We put in the budget for you there.
Yes.
Okay. Did the courthouse drainage.
Why was the 4,400 machinery and equipment zeroed out?
In the council budget?
No.
Nope, sorry, we're on drainage
Oh, I'm
board.
sorry.
Thank you.
Machinery and equipment, drainage board.
I don't think they had spent anything. Year to date, they hadn't spent anything. Is that,
I think that was correct.
when we started looking for cuts, if they,
We don't money because they hadn't spent.
If I remember right, the 3-year average on that one, it's like they had 1 year a few years ago where they spent money, but then,
Just that 1 year.
yeah, but then they typically don't spend any money, so that 3-year average didn't really reflect what's typical.
Then we already did the election board. Emergency management. I know that they're on a pretty slim budget there, so I didn't know.
Which one is?
Looks to me like you only, like you did the 3-year average on a couple, and then everything else.
I was just concerned about the communication and transportation. Isn't that where their gas would come out of there? Yes, no? You lost it. Oh.
Yeah.
Communication and transportation, is that their gas line? Is that where gas comes out of?
Gas is usually come out of operating supplies.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions. You guys are good with that?
I'm good with that.
Human resources. The only question I had in that budget was, I know that she had talked about wanting to implement a new program for new employees and exiting employees. And she was talking that it was going to be $7,000 for that program. Is that something, can we find some other place then maybe to fund that out of or something? Or, I mean, I don't know.
I think that was another one of them where we were just having to start making reductions because of the pay increases. And so we went closer to the 3-year average on that one.
Okay.
So IT, are we good to go there?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Everyone good with IT? Todd, do you want to scroll down? We've done the jail.
Yep. Juvenile probation really doesn't have any. I only question I had on juvenile probation is there was one line item that was originally Officer 4 was at 68,694 and it was only appropriated 57,930. I'm assuming that maybe that's a new person in there or something?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, so it was somebody that had several concerns that was set based on the years.
Right, right.
So who they put in there didn't have that many years of service.
Okay.
The Secretary 2.
Yeah, I didn't know what that was. That was a big jump.
Court reporter position.
Okay.
It's the same, she doesn't perform the same as the court reporters here.
Okay. So in our council numbers column, is that what you had requested as opposed to the 37,334?
I didn't actually do the budget translating.
Okay.
I just know because I worked under the budget previously.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm guessing that the requested was the 37,334, which is what she would have been paid this year. I'm not sure where the.
That's the same amount you give the other court reporters.
It matches the court reporter.
The court, yeah, I don't have a note.
Okay.
I remember the discussion.
I'm not sure why her title is requested but she is a
Okay, are we good there?
Yep.
We've done the MCCC.
Next is mental health. And there's nothing on that. That's
Yeah, I'm good
by
with that.
contract.
Yeah.
Planning commission was, I think, fine.
Good with planning commission?
Yeah, nothing was increased there.
We can go on to probation.
They're in the public safety.
Oh, yeah.
Consolidated reports.
I don't think probation had. Probation was given everything that they asked for. Victims advocate, prosecutor's victim advocate.
we good to move on?
Andrew?
Yeah.
Do you have anything you want to say?
On the victim advocate. I think that's it's like a $280 increase or 0.57%, but we can work with it.
No, on the prosecutor's budget, I just would have liked to have seen some of the lower paid get up a little bit higher. But in order to do that, you're going to have to, I mean, I didn't go a lot higher than what you guys had, but I had them at 40. Well, like the legal secretaries, I think Rob's was at 39,157.
I certainly understand that. I greatly value what they do. The problem is it's a free market speaking in this context. If I put a application up for a legal secretary, I'm going to have 20 qualified applicants by the end of the week. If we put an application up for a deputy prosecutor, to get 20 qualified applicants would take about 20 years. It doesn't happen. We have to beg, borrow, and steal to try to find any deputy prosecutor. So it's just a free market. And I don't, I completely value what our secretaries do, but it's just a difference in how are you going to be able to hire those people. And quite frankly, we can find qualified applicants for those positions. We cannot find qualified applicants for prosecutors. I have to try to message people and try to, go to lunch and try to convince them to take a chance and come here for less money and more cases.
Okay.
I can't believe they don't say yes.
They reduced your beeper stipend, I believe, right?
To what?
To 15,000.
I mean, there's two. I mean, I understand it's tight. You guys are trying to. I've been sitting there trying to think of things and trying to figure. I know there's a lot of important changes. I think we could do on a 11301 instead of going to 100, go to 95.
Are you back at salaries?
Go from 95, and I mean, I think it's important to remember that, like, for instance, this person is a 30-year prosecutor, magistrate judge from Marion County, used to be head of the criminal division. It's not like they're making a ton of money, but I think that percentage increase was larger comparatively than the other deputy prosecutor positions, so I'm okay to go to 95 there.
Thank you.
I'm okay to go to 95 at the 1260.
What was the 1, 2? Oh, sorry.
So go from 91 to 95. I understand it's not a lot of money. I'm trying to figure out where we can make those things, but that keeps the percentages roughly the same. I do want to point out that, for instance, the 11023, this is something that we discussed, that position is not actually seeing that increase. So it goes from 61,500 to 70,000. Like, that's a big jump comparatively, but what that's going to allow us to do is that position gets supplemented with stop grant funding. Our VOCA grant funding, which in our victim advocacy world, we're funded primarily by VOCA and STOP. Our VOCA is going down. So what we're going to be able to do with that is to, when the county money comes in, replace the STOP grant funding with that to replace the VOCA grant funding. So that position is not even going to even see a pay increase. They already saw a pay increase in July or whenever we transfer that money over. So they're not going to see another pay increase from this. This is helping replace grant funding. So it's just, the numbers are more complicated than what we're looking at in increases.
So prosecuting attorney 3 is set at 70, but you're saying that's not his salary or her salary or whatever?
That position in, like, for instance, in the spreadsheet that I provided for you, that's a stop grant position. that has, that person is funded at 90,000. But so they're not getting any more, they're not gonna get $1 more pay from this. What's gonna happen is we're taking stop grant funding to replace VOCA funding that we're losing because we're not getting that.
But but you are utilizing the 70,000?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was
absolutely. Yes, I apologize if
No,
that was
it's my
confusing.
fault.
Total, what we have here across our entire $2 million general fund budget for the criminal office it's a 5.4% roughly increase in funding, which I think is commensurate with, the budget increases across the board that we've seen tonight. And it's close to 200,000 less than we requested. I understand. We all have to make those tough decisions.
So you took 2 of them from 100 down to 95, correct?
Yes.
You got that, Todd? The 2 positions.
And Andrew, I just want to bring up, this has been a work in progress, I know, for 3 or 4 years.
Yes.
To try to get, you come before the personnel committee just about every year.
Yeah.
Expressing your concerns with the deputy prosecutor pay. And the workload that your folks do in this county is unbelievable. Can you just give us a few examples of counties where we...
Yeah, so we have, Wagner, Steele, and Irwin and Shield did an assessment in 2022 that we have 53% of the attorneys that we need, 57% of the staff. We send the highest per capita persons to the Indiana Department of Corrections, which is 3rd in total numbers behind only Marion County and Allen County, and we're the 13th largest county by population. We have exceedingly high numbers in major felony cases. For instance, you compare us to the problem that we're talking about. There's a lot of discussion tonight about competitive wages with counties that are even near us. I think we all can look at Delaware County and think that that's a county we should be competitive with. Our starting salary for deputy prosecutors right now is $68,888. The starting salary for a deputy prosecutor in Delaware County is $85,000. The starting salary that we're going to get to with this budget is $75,000. We asked for 85, we're going to get to 75, I understand, but it's not like these are high numbers comparatively. These are, doctorate level degrees. There's very few people that you want. I understand that and you discussed about having some cursory benefits. Certainly, I agree with that. But the numbers that you have in private practice are so much greater. Massive amounts of money. I'd offer him a job as a deputy prosecutor. He'd laugh at me. That's the kind of, that's the kind. Yeah, exactly. And you make a lot more money now. And those are the realities. Or for instance, when we talk about public defenders, they're picking up the 2 contracts, some of them. So you have public defenders now because they have to be paid on a state minimum schedule. So you have public defenders working 2 days a week, making $80,000 when we have deputy prosecutors working 5 days a week. They can't practice law on the side. They can't make an additional $1, and they make $10,000 less than that. Those are the issues that we're having to deal with. We're not fixing it. It's a work in progress. We have, Hamilton County, I understand it's a bad comparison, but Tippecanoe, you go down the line, they have 60 to 70% of our crime with 10 more prosecutors than we have. And even in terms of major felony cases, they don't have the homicides that we do. They don't have the difficult trials. We're doing more trials than these offices. It's a challenging environment. So while these numbers may seem big, we're way behind. And that's why I keep, pounding the table and trying to move forward with our progress in this stuff. And I do greatly appreciate the help on what we've been able to do. But I understand in a countywide budget, it looks like we're getting a lot. And I can understand there's frustration with that. But I guarantee you, when you compare us, our office compared to other offices with other counties, we're farther behind than other agencies, than other departments are. When you look at the percentage of general fund per capita spending, it's just very different, and we have a particular challenge in public safety in this county.
Andrew, what would you say how many years are we behind in
How many years
prosecutors'
are we
office.
behind?
Yeah, how many years behind you say we're kind of back from paying?
Well, it's hard to, and we've talked about this before, Councilman Vaughn, I understand that we all need to be looking at a several year-long plan as to how we
No,
get
I'm
to
just
do
talking
these
about
things.
behind the years.
I mean, that's really hard to say, because what I'm trying to work with now is I think that between what we've done with going out and getting additional state positions, everything that we can squeeze out of the state, we got a state-funded high-tech crime unit, we got another state-funded deputy prosecuting attorney, we've squeezed as much money out of grants as we can, and we've added a couple additional county positions since I started as the chief deputy prosecutor. Are we at the numbers that we need to be? Are we at even close to the numbers in terms of personnel that the state says we should be at? No. But are we at a what I think to be the bare minimum of workable staffing? Yes, I think that's why I haven't asked for additional staffing in this budget. What we've asked for is some modest cost of living increases, essentially, for these positions. I can't give you a number on how many years we are behind, because I don't think it's, one of those things where should your prosecutors be funded at the same rate as, X county? Well, even if our populations and things like that are similar, maybe our general fund is a similar size, they don't have the kind of crime that we do. It's not the same number of cases. It's not the same trial load. I mean, there's just nobody to compare us to in the state of Indiana because we kind of stand on our own.
So does your state grants ever, you apply one once a year, do they ever increase in the state?
Well, we also have some complexities because total, we have 64 staff between a number of things, and there are several things that we have to run in Madison County that serve several different counties, like our Adult Protective Services, our High-Tech Crime Unit. They serve 7 counties and 5 counties respectively. Those funds typically don't increase. They just say, here you go, you got to do the same job you did last year without cost of living increases, stuff like that. We apply for some of our other different funds, whether they're JAG grants, VOCA funding, STOP grant funding. We do see increases from the state, from ICJI, with respect to cost of living increases, but it varies from year to year. So of the 64 positions that we actually have under our purview in the prosecutor's office, roughly a little less than half of those are county-funded positions. And then with our 4D office, obviously, everything in 4D is 66%, 4D being child support, 66% reimbursed by the state of Indiana. So it's part county-funded, mostly state-funded.
I guess it's aggravating because I took some time and looked at and know their state little bank they have down there. So I'm going to change the name prosecutor to House Speaker. I mean, it's frustrating because I look at what the money they do have down there. They got a lot of money.
Mr. Vaughn, can we stick, we're going to try to work on the budget here, or it's running late.
Well, I'm just looking at future too.
So are we good with the prosecutor's budget proposed?
No. Do I?
Well, I was asking Mr.
I'm sorry.
Vaughn,
Okay.
So 40, prosecutor 40.
But can you make this budget work?
Yeah. Yeah, and we're part of making this work is going to be we have our supplemental funds, and we're going to have to supplement this budget, and we supplemented this year, and that's part of what we're going to have to do. That's partially what the funds are there for, and so we can make it, I think, it work. And I think this year with the budget that we've had, because we've had a lot of vacancies in deputy prosecutor positions, we haven't asked for any new funding, and I think we're going to be able to make it through the year with the transfers that we've done without asking for new funding. But partially that's because we've had vacant positions.
Now, on this first one here, you asked for 60,000 and they gave an increase of 63. Is there a reason that because I know on the other ones you asked for increases.
4D.
Yes, I'm sorry.
4D.
Oh, you moved.
On that one it's a deputy with adding that to that position is just a 5% every single employee.
So you just need a 63. Okay.
Yeah, that's 5%. That's all that is.
Well, I'm just going to reiterate again that I'd really like to see I understand why you did what you did with the prosecutors. I just really wish we could get our other paid people up a little more.
I understand it. That was, again, you know, we have, I think this 4D budget reflects, you might scroll down, I don't know. I don't know if you like it. Yeah, I think this reflects like a 9.5% increase in our 4D budget, but this is going to be, again, 66% reimbursed from the state. So I mean, it's really an increase of county funding by about $20,000.
Is there a reason that we had to increase the group insurance? to
Yes,
40,000?
and that's something that we discussed earlier, where we were planning on hiring an additional deputy prosecuting attorney from 4D funds, from our not our county general fund. We kind of talked about this, about how we have an excess of 8897 funds.
You talked with the clerk
Yes,
about
and
that.
so we would
Okay.
want to pay for that person's insurance from the county general fund, because then it's going to be reimbursed at 66. Our 8897 funds do not get reimbursed at 66%. They're already given back from incentive from how we do for child support in 5 major categories. So what we're going to do is hire that person for a period of time that we can sustain 8897, and then pay for their insurance.
out of
Yes.
it. Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Are we good to move on then?
Yep.
And again, I mean, that's one of those, I guess to the extent, the only place that we have group insurance is, again, our 40 offices, because you have to get that reimbursed. So.
Let's scroll to the next one.
Public defender was covered under the court.
I don't think the public defender had anything that was out there.
3/4 just got the 5% increase like all other, and none of the rest of their lines have anything.
We already did security, we already did sheriff, and we're done.
No youth center.
Oh, where did the youth center
And
go?
weights
Soil.
and measurement,
What?
soil and waste.
Sorry, I lost part of my
Okay,
budget.
so we're ready for soil and waste.
Yeah.
Or soil and water, sorry.
Soil and waste.
We're all wasted. We're spending.
So,
I think this is one where they had said whatever the county raise is across the board, didn't put in for they did not put in for a raise, but whatever some people did, some people didn't, some departments.
so there are some of these non-pay lines, like if we start at the bottom, machinery and equipment, we went with the 3-year average, but what they requested was less than that. So do we want to reduce those to what they actually requested?
Yes.
Yeah, so let's go to machinery and equipment and put it to 1461. And then other services and charges, 4244. And so super per diem,
I think as a supervisor,
is that something that,
yeah.
where that had to be calculated separately than what they presented to us?
Is it a partial year? Is that why we see some differences?
Because yeah, the 23 budget was that 1750, so maybe there was a reason that stayed.
All right, forget what the 23 was. All right, survey, just 5% across, or
Yeah, it's just 5% and increase in longevity. Treasurer's office is always one that is very precise to the penny, so he does a great job with it.
and a very modest increase, right at 5% increase.
Veterans Affairs. Looks like we came pretty close to
Actually, yeah,
the
when-
request.
They'd requested a 7% raise,
Mhm.
and you just did the 5,
Mhm.
is that what you did? Okay.
Yeah. That's when 10% was being thrown around.
Voter
Great
registration.
mistake.
Yeah, I have
Linda-
notes here.
Linda addressed that, didn't she?
No, wait.
I think we did the election office, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
voter registration isn't Linda. No.
No.
It's, Devin? Is it Devin?
So on this one, we went with the 5% raises, and then got pretty close on all the non-pay items.
You know, the repairs and maintenance and the rentals, you know, that's just a very skewed number. It's the average because they had nothing in the two prior years. Is there something do we know what their spending has been this year on those two line items?
Don't have any numbers.
Whatever.
So I don't remember why, but Devin had changed the requested budget for 2024 on the board members and the first deputies. So was there something where we had to go with that number? Like the 43,680, do you remember why he changed that during the budget workshops?
I think it was just his request.
It wasn't his initial request. And then he
Competitive
changed it.
salaries.
Okay, all right.
Is what he.
All right, I just wanted to double check. Thank you.
Are you okay to move the weights and measures?
Mm-hmm. I really think that the inspector at $20 an hour is an adequate salary for that.
Where you at, weights and measures?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd have to agree with Councilwoman Norton. We got to be careful. I mean, 5,000.
This is
We got, you guys, or Councilman Steele, you gave him 8, right, here? No, wait a minute. All right, 8. Is that correct?
That's 10 up there.
Or 10, how much?
10,000.
$10,000 raise?
It's about a $22.50 an hour currently, if you want to think about it as an hourly.
Now, what
wage.
you have to remember too is Anderson was paying,
I get it.
right, and they had another person do it.
That's the problem.
And that should,
And that's the issue.
Right,
So
a
it's
couple
something that
things.
should have been adjusted.
it should have been just a long time ago. Now we're
Exactly.
eating.
Yeah,
That's
it's-
an issue. We
it's been
can't do it all in one
It
year.
still can be.
It's been addressed several years, but it's been kind of the can kicked down the road.
Right.
And now we're
A couple points that I just want to make is that the 36,917 that he's currently making, he was the City of Anderson Weights and Measures guy in the late 80s, and he actually made $38,000 a year there doing the job.
So it's a pay
Now he's
cut.
doing it here. And then he did present information to the Personnel Committee as well as to this council. He's had a 400% increase in workload since he's taken this job over. And it's actually, he sent an email or text message earlier this week that said that there was a couple more that were just added to it. So it's grown even more.
I know he.
So I agree. I know he come in and asked for a $17,000 or $18,000 raise, and I know that the council
It's
just
a long-term, I mean,
yeah.
just like a lot of other departments, we're gonna be competitive. I mean, we're not gonna lose him, but that's not why we don't. I know during the budget or mid-year raise or personnel committee requested, but didn't have any monies to move around or and that committee at that time said we'd take care of it.
I mean, it's gonna get to the point, either you hire part-time, because at the point, he ain't gonna be able to handle it. I mean, if we get too much
That's what we're
bigger, I
gonna
mean.
look at. We'll get a part-timer in addition.
And the other thing that he did provide to us, to the Personnel Committee and to the council, he did a comparison of like-sized counties that was below the, actually his pay at 55,000 is well below what the other like-sized
Yeah.
counties are paying.
Okay.
Even at the proposed adjustment. Did the council members' budget just change?
Yeah, it just switched.
So they're 46,954, is that what you would, yeah?
I think we were keeping it at the 46,954, yeah.
It's not.
I mean, at that dollar amount, we would never replace the current employee, even with the raise for that position. I mean, it's just
I just don't think the official.
exempt, yeah. It's an exempt employee, yeah.
Okay, I need to say something about this because I have had quite a few people contact me about this, and it seems to be really controversial. And I'm going to I just want to put it on the record, the same thing I told everyone else. When this council sits up here and sets a salary, we set it based on the position, what the position deserves to be paid. And we cannot make that decision based on who is in that position. And a very good case has been made for an increase. And quite frankly, I think the $55,000 would be appropriate based on the figures that I've seen. But we can't give that big of a raise to one employee in 1 year when we have so many other employees that are underpaid. And so I just want to be really clear that everyone understands that the weights and measures inspector deserves to be paid that amount. And it has nothing to do with the person who holds the position.
I think we didn't take action in the past because it was his position and probably did kick it down the road, and that's a mistake made. So thank you.
And we would not replace, I mean, he could quit tomorrow and we would probably have to pay more than that to replace that person. So I just feel like that needs to be out there.
Are we good to move on then from this one?
Moving on up.
That's what it's at.
Yeah.
Youth Center.
I don't think there was anything that was really.
Youth Center.
Youth Center.
I think this one was the 5% raise.
Mackenzie, I think we talked about the operating supplies possibly going down to 90,000 from 95, maybe?
Just to fund machinery and equipment for the 5,000. That was the reason why I said that I could take it to 90,000. Quite honestly, I'm going to have to come before the council next month and move some money around.
That's right.
in employee line items because I'm not going to have enough money to pay for operations and our utilities for the rest of the year. I mean, our population is currently setting at 27. That's the most it's been. That's probably going to be trend. So I will say this, you guys let me transfer some money around and give some employees, mid-year raises. With this, in addition, it does make a difference. I mean, we deal with what the jail and MC3 deal with on a daily basis? Yes, it's just on a much smaller scale. But what I have to say is for someone to go from $16, $14 an hour to $18 an hour, it means a lot. And I appreciate that. I really do. And that is for me and my employees.
Well, I guess you're right. We talked about moving 5,000 of the operating line down to machinery and equipment.
Correct.
Do you still want to do that?
I don't have any foreseeable need. Yes, we have an aging facility. Things do break. Things do happen. If need be, I could probably move the money next year if I need to. I'm more comfortable to leave it in operation right now, just knowing how much food cost has increased significantly. I mean, our utilities are about $8,000 a month. The way that it is, we're probably spending between $8 and $10 a month on food costs for the kids. So,
how many full-time open positions you got, Mackenzie?
as of today, 1. So that's why I said if you don't think that going from 16 to 17 makes a difference, it does. I've been able to maintain staff, which is nice. This is the first time that's happened. We did have someone quit yesterday. Had nothing to do with the pay, to do with the job. And so I don't see us having a hard time filling that because what's nice is to be in a position where we're hiring part-time people, giving them an opportunity to come in, see if they're going to make it, and then if we have someone that's full-time, leave, moving them, which is what has traditionally been done in the past. We've just not had that luxury, but we will moving forward.
How many, I know one of your goal was to make money off other counties and ship them. Is that happening?
It is not yet, and the reason why has been because of staffing levels.
Okay.
So we've hired 4 people in the last month, and quite honestly, it's because people think, okay, $17 an hour, I can do that. No, it's not a significant amount of money, but it is if you're looking at those that were making 16 and doing what they do on a daily basis. Ideally, yes, but we only hold 31 kids, and we have 27 Madison County children currently. So 27 kids and 10 active warrants. I mean, we don't
That's kind
have
of
the
the
room.
highest you've been all year, really.
Yes.
From what I understand.
Yes.
It's been in several years.
The highest it has been in several years, yes.
So how long has it been like that, 27? For like 3 months, 4 months, 1 month?
Since late July, probably.
Really?
And typically we see the numbers dip in the summer and then they raise again in the fall time. I'm really not sure what's going to happen.
Okay.
So are we okay to move on from this one?
Yep.
President Steele, it looks like maybe Carl has something to say.
If you recall, back at the budget workshop, I had orally amended the on-call from 6,500 to 7,800. That apparently has been reverted back to the 6,500, so that needs to change as well. The office manager looks like it's held at the same 2023 spending, showing no increase for 2024, and that needs to be adjusted as well.
Which is your on-call line?
I'm sorry?
Which one is your on-call line?
Are you able to pay this budget?
15,600.
Oh, your beeper stipend?
Correct.
I show 65. You say you think it was more than that?
Yeah, it's supposed to be 7,800. 150 a week.
They give you nothing?
No, it reverted back to the 2023 number. If you recall, in the budget workshop, I told you at that time I had mistakenly not added that into the 2024 budget at that workshop, so I orally amended it at that time. Clearly, that did not stick.
So beeper stipend needs to go to what?
7,800.
And then a 5% increase
For
on
one-
office manager would go up to 40,657.05 or 40,657.
Correct.
Anything else on that?
No, that's it.
40,657.
Because I didn't go back when I went to talk to Rick.
Thank you for catching that.
Yep.
All right, so it seems like we've gone through every department, and now we just have to figure out where we're going to come up with a little over $500,000.
For expediency purposes, can you think of any other deductions that we can take, or do we take some of the, not what I want to do, but take some of the dispatch fund and move it over to public safety and pay it out of there to balance the general fund? It's not exactly what I want to do, but unless.
How much are we comfortable moving?
It'd be 500,000 to make it balance. And it still leaves us about 350 buffer, not what we wanted. I know we wanted more in that budget for contingencies, but also, we've also addressed some needs of the sheriff and jail, or at least particularly jail and MCCC that were kind of haunting us and always trying to get up to. I mean, we did in 1 year what we thought we could do in 2.
I agree with you, Councilman Steele. I don't think we did anything out of whack and out of, we're facing
It
many.
is risky. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, it's very
There's some
risky
risk involved with increasing
Well,
another
I understand.
500,000, but.
And we
I
don't
think
know.
it's palatable, but I think in agreement to get a full council approval, I think
With all due respect, Mr. Still, I think we're taking a risk. We don't do it in a way. Maybe a little bigger the other way.
You're right, yeah.
But, I mean, I'm being honest. I mean, we don't know.
I mean,
what-
we put other departments in particularly in public safety at risk. This has actually been I thought we did a pretty good year.
I did appropriations. We didn't do very. I mean, we didn't spend a lot of money.
Till this week.
We did all right on
Till this meeting.
Huh?
Till this meeting.
that. Huh?
Well, I've learned something more about budgeting I didn't know, and apologize for my mistake on getting us past midnight. Do we have to pay for 2 days, Doug, or just one meeting?
I'm flat rate for you guys. That knows me.
Yeah. Where's Andrew? He ain't making his money today.
Now can you go over one more time the public safety? So let's make sure that our cash flows, I guess I'm just not a very risky person. So we've done a lot of good. I don't know how you can do everything in 1 year. I don't want to be strapped. We still have $400,000 that we could be shifting toward a wind farm.
That's a totally separate subject, and we said,
That's a one-time
told them
cost.
we would address that after the first of the year when
Right.
we see what monies are coming back, how the negotiations are going with dispatch.
I'm just concerned about the cash flow with the public safety, putting that much more into the.
I personally would not, but I'm not sitting in your seat, so. You've got a jail that you're gonna build that's teetering on $100 million. I'm gonna back up in time 4 years. You had 2 years where commissioners didn't take any action, and that was previous commissioners. And during that period of time, prices skyrocketed and interest rates skyrocketed, and you're paying for it today. That jail's gonna cost you about $20 million more than it would today, than it would have 4 years ago. Had those 2 years not been wasted, we'd been in 2% interest, not in 5-6% interest. So that's where you're at. So you're building a jail that's going to be more expensive. You're going to have to fund it at that 125%, but 125% of what? What number? What's the final number? I don't know what the construction costs. I can't imagine they're leveling off much. Inflation's still there. I mean, that's just my opinion. I mean, that's the largest budget right there that the county has ever seen by far. I sat on the council in 2011. Our budget in 11 or 12 was 31 million. It's 40. Where are we at now? $44 million. So, and using public safety funds where we were not using the public safety funds back then. We basically saved the money and paid for the dispatch center. When we had that built and open MCCC and work release. So it's a big number. I wouldn't get risky with the public safety money because you don't know.
Are you suggesting keeping it in general fund? Are we capped at 43.5?
You don't need to spend over 43.5. We stretched it to there. You're banking on interest rates staying high, and you cannot budget on one-time money, Councilman. Emery said that early in the meeting. I would not budget your general fund budget based on interest you're getting today just three. Todd, can you bring up the interest income on the pie chart? I'm going to show you where you were just a short time ago.
We're going to reduce that retirement. We're going to reduce that retirement back.
So in 2019, you're, what, $500,000? What's that low in there? That's 21, right? 21. I mean, you're sitting in good shape on your interest this year and hopefully again in 2024, but that's one-time money that should be used for one-time expenses. And that may be, I know that, I don't want to speak for the sheriff, but I know the sheriff would like to see that other wing of the jail build out. Well, that interest is half of it. I mean, we took $8 million almost and funded the pension the pension plan. We're getting ourselves on good footing, but if you stretch your budget to the max and then count on that, I would never count on that. That's extra money. That's extra money to use for one-time projects, and that would be a good place to start, is going to be in that jail. You're going to have additional operating costs when you open that jail too. You're not going to go into that new jail and have less operating costs. I don't believe. Do you believe that,
Well, and
Sheriff?
and that's what we're talking about, overlapping costs too, where you have dual staffs for a while. and
Exactly.
Trial and error at the new place.
There'll be more efficiencies at the new facility and things like that. Design, operating costs, large facilities, things like that should be goes larger space. But, I don't know where that's going to fall out. I mean, it is a crapshoot.
Right. So,
I mean, when we were looking at the jail project early on, a lot of people were saying because of the efficiencies, you won't need to hire any more people and all that. But then as we went and visited new jails, the sheriffs in those counties were like, yeah, we've got 2 or 3 times more inmates. You have to hire more people. And that was part of the reason for wanting to reserve some of this public safety, is that in a few years, even shorter, we may need some of that to hire some new employees to staff that well. It's, fortunately for a while, we won't have the same kind of maintenance expense, hopefully, that we deal with our current jail, but it is a bigger facility, and there will over time be maintenance that has to be done to a much larger facility. And so, it is risky. If the economy takes a massive downturn, I mean, there's other things that could happen. And I think the thing we'd have to be very clear on is we're giving so many of the office holders, so many of the department heads, what they're asking for as far as pay increases at least, or at least getting them closer. We're trying to remedy that issue, and it is a serious issue. We're not going to have money for new appropriations throughout the year. I mean, that's going to be very different. I know the council used to reserve some money for that. But it's, if we were to figure this out, how to make this work, mid-year raises in 24 or additional appropriations just aren't going to be able to happen. People are going to have to live within what we give them. So.
I mean, my guess, and I understand what you're saying, Councilman Go, but and if we don't do something now, and we are far back in wages and competitiveness, when do we do it?
But I think
it's always going to be a risk.
we have done some. I mean, we did the mid-year.
But we're way far.
We are far behind, but how on earth could you make it up in one year? What if our collections aren't this? We have to sustain that for next year, and otherwise then we'll have to cut 10 positions next year. That's going to be the only other choice.
We hope not.
Right. That's frustrating.
But I think I understand what you're saying, Councilwoman Mike, and I think we're being competitive. We're not blowing it out of the water and giving huge raises. I think we're just being competitive with the market. That's tough, I know. I mean, I think you got to look at all dimensions.
But we
I don't want to lose a bunch of employees and they walk out.
The fact is, even with what we're doing, a lot of the office holders are saying, hey, this is helpful, but it's still not getting me on par with neighboring counties. We are still going to have the issue, but you can only spend what you bring in, and we're really pushing our revenue on this one,
We sit in a unique situation. We're in Madison County, but we're really 15 to 20 minutes away from a county whose revenue, I don't even know what the revenue is, but we still compete with that. But we got to realize we're in our tax base. We're not sitting in their tax base. So, I mean, it's something that I experienced years and years ago. I drove to Indianapolis for 8 years to work because the pay was different. I mean, it's just a different area, makes different money, and their tax base is different. So we're sitting in Madison County with the tax base we have. Assessed values are up, of course, but what happens if the economy dives?
Right.
Here's what happens: the economy dies. You'll have people not being able to pay their taxes. We sold 300 properties today on the tax sale. You're going to have your every piece of your lit income when people start getting laid off from work. If that happens, I can't imagine that doesn't happen within the next couple of years. So if you run into a recession or, for goodness sakes, a depression, you're going to look at less collections in every category. You're talking about correctional lit while you're paying jail bonds at 5-point-something% interest. You're talking about public safety lit. You're talking about certified lit that funds part of your budget. I mean, it just goes on and on. I mean, it's all relative.
I mean, I think in the south part of the county, it's not gonna happen. The south part of the county is pretty strong in those townships. I mean, that tax
We
base.
collect on the whole county, though.
Well, I understand.
It's all.
Yeah, go back to 2008. I mean,
Yeah.
strong parts of the county suffered then.
Yeah.
So are we comfortable with moving, 507?
Do we have to
Todd,
make
can we
a
go
motion
back?
or anything?
Are you looking then at, Rob, at
Public
reducing
safety.
the retirement or no?
Yeah, Bethany reminded me that we need to reduce. Can we go back to public safety fund you had up? The old number was there for the anticipated payment, and did you figure out what the anticipated payment would be, Rick? Was it in the 425 range?
I think the last number I heard was 411, but they couldn't calculate till after we literally made the payment because it could change by the day, so.
Put
I mean, on
420
the
in there
I'm
to be
sorry?
safe, put 420 or 425? What do you want?
425 is probably a
Be
safe number.
safe. And then we wanted to move dispatch fees.
I'm just gonna put it, because we don't have it in there, so.
My suggestion is give them half of that.
Do what?
Half of the, you're wanting 400, you said dispatch.
We're short $507,000. I mean, we're over our budget,
Right,
$507,000.
and you're
So if we
moving,
need 507,000 of dispatch fees from the commissioner's budget and general fund to public safety. And that will make our general fund balance.
okay. I mean,
About 400,000, we have about $350,000
When you
left
do,
over from the excess that we created by paying off the bond, or
Right.
retirement.
when you do not collect from your other cities and towns, where are you going to come up with that money would be the question.
Yeah, the
That's something that's gotta be addressed from this
Yeah.
council now.
Well, as commissioners, but when we need to lean on them, yes.
I think we're going to need to send a message to some of the towns too, if they want to come to us asking for money from Wind Farm or whatever, and they're delinquent on their payments, then they need to get caught up, you know? We shouldn't be giving out more money if they're not paying what they're supposed to be paying, so.
I just want to clarify something if I could. I'm hearing we need to get on the ball about a dozen times tonight. I've been in five or six meetings in the last 2 months myself where I've sat in on those negotiations, but so those are going on. But the cities and towns that aren't paying just don't want to pay. So where's it go from there? I can tell you the small towns want to increase your lit tax. They want to go to the max on the lit. So are you prepared to sit up there and increase taxes again? I, as a private citizen, is going to be up here screaming when you do it. So that's my private citizen
Doug,
comment.
where do we stand with the amended budget? All the
Right now,
changes?
you don't have an amended budget.
We would need to-
Worked out of the budget that I think you all agree on, so you need a motion to amend to what Todd was.
What we have presented, or what we have made changes to?
so make a motion to,
So,
No, well, it's all
So
together,
technically,
it's all or
you
none.
need
so
to
we need
take over, that's, is the number that.
Correct,
So the
it's
vote
all
would
or
be-
none.
So the vote would be to make this the budget for 2024, correct?
the
amended-
vote would
amended
be
budget.
for this to be
Amend.
what is now the proposed budget, then we would have to vote to pass the budget, correct?
and that'd be,
When is that?
Yeah, so
When would that be?
tonight.
Today,
Yeah.
right
So
now,
we vote
hopefully.
So-
the proposed?
Just to
Not
move the
tomorrow,
process
already.
along, I'll go, are you okay with me making a motion?
Let's make sure we got it right, because
That's correct.
Yeah, yeah. So I will make a motion that we amend the proposed budget to reflect the changes we've made here this evening.
I second
Second.
that.
it's been moved and seconded to make the amendments.
And
Just want to
Mr.
clarify, this is making it the new proposed budget, not voting to pass the budget, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Because there's a motion already still on the table to pass the budget from
Earlier.
5 hours ago. So
Right. From
Okay,
yesterday.
what exactly is the amount of the new amendment?
The new budget is still $43,500,000. The bottom line has not changed.
But
what?
the public safety budget
Oh, you want me to give you that
is
number,
going
Todd?
up to make that work.
He's got to make that change yet.
So we're voting to amend your motion and amend,
No, we're voting to accept the amended budget as presented that we just worked out.
okay.
and
Then we
it
have to
was
vote on the budget still.
Moved by Mr. Gale, seconded by Mrs. Norick. Any other further discussions?
Do a roll call vote?
We can do a roll call
I'll
vote.
make sure
Show of hands. Thumbs up.
Okay, we're good. Okay. I'm not used to things.
They need 5.
The amendment needs to be majority for the final passage because you're increasing a couple line items, and so that takes time.
So the final passing takes 5 as well now?
No, just
The amendment takes 4, the final passing would take 5.
That's what I just,
Correct.
so the
Yeah.
final passing is
So
gonna
did
take
we,
5?
did we finish voting on?
We have not voted yet.
Okay. So we have to vote on the motion. that's-
Yeah, we got to vote, first we're
just
doing
ask
the
for a
amendment.
roll call vote for the amendment.
You want a roll call vote?
It's
Yeah.
been asked for, yes, please.
Councilman Bond,
Yes.
Councilman Emery,
No.
Councilwoman Likens,
No.
Councilwoman Keller,
Yes.
Councilman Gale,
Yes.
Councilwoman North,
Yes.
President Steele.
Yes. The motion carries 5-2. Thank you. Now, a motion is on the table for acceptance of the budget.
Make a motion to approve?
It's already
It's already.
We did it
motion and
first and
approved.
Oh, okay.
You can get a roll call vote on the final budget, please. Mr. Culp?
Councilman Bond,
Yes.
Councilman Emery,
No.
Councilwoman Likens,
No.
Councilwoman Keller,
Yes.
Councilman Gale,
Yes.
Councilwoman North,
Yes.
President Steele.
Yes. Thank you very much, council.
Make a motion to
Nope.
adjourn.
Well, we still have more.
No, we can't.
Oh, we got it.
Salary ordinances.
Salary ordinances.
Budget ordinances.
Oh, sorry, okay, okay. You gotta get eating and
Hey, but some of you all can go to sleep now, so.
Do
That's
you gotta
usually
do
that's
a,
usually my job to jump forward in the agenda.
hey, I just got, hey, can we take like a 2, I got about, cause you need a, but you
We
need a
don't need a
full
break.
majority.
We just need to
Yeah, we do
Yeah.
for salary ordinances.
We
We
better
need-
be unanimous.
I know, you're
Huh?
used to being up this time of night, yeah.
Well, I know, but I just need to go,
All right, we can get these done in like 3 minutes.
Yeah, let's do
Let's
it.
just do it.
I'm trying to think what we have here.
We have 3 salary ordinances for first readings. If it's unanimously passed, we don't need a second reading. Or do you want to, well, let's wait. You said,
I'm sorry, I held it as long as I could earlier.
oh, no, you're fine. We waited. I mean,
I didn't think I was ever gonna stop.
accommodate.
There's
And
no issue that our meetings run over midnight, is there?
No.
Because it's been one continuous meeting.
Correct.
Okay.
You could actually adjourn or continue the meeting and resume it at another date, not necessarily around minutes. I'm not suggesting.
Don't.
No.
Don't give us any stupid ideas.
I just want to make sure there wasn't some legality about it being after midnight.
Nope.
Okay.
We can just keep this meeting going for days if we want to.
No, you can.
No. And you did. You can sleep. I'm exhausted.
I'm missing one. I took it back. He has to amend it. I will say thank you for your patience and working diligently and professionally even though we may not all see eye to eye or have some peculiar preferences in things that are important to us. I think collectively we worked together, and I learned.
Put your adjustment on the second page for the counties.
So please repeat what you said earlier about if it's unanimous.
Okay, these are three
Raquel, are you
salary
listening?
ordinances from the general
No, I
fund
can't
to
hear.
overtime, sheriff overtime, prosecutor, and health fund. If we pass unanimously on the first vote, we do not require a second reading next month. First salary ordinance, 2023-10C for the general fund sheriff overtime.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve from Mr. Gale, seconded by Mr. Vaughn.
I don't think
We
Mr.
will-
Vaughn said anything.
It
It
was
was
me.
Mr.
Oh.
Emery.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I
Can
got
clear
you.
my throat.
Mr. Emery, I stand corrected. We will have to take a roll call vote, please, and you will have to sign and check yea or nay. And I'll start these down there, but
We'll see what happens.
we'll see
right?
what happens. It's in good faith.
Ready?
Yes, please.
Councilman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilman Emery,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lyken,
Yes.
Councilwoman Keller,
Yes.
Councilman Gale,
Yes.
Councilwoman Norton,
Yes.
President Steele.
Yes. Second ordinance, our motion passes unanimously on first reading. Second ordinance of 2023-10B, in David, for prosecutor general fund and stop grant fund as presented.
Motion to
Make
approve.
motion. Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Gale, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. We'll take a roll call vote, please.
Councilman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilman Emery,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lyken,
Yes.
Councilwoman Keller,
Yes.
Councilman Gale,
Yes.
Councilwoman Norton,
Yes.
President Steele.
Yes. That passes on first reading unanimously. The third is salary ordinance 10E is in Edward, Health Fund 1159.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Gale, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Roll call vote, please.
Councilman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilman Emery,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lyken,
Yes.
Councilwoman Keller,
Yes.
Councilman Gale,
Yes.
Councilwoman Norton,
Yes.
President Steele.
Yes. That passes on first reading. The next is budget ordinances for the three municipalities previously discussed. The first one is 2023-10F, as in Frank, for East Central Indiana Solid Waste District.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Gale, seconded by Mrs. Norick. Yes, we do have to, again,
Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilman Emery,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lyken,
Yes.
Councilwoman Keller,
Yes.
Councilman Gale,
Yes.
Councilwoman Norton,
Yes.
President Steele.
yes. The second one of the salary or budget ordinance of 2023-10G, Independence Fire,
Motion to
title
approve.
only.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Gale, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. This will require a roll call vote and signature, please.
Councilman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilman Emery,
Yes.
Councilwoman Lyken,
Yes.
Councilwoman Keller,
Yes.
Councilman Gale,
Yes.
Councilwoman Norton,
Yes.
President Steele.
Yes.
Rob, can you go and pass out the other one?
The third ordinance resolution for budget is the county council, Madison County Common Council budget as amended. Is this
Motion
a
to
separate
approve.
it's for ordinance, right? Salary or budget ordinance, is it separate? Or is it what we've already?
I think we already approved the independence and
Go ahead and just do a roll call quick to,
Are we doing it on?
it's county council, the budget ordinance, passing the budget ordinance. Is it the same what we already previously voted on?
Budget adoption, for the agenda.
Should we be safe? Okay. Any objections? If not, by consent.
now.
I haven't signed it yet.
Now, that one didn't pass unanimously, so
It
as an
doesn't
orders to set. Oh, that's true. Today was the second reading. Yes, thank you. Or yesterday was the second reading. At some point, we.
So I can sign this?
Yeah. Shut up.
What? No, I just want to make sure if I'm signing, I don't want to sign it if I'm not supposed to sign it. Now can we make a motion to adjourn?
No, we still have public comment.
If anybody says anything, no, I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding.
I thought this was the one that you said wasn't, but it was the second reading.
Now can I make a motion to adjourn?
Second.
I didn't get to make a motion yet.
Just
Can I
do
make the
it.
motion? I make a motion, we adjourn.
Which one's that one?
This is the solid waste
That's
one.
a
Solid
solid
waste, yes.
This is the county council budget.
Oh.
Yeah, the last one. You check, no.